cheer you all up before we start, while we wait for people to arrive, because we all know that what happens on Zoom, people drift in. But we are going to start and we are recording, and hopefully everyone who registered will join us today, because today is going to be awesome, because we have awesome speakers.
Whoop, whoop.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Jill. So I wanted to just tell everybody how the day is going to go. I wanted to spend the first 10 minutes just getting you in the mood, getting you ready. I know Jill has to disappear to the dentist later, so we have no idea how she's going to do the talk. Maybe one giant mumble, although I don't believe for a second Jill could ever mumble. I wanted to say, let's do housekeeping first. So I don't know where your toilets are, so please make sure that you are aware where they are, so that if you need to go, you can go quickly. If there is a fire in your house, could you make it quiet? Just put yourself on mute and run away. Any other emergency things you think you may need, I can't help. Okay? Expect the unexpected today. Don't expect perfection, because as everyone who knows me knows, I never have done perfection and I never aim for perfection. Little stressed today because everything has gone according to plan. And when I looked at my whiteboard this morning, I had ticked off every task. That never happens, ever. But there you go. I might have to actually do some sort of workshop on that. I think my speakers are fed up to the back teeth with me, because I have sent them emails on a daily basis telling them what's going on, but they put up with me, so that's great. So for those of you that don't know me, let me just do a quick introduction. I'm Bev Hepting. I am known as the Message Maestro. I am an award-winning international TEDx speaker and coach. And you know, every time I say that, I feel very, very proud of myself, because they're all actually true. I have done all those things. And I know that most of my speakers have done those things as well. So I'm just going to put it out there while I can at the beginning of the day. I coach women, specifically in business, to speak effectively. And I work with people who don't think they can actually speak in public. Well, you can. Everyone can. It's just knowing what your message is, putting your story in there, and knowing who you're talking to. And today's all about stories. Stories are the lifeblood of all of us. We started in caveman times with them putting pictures on walls, telling stories the way they could around their environment and everything else. And we have gone through history, passing on our history orally, through telling our stories. Then they were written, we had big books, and then people stopped reading, so we had video and TV. And then it got even more difficult to keep your attention through video and TV. And so we went to social media and reduced our stories even more. We now are at the place where, just like the cavemen, we plonk a picture onto social media and tell our stories. So we've gone all roundabout. And even Spielberg is looking to create 3-minute films. What can I say? So that's how important storytelling is. So each of our speakers today will be telling us their story, in whichever way they want to do that. The rules of the day is, if I can ask you to stay muted through the speaker's time. If you have a question or something comes up, please pop it in the chat. I have a couple of people keeping an eye on that, so that if anything pops out, we can ask the speakers during the Q&A session. Okay. If you want to know any more about the speakers, do go to the event page, www.themessagemaestro.com. The event page is there, and each speaker has their own page with links to the things they're doing and anything else you need to know. So I think I'm now going to introduce, because I am so excited, I'm going to introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker is the awesome Lynn Franks, OBE. I'm trying to get my BEs right. OBE. and Lynn has been doing some amazing work with women and trying to bring that equality thing in, and we all actually growing within ourselves. And I think as we're moving forward, that's going to be even more important than ever. I want you to really take on board what people say today, really engage, really enjoy, grab yourself your favourite drinks, your favourite snacks, settle in, get ready, and really enjoy the day. So I'm now going to hand over to Lynn. I think, Lynn, you are able to share your slides?
Yeah. In a minute, I will.
Oh, in a minute she will. Okay. So I want you all, now I know you're all muted, and I would like you just for a second to unmute and give a hand and welcome Lynn Franks to tell us her story. So everybody, I want to make it as realistic as possible. Okay, so I'm going to hand the stage over to Lynn. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you very much, Bev, and thank you for asking me to be part of this great group. Now, Bev has asked me to tell, I think she's asked all of us to tell our stories. And being of the age I am, my story goes on for quite a long time. So I put it into some kind of slide basis because I think visually it's always a bit more interesting. And at the end, I am going to, somebody's got a dog. And at the end, I am going to do 15 minutes Q&A. And I will be very, very delighted to answer any questions. As I was putting it together, finishing it off yesterday, I realized that there really is so many different parts to my story. So this is at least some of it. Now, what you're getting is the front story, not the back story. And of course, the back story is where all the change happens. So this is kind of all the different projects and businesses and kind of initiatives that I've been involved in for a long time. And this brings us up to date. And as a futurist, I think somebody needs to mute their doggy. It's Jack, I do say, it's not on mute, and her doggy is barking away.
Just ask everyone to, well, I'm going to mute everyone, and then Lynn will unmute herself. I think that's the easiest way to do it. If everybody's happy about that, she says trying to find the mute thing. Oh, where's that gone? Mute all. Right, now you should be able to unmute yourself, Lynn. And everybody else is muted. Right.
Not that I don't love dogs. My dog is sitting here by my feet as I speak, but I don't want to go into competition with the barking. So here I am this morning with my little story. It's a big story, actually. And as a futurist, which is one of the many careers that I have done and still do, I'm looking forward at the end of my story to where I believe not only I'm going, but also where society is going and where women are going as leaders. So off I go. So now I'm going to share my screen. So you'll see me a little bit in the corner probably. And I'm going to go there. I'm going to share it. And I'm going to, my assistant has left me slideshow I have to go to. And then I play from the start. Okay, so this is the story so far. I'm very blessed that I got an OBE, as Bev said a few years ago. And it's always very difficult to actually explain what I do. And I'm very impressed with your message, Maestro, Bev, because, you know, we're all so multi-talented, portfolio careers. And it's especially, as I say, when I get to my point, it's like, am I an author? Am I an entrepreneur? Am I a spokesperson? Am I an advisor? Well, I'm all those things and a lot more, and a mother and a grandmother and all sorts of things. So now I've got to work out how I go on. Okay, so this was the beginning. This was the beginning. We didn't even call ourselves PRs in those days because no one knew what PR meant. So that was when I was 21. And believe it or not, those breeches became one of the most fashionable items that any stylish 21-year-old in 1970 would wear. And I had a shop in those days, as I do now, and used to sell millions of them. So it looks very bizarre now, but I still wear hats, so I guess it's not that bizarre. But anyway, that's how it started. That was the beginning. That was where it started. And here I was with some of my clients. Jean-Paul Gaultier on the right, well-known international designer, and a man called Peter Bertelsen on the left, who owned most of the designer shops. You can see in the background a guy called Richard Young, who is the sort of top paparazzi and has been for since then, which is the 70s in the country, still a friend. And this was the reality. This was the backstory. Sitting on the phone, baby, stressed, dog, trying to get it all happening. So that was my first office my second office, I think, when I moved out of my home. So that was part of the story for sure. These are my kids. It was a spontaneous modeling session. Now, you've probably all seen those love t-shirts that Catherine Hamnett did. And at those points, it was the big slogan t-shirts. That's when it first started. And this was her first advertising campaign. And I was her PR, and I promoted all these big t-shirts. This would be about 85, I guess. My kids were in the car with me, so they were sort of thrown in as models. That picture went out absolutely everywhere. So those were the days, and still out there, those t-shirts, which is amazing. These were the sort of events I did. I created London Fashion Week. I'm there with Alexander Shulman, who was the editor of Vogue for many years, and of course, Princess Diana. That was when I had to clean up a bit. Some fun pictures, Mary Portas, of course, Joanna Lumley. I only met Joanna Lumley once, and it was actually at a British fashion event, but we got on very well. And obviously the whole ad fad thing was well out and about by then. And it was kind of really, it was great to meet her, actually, a wonderful woman. So these are some of the things that I did and have done, some of them more recently than others. I'm not going to read them all out, but I've worked for most of the high street, big brands, big companies, entertainment industry. I don't know, there wasn't many areas that I wasn't involved in. A lot of these I started. I also created the biggest AIDS awareness campaign that is still going, that's run by MAC Cosmetics, and all kinds of other things. So that's just a little of what I did. And I'm moving on quite quickly. I got involved in as a spokesman for women's events generally. So here I was at the Stock Exchange on International Women's Day 2012. This was slightly more corporate. I was starting to do my conversations with extraordinary women, which I was lucky enough to interview some amazing women over the years. And I've got just some of them in that picture, and some of the things that I did. So I built my PR company. I'm rushing it a bit too much, I think. So I'll just go back a bit. I built my PR company up over 20 years, and it became the biggest fashion, beauty, consumer brand PR company in the country. And I was offered a number of deals to sell it. It was a time in the 80s when I never quite understood it, but lots of big marketing companies decided to buy smaller brands and then not keep the founders on. Very bizarre, really. But I was glad. I'd done 20 years. It was an amazing time for me. Just London Fashion Week alone, creating these tents down in the King's Road. And it was the days of Princess Diana. It was the days of all the rock stars wearing the fashion designers' clothes. Again, it's something that I initiated, and they would all sit in what then was the front row. Now, of course, it's so much more glamorous and been corporatized and formulaic. But then it was much more spontaneous. So we'd have Boy George and Spandau Ballet and all the others of the sort of Brit pop bands and acts of that time sitting wearing the clothes in the front row. Madonna, we would always wait for her. She'd always turn up late. It was an amazing, amazing time. And I built it up to about 50 staff, and mostly women, not entirely. It was enjoyable. It was like one non-going, hard-working party, to be perfectly honest. And there were obviously times that were a little bit more stressful, but I only remember the good times, and I don't look back that often. A friend of mine said to me the other day, why don't you look back more at all the things you've done? And I said, you know, to be perfectly honest, I forget them because I'm so living in the present and the future that's more interesting for me. I wrote my autobiography many years ago, and even that was all about the future. It was absolutely now, a futurist journey to her inner self. So that's where I was at. So one of the things I did was I was asked to become chair of a women's radio station, the first women's radio station in the country, probably the last as well. And that was really good fun. And from there, I put on the biggest event that's ever been held for women in the country at that time. Actually, it was the first event really of a gathering for women to look at all aspects of their life. So that was in 95, What Women Want. And I took over the whole South Bank. I had sold my business by then. So I was working with my 14-year-old assistant, my daughter as my assistant, and got a lot of support from Anita Roddick, bless her, the late Anita Roddick. And we had these big posters all up in Body Shop stores around the country. We had a fantastic concert, as you can see, with Sinead O'Connor and Pretenders, Chrissie Hynde, Jo Brand, Germaine Greer came. And we looked at all aspects of a woman's life. And that really hadn't been done by then. So women as a consumer, women, business women, women as artists, the environment, natural health, our sexuality, how to use the internet, 95. But we still really were only just learning to use the internet. And the biggest queues were for the different workshops and seminars all around the South Bank were for how to learn the internet. There was a huge queue. Extraordinary, because it doesn't seem that long ago, but I mean, never mind social media, we didn't know how to move around and maneuver ourselves at all. And we had that, and we had, yes, sexuality workshop, learning to enjoy and share and find out about what you enjoyed sexually, which was also, even only 95, wasn't something we talked about really. And natural health, and the foot massages that the Body Shop did, and wonderful seminars done by Romy Fraser and founder of Neal's Yard and her crew. It was an amazing, amazing event. And we also did things, as you can see here, on refugee women, which I'm still very involved in and very committed to. So I went to live in California shortly after that, and I started, because I'm some kind of addict, I guess, another PR company. It was called Global Fusion. We had offices in London and Los Angeles and San Francisco. And I'm just so glad that I neither live nor work in the United States right now. That's 100% for sure. But it was a great time to be there. It really was the start of the internet. And I had clients in San Francisco and LA who were part of that cutting edge sort of really the early stages of the technology industry. It was before Facebook, it was before social media. It was an amazing time to be there. I lived in Los Angeles near the beach. I'd go off and see the dolphins every morning for a walk about 7 o'clock. I had a great team of women, and we worked for American companies all over the West Coast. And then we would be promoting them in New York. And I learned a lot about the fact that the United States to us over here is one country, but when you're over there, it is so different. I think we're seeing that, excuse me, right now in the election results. It's very, very different people. And so when you're doing PR for brands all over the US, it's a very different ballgame, and it was a great learning curve. And we got involved in what I call new marketing. So we were not just doing PR, we were creating events, and we were always, my business has always been very values focused. And back in the days of Lynn Frank's PR, we would always do a lot of causes and awareness campaigns and initiatives from environment, human rights, women's rights. It wasn't just something that I started doing after I left. It went right the way through the PR agency, that we would always balance that out. And with Global Fusion, we continue to do that. And we're always bringing people together, ideas together. And it was a very powerful time, really. Then I came back. I am running, I'm going through a lot of years very fast because of the time, so I apologize. So Beehive, I don't know if any of you ever went to Beehive or remember Beehive. I had this idea that I really wanted to start a women's business center. And at the beginning, I was looking at a church in Luton, and I was going to take it over, and I was going to have an area where, because Luton to me seemed such a perfect mixture of women from the green belt together with immigrant women who didn't ever mix out of their environment, out of their community. And I felt we could really bring women together, and it was also quite a sort of hub for radical thinking. And I felt if we worked with the women, with the mothers, with the wives, we could really get to understand each other. So I put a lot of time into doing something in Luton, worked with the local university. At the end of the day, the church, which had actually been run as part of the local university, was in such a bad state that I had this vision, this dream of, in one corner, I was going to have Aveda teaching the immigrant women and others how to do hair and have that as a skill. And it was all going to be about skills learning and connection. And anyway, it was so expensive to convert it. So I then, very luckily, met Mark Dixon at a lunch, a business lunch, who's the man who owns Regis. the business spaces, and somebody who doesn't live in this country and is not that available. But as with many of the things that I've done over the years, I sort of put it out there, and it happens. I attract it in, I manifest. I believe we can all manifest. I believe that in synchronicity, I believe that there's many, many things we can do that are not all about what is the seen, but actually having the intention and having the determination, and things come in. So there am I, sitting up opposite the man who's got more business space in the world than anybody else. And I said to him, would you be up for doing some women's business clubs? And sort of rang him, nagged him enough until he gave me the name of one of his senior women in the company, Celia Dunn, who's still there. And together we developed Beehive, and they became, at that point, which was, I never remember dates very well, but about 15 years ago, I guess. Really very, very beautiful. This one was in Covent Garden. It was packed, it was busy. We had one in Bristol and one in Manchester. And the one in Covent Garden particularly, although there's nobody sitting in this picture, was incredibly successful. And we were still finding out what the business looked like. And it was a partnership between myself and Regis. And then out of the blue, really at the peak, after 3 years, the landlords of the building we were in, this beautiful old building right in the middle of the of Covent Garden, was taken by the landlords, as were all the buildings around there, and they decided to turn them into very expensive flats and shops. And it's very ironic, because one of the things I haven't shown you here, just remember, is that I had the first fashion shop in Covent Garden, and that was in, I don't know, mid to late 70s. It was called Mrs. Howie. My husband was a designer of my not my late husband, my ex-husband, very much alive, was called Paul Howie. He was a designer, a very successful designer, and he had shops called Howie. So we bought, or we acquired this big building. As the vegetable market moved out of Covent Garden, I moved in. I was actually there in a smaller office, and we had at the front a shop called Mrs. Howie, which was the first high-tech design shop in London. Somebody put it up on Instagram the other day, and again, it was like, oh my goodness, I've forgotten. Of course, I had Mrs. Howie, and it was very, very successful actually. I got lots of young designers from the colleges, from the Royal College, doing special clothes for us. A lot of designers who at that point had only been doing women's wear, started doing women and men's wear for us. We had hand knitwear that Paul designed, and we had an upstairs and a downstairs, and we used to get all the sort of rock stars coming in. We had Bowie and Bob and Paula, and in that period, all those people would be hanging out, and much to the delight of all my young assistants who would be peeking out, because the PR office was at the back, and downstairs at the back was design offices. It really was a hub. It was my first hub, I guess, and it worked very, very well for a good period of time. And my husband had a wholesale business. I won't go into whole details, but anyway, it was another project. It worked well. It came to an end. But the irony of it is that, having really been one of the main instigators of getting Covent Garden to be fashionable and to have all these wonderful shops, I then had to, I really got affected by my own success. I mean, that had been the 70s. Here we are 20 odd years later, 30 years, and Covent Garden was so successful that the landlords got us to move out, which was a real shame. And we couldn't find another building which would have worked so well. And so it was a time to, as it has been a number of times in my career, to say, well, that was an amazing experience. It did a lot of good. It helped a lot of women start their businesses, but it was time to move on. Now, none of this is in actual date order. It's just some of the things that I did as a speaker and do as a speaker. I still do Lynn Franks in Conversation with Extraordinary Women. I've been very blessed to interview some amazing women. I love interviewing other people. A, I don't remember my own story, and B, I kind of get a bit bored with it, but much more interesting listening to others. So I've interviewed over the years Jacqueline Gold from Ann Summers. I can't remember the names now. It's my brain going. Oh, I interviewed Meg Matthews 2-3 weeks ago about the menopause. Who's got the best-selling menopause out there right now, the new hot. And I have interviewed many, many others. Alison Owen, the top movie producer, woman movie producer in the country, who's an old friend. And she came here the other day, and we did an online. So we now got them online because Bev and Jill, we pivoted, and they were live. And I used to do them in the hospital club regularly. Katie Brindle, who's a fantastic expert on Chinese medicine and beauty, who's got the Hey You products. There's a mixture of politics. Margaret Hodge, the MP, who I'm a huge fan of. I mean, real different people from different areas, business, politics, spirituality, spiritual leaders. And that's been a really fun part of my life. And I did TEDx in 2012, Return of the Wise Woman, that is on my, which is like many things I do, a little bit before its time. It is now Return of the Wise Woman. I now feel that I'm almost at the point where I can claim I'm a wise woman. I get there, I go up and down, but mostly I'm there. And I believe that this is the time for all of us wise women, and I include every single person on this call and those who will watch it later. This is our time, and it's not just about ourselves, although that's very, very important, and our families and our communities. We have the experience and the wisdom to take a leadership role in what the new world is going to look like, which is never going to be the same again. We're going to go on about that a lot more, I know, this afternoon, and in fact at the end of this presentation. But it is, for me now in 2020, the time of the return, and very much the need of the return of the wise woman. If you think of the wise women in societies, indigenous tribes, where the wise woman is still very much the matriarch, and in ancient times as well. So that's for me. So I've just rushed you over 35 years of my life. I'm just trying to think, what have I left out? What women want. I was in California 5 years, very successful there. Time to come home, came home. And of course, I have left out, and it's not in actual order, that while I was in California, I wrote the Seed Handbook. Now, the Seed Handbook was a completely different way of talking about women and business. Seed Handbook, the feminine way to create business. So here's, what if there was a new way to do business? And I know, because time has moved on 20 years hence, this is very much what all of you are committed to and work towards. But then 20 years ago, what if there was a new way to do business that brought communities together? It promoted healthy lifestyle and well-being, and it empowered women to become leaders. So that's where my thoughts were going at that point, as well as running the PR business, Global Fusion in California. I felt that there was going to be this time coming when women all over the world would want to start their own businesses, that they wanted a business that reflected their values. They wanted to work in a much more flexible way, that they could work from home pre-COVID. We had the technology now. We could do it our own way. We could choose the way we worked, how we worked, and who we worked with. And I felt that there would be a real space where we could move into this true leadership role. And so I wrote the Seed Handbook. That came out 20 years ago, 2000. That's come out in a number of languages all over the world. It came out across the English-speaking world simultaneously. So it came out in United States, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, of course, the UK. I did launches all over the United States in Bloomingdale's stores. I haven't got that on this presentation. But anyway, I wrote a series of other books, and that book really defined this new way of women working for themselves and working together. And from that, it also came out, it's actually recently come out in Russia, Kazakhstan, and in Afghanistan, and Germany, and Japan. And I still get a huge amount of women writing to me and saying, I bought your book 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and it changed the way I thought about myself, because it was really also the first time that a book had come out, which was as much about personal development as it was about business. And I think that was the whole thing, because we know that what holds us back pretty much is so often, is it possible to turn off the Bing so I don't, pinging you coming in, I can hear them going ding ding. Thanks. So it's certainly what I believed and felt was going to be the change, and a lot of other women found so too. I am rewriting it. Every time I try and update it, something else happens, and so it is a work in progress. But the book still reads as well now as it does then, and I don't say that with any ego or arrogance, because I don't even know where some of this stuff comes from. It just really comes through, and it comes from my experiences, and I'm just delighted that whatever I've learned can actually help others. So Seed became a whole series of content that has been delivered all over the world, as I've said. I just did some fun figures here. So if I've never actually sat and added the amount of people that have heard me speak, but that is more or less because it's broadcast and I have traveled the world and I've talked about SEED and I've spoken at many conferences. SEED is an acronym for Sustainable Enterprise and Empowerment Dynamics. And that too seems so relevant today because we're all talking about how we can be sustainable, how we can be sustainable in our communities, how can we be sustainable in our businesses and indeed in our lives. And that's, I think, certainly here in my little town in Wincanton in Somerset, we've got a whole community project of bringing sustainability in every aspect. And I'll talk a little bit about that a little bit later on. So these are some of the figures. So it got out to a lot of people, and we have an app, and if anyone wants to download what the manifesto and little exercises to go with, it's from the App Store free. It's Seed Cards. Of course, we're on social media, and I do online workshops, and these are kind of figures that have attended a lot of the trainings. We have trained and done content literally from women's prisons, African villages, corporate boardrooms, to branches of Starbucks, where we did a very big project, a long time ago now, again, I don't remember, maybe 12 years ago, where we trained up the managers in local Starbucks, and they then had these seed mornings where women would come along and do a very simple program which would make them feel better about themselves and actually start them on their journey. The women's prisons works I'm particularly proud of. We worked in a number of prisons, and I know we changed people's lives because people came and told me afterwards. All the work we've done has been very different. We've worked in post-war zones, and they've all been very different kind of content of how we've done it, but all have made a difference, and that's really what I'm committed to. And I'm also committed, of course, to the last point here, which is I have devoted 25 years, probably more actually, if I think about it, a lot more, to gender equality and a balanced, harmonious society. I don't think I've got it on here either, but I'm also a social activist in terms of women's rights, and I ran 1 Billion Rising in this country, which is part of Eve Ensler's projects with Vagina Monologues and drawing attention to women's abuse all over the world. So I was very much involved in that and created very big high profile events at the Albert Hall, Trafalgar Square, Marble Arch, with politicians, musicians, got a lot of coverage. That was about 10 years ago. So social activism for me has always been part of who I am, what I do, and things I care about. And there's ways of doing it now in so many different ways, we have so many different tools, but we're living in a different world. And so everything I'm doing and everything I've done, I'm taking a very, very good look at and saying, okay, well, what is the future? How are we going to do this? So our vision, I wrote this before COVID actually, but it's, if anything, as I've said earlier, it's even more important. My vision for 2020 is to grow and strengthen our roles as a powerful community of women entrepreneurs and leaders who together will develop sustainable economic regeneration through the values of cooperation, co-creativity, and a circular system of individual and community empowerment. And I am really excited by the fact that we are also talking about a circular economy now, because we can't really do that if we don't have the economy to back it up. And some of the new ideas, even coming from my own district council here in Somerset, talking about the circular economy and what that means. It means no wastage when we have a business, improving our ecology through our businesses, doing having a business that is actually not just helping us, but it's helping our community and the big community and the small community in many ways. Care community, the donut economy. I'm sure you've heard of that. The donut economy is based on a book by Kate Rawthorne, which is all about creating businesses that really do help not only the customers, not only the makers, but the environment. And Amsterdam has just become the first donut economy city. And there are many countries and regions, not enough, but they are starting, Costa Rica, Colombia, where this donut economy is being taken very seriously. And I'm hoping it will also be taken very seriously in the southwest of the UK, where I and many of you are based. And everywhere. I mean, it should be across the UK. So there's been exciting things that are actually going on that really reflect the thoughts I've got here. You know, the fact that we are able to work together, we can collaborate, we can help each other, we can support each other, we can inspire each other. I mean, you know, what we're all doing here today, putting our time into this because we want to support others. Bev's put it on because she wants to support others. Jill's involved, Sunny's involved. I mean, it is something that we are doing. Of course, you know, it puts our reputation out there, that's fine too, but we're doing it because we want to support and help others. And that's why I'm here. And I'm really excited to be here, as I said earlier. So these are some of the things that we did at SEED, Sustainable Enterprise Empowerment Dynamics. So here we have, at one time I did a big meeting at the South Bank as part of WOW, which was Women of the World, which is now all over the world, became the precursor to the What Women Want that I put on in '95, and it developed into that, and I was always part of it until I came to live here. And so once I put up some big white paper on the walls, and all the people that were there, the SEED community and others, put together what we saw SEED happening. And when I look back at it now, because that was, I don't even remember, again, I'm hopeless on years, but it would have been about 2008, 9, and so much of that has happened. And I'm proud that that's happened. And here it was, in my usual way of doing a workshop with a baby on my knee. This was a workshop below with at Beehive, which was a wonderful venue to have workshops at. I mean, it was a gift. Beehive, while it happened, was a total gift. And I'm delighted to say that what I have now, my SEED Hub, which I'll show you in a minute, is very much a reflection of the same sort of style, and actually the same artist who did all those paintings on the walls, the paintings downstairs too. Here I am in Africa. I work with charity African Solutions for African Problems in South Africa, where I worked with the rural women, the grandmothers, many of them, who were looking after the children because the middle generation had got AIDS and their children were not around. And I learned so much from them. It was one of the most wonderful experiences. I went twice. It was one of the most wonderful experiences I'd ever had. And even though most of them we couldn't even speak the same language. They were Xhosa. I can't speak Xhosa, but which is done with a click, and I can't do that. But I learned very early on that language and words are about 11% of communication. But what really comes is love from the heart and exchanging energy through our body language, the tone of our voice, and through many ways of doing things that don't always mean you have to speak the same language. So that was an incredible experience for me. A little bit below, we created Women's Enterprise Program, which went around the country with Tribal, which was CDAT, the tribal people. And that was the first blended learning program that was for women to learn how to start a business. And again, it involved a lot of the original SEED values of personal development combined with very practical ways of how to do a business plan, how to market yourself. We still have this program, and we're going to put that online. We are pivoting. I'm going to use that word. You're going to get so fed up with it, Bev. And we are pivoting. And so we are taking that program, which we launched about 12 years ago, maybe a bit more, and we are developing it now into small online programs which people can just download very easily. And we've got some fantastic graphics now. It's amazing how technology changes though, because we've got such great graphics in that, and I've got to work out how we can digitalize those and bring them up to date. So that's one of my little lists I've got to do. And here I was actually in Croatia speaking to a community of women, and I worked in Sarajevo after the war in Yugoslavia. This was more recently. And we worked with the women there, the women survivors. Didn't put any pictures up, I should have done. The women survivors who'd lost their husbands, lost their fathers, lost their sons. And the one thing that they could do was that they did traditionally was knit. So I worked with UNESCO and the World Bank on a project with them where I found some great designers in the UK and the US, people like Betty Jackson and Adina Ronne and others, and they designed simple garments which we then had made up in Sarajevo by these women. They could earn a living. It gave them their confidence back. It brought them together as a community, because while they would sit around and knit together, they would talk and share what had happened to them. And it was an incredible project. And then I brought it to London Fashion Week, and it sold to various stores. So that was a great project we did for 2 or 3 years, and hugely rewarding again for me. I mean, they even did a little fashion show. So on the left here, some of these pictures I think are repeated, but On the left here is Bloomingdale's window that I managed to get in Manhattan. Got all these windows to launch Seed. It's what I call chutzpah. Don't ask me how I did it. I know somebody, they introduced to somebody else, got to see the head woman at marketing at Bloomingdale's. They didn't even sell books there. And I managed to get them to give me these windows. They then used them to promote their women entrepreneurs they bought from. And then I went around America, particularly California, doing workshops, Seed workshops in Bloomingdale stores, which was one of my most challenging moments. And I loved it. And that was 20 years ago. It was fantastic. I am so, I don't know why I've got the same picture there, but anyway, I'm very grateful for all the things I've done. A little bit more up to date, got my OBE from Prince of Wales. He wanted to talk to me about fashion. And I was much more interested and proud of the fact that I got it for women's empowerment. And he started talking to me about what was happening with London Fashion Week. And I said, well, you know, I haven't been in that for a long time, but I'm working with women's empowerment. What I didn't say to him was that I had had certain very enjoyable meetings with his current wife, but also had worked with his former wife on the fashion, but I didn't put that one out. I didn't think I'd spoil the moment, but I did say that I'd been at Clarence House and I'd been with Camilla and how much she supported women and women's empowerment. And he laughed, had a giggle and said, yes, he finds all these very strong, powerful women in his house. Usually disappears. So it was a very nice engagement. So then I moved to Somerset and here I am now. And I bought, having had the experience of really having to leave Beehive and several times realizing that if I didn't own the building, I don't really have the power. So I sold my home in Spain and I came to Wincanton and I bought these two buildings next door each other, right in the middle of this little town I live in. One was an old pub and I completely refitted that and made it look inside very much like Beehive used to. And I bought next door. That's how it looks inside. It's beautiful. It's not open right now. We'll talk about that a bit later. And I had bought next door. It's got this beautiful shop at the front and I live behind there. And I'm very happy being here. And I love living in a small town and a small community. And I'm also very much enjoying the opportunity it's giving me to be involved in that community and see, as I work so much on a sort of bigger scale as well, what changes we can make in one small town and how what we learn can actually be shared then with other towns, other villages, other communities, other cities, because we've got so many of the issues that any small town would have. And now with the lockdown, a lot more. So what would be the two businesses you wouldn't want to have right now? Would be a non-essential retail business and a cafe with bedrooms. That's the shop. It's absolutely glorious, as you can see. It genuinely looks even better than that. I love it. I love having a shop, I must say, mostly because that means I can do my own shopping and not have to go too far. And we do very well. So we have, of course, gone online. We went online in the last lockdown. We are staying open for collect and click, as are many retailers. We do have a certain amount of essential products. We sell supplements and we sell oils and well-being products. We're very focused on well-being. So I feel confident that we will still have our loyal customers and Seed family buying their Christmas presents from us. It's already started. And I think that a lot of people realize that supporting independent retailers, and in turn, we are supporting independent women entrepreneurs. Everything we buy comes from women entrepreneurs, small businesses, comes from cooperatives. It's holistic, they're eco products. They are everything's recyclable. Everything we do is sustainable. So as we get supported, we then can support others. And that is also part of the circular economy. So I love the shop. Please get in touch. Come and do your Christmas shopping. It's beautiful. And then we have a big room where I'm sitting right now, which is the Seed workshop room. And I do these days a certain amount of one-to-one mentoring when I've got the time. We do workshops here. This was obviously before lockdown. We've got these beautiful bedrooms. And this is the room I'm sitting in, where we do our workshops. We've got a lovely garden that we use for workshops. So I've also done a lot of community events. This is some of them where every International Women's Day, we've shown a film which is women's related, and we bring the community into that. We've always been packed out. So that's 3 years we've done that. So this coming International Women's Day, we are going to do a women's film festival. Nothing that's not ambitious. So we're going to be doing a women's film festival, and we are working very much on how we can be flexible. Is it going to be online, or is it going to be in real time? Are we going to be locked up in March, or are we going to be able to do something which won't be in my place? It'll be in a much bigger venue. So that, again, I'll talk about a little bit in a moment. So we would have monthly networking events here with great speakers, packed out, women from all around the area. And I, again, loved it. Healthy food, vegan food. We'd dance, we'd laugh, we'd sing. We had a lot of music here. Great speakers like Joe Berry up on the left-hand corner, my friend who's relationship expert. On the right-hand corner, we've got Paula Carnell. They're all part of Seed now, who is a bee expert. Molly Gunn with me in the blue dress, Selfish Mother. She was one of my extraordinary women. Her business started from her blog, as a lot of you probably know. She started with a blog, built up a huge following. She was a fashion journalist previously. She started selling t-shirts. She started giving a lot of the money from the t-shirts, sweatshirts, and other products to women's charities. She raised over $1 million. And because she was working with certain charities, she got a lot of very high profile celebrities supporting her. And the business has done very well. And I love her. She's in the next town. She's a great friend. So I have met the most wonderful women. We started the Wincanton Seed Market. So that was a fun little project, which was going last month, won't probably be happening now until the spring, where we would get local makers to come and sell their products, local craftspeople. That's our woman mayor, Sue Shelburne Barrow, in the middle with her chains on, and other women from the area who are retailers or in the council. I'm not saying there's no men that live in Wincanton, they are, but we, at the moment, it's some very, very powerful, wonderful women here, and I'm very proud to be part of that group. We turned Power of Seven onto online retreats. They were live retreats. We turned them to online as soon as we could, and these were some of the ones, and we're carrying on. We're starting in January with our online retreats, which include well-being, fitness, dance, of course, me, and wellness experts, and they are over a 3-day period. People, women, and there's a picture of Anne McCluskey, who's on this, very cool. I can just see her on the right-hand side, and there you are, who come from these retreats, then move on to the Power of Seven work that I do, which is using 7 archetypes as a toolkit for women to move into their natural power. This is some of the publicity that's come out since we've been here, which is great. I mean, I haven't talked to you about AbFab. I said to Bev, don't refer to AbFab, whatever you do. Here I am. You can see you can have an AbFab. It has been incredibly useful. I did not go out of my way to get that tag. I did not go out of my way to be said to be the personality that inspired Absolutely Fabulous. I was Jennifer Saunders and Dawn French's PR. Jennifer's actually admitted it was based on me. I'm always in denial, but the fact is, and the reality is, that it has been a huge benefit. It drives me crazy because I feel my work is so much more beyond what AbFab's about. But if that's what opens the door, and that's what they then are ready to do, a 3-page article, or like we had in the Telegraph. Actually, it wasn't, they hardly mentioned AbFab. I haven't got it handy. Last week, Telegraph magazine did a 3-page article. Stella magazine did a 3-page article about what we're doing here and what our plans are. I should have had it here really. And I'm delighted to say that AbFab was only 2 sentences of the whole story. It goes down. Oh, here it is. So this was, yeah, a couple of nice pages in Stella magazine. And, you know, I guess I really have to accept that my past is my present and that's my future. So instead of getting all like, don't talk about AbFab, please, actually, I should really acknowledge it and honor it and say, well, you know, it certainly hasn't done me any harm. That's for sure. I take myself much more seriously than that, but it certainly hasn't done me any harm. And, you know, it was a women's show, written by women, acted by women, produced by women. So really, it was a fun and a very, very funny show, which I personally love. And actually, they quoted me here saying, I resented its hideous. I never said that. I love Absolutely Fabulous. I watch it, haven't watched it for a while. I do watch it if it comes up. I'm a huge fan. I think Jennifer Saunders is brilliant. So what next for me? So October 2020, I launched the Seed Hub Club as a membership platform. And that's going really well. I'm learning what that means. I've got to bring up, because Jill mentioned it, and I know we're going to be talking about it later, but I really like the way you mentioned that, Jill, that where have we gone from seed network to club? You know, is that part of the pivoting? I know we're talking about that later, but I couldn't resist, because it really gave me some juice to think about that. Because I didn't plan that where we're all going is we're going from networking to the concept more of a club, of belonging, of a tribe. Of course, you're a part of tribe too. So, but we want more than the original. I was on the first board of the very first women's business networking, network in the country. I don't even remember what it's called now. I think it's called Women's Business Network or something. And I was one of them, and that was a long, long time ago. And it was still kind of based on the male paradigm, the male style in a way. We know that's changed. It's much more about collaboration, and it's a club, and we belong, and whichever club you belong to, or you maybe belong to 2 or 3 clubs, and that's okay. I mean, that's where we're finding our friends, and our life is so much from now online that it is so important for all of us, whether we live on our own or we live with a big family, whatever it is, that we have our tribe, we have our connection. So we only launched Seed Hub Club, I think like 4 weeks ago. We're constantly doing events from fitness to meditation to just talks, wisdom chats between myself and others about how we see the world going. And that, as much as anything, is the most powerful thing, and what we can do together. And then the big event that I'm planning, I must be crazy, is March 21. It's going to be on and offline, or it'll be a hybrid. It's called Seeding the Future. And the reason it's come about is that Wincanton is going through a regeneration program for 3 years. And I was encouraged by South Somerset District Council to do some kind of event here. And I thought it would be a good idea. At this point, when it first started, we were not in lockdown. So having to really pivot, really be flexible, really not know from second to second. We're doing a budget, but is it going to be online or is it going to be offline? Is something we're still looking at. But what it will be 100% is it's in 3 parts. First part is how we can create much more of a growing kind of community here. In this farming community, we still have certain housing where people live, where they're not growing vegetables, the children aren't aware. So we want to create much more of a culture of growing, bring the farmers, the local gardeners with the children, and create a 6-month program from March, where we're planting the seeds right the way through to harvest, of growing vegetables throughout the town. We're not the first. I mean, Incredible Edibles did it in Yorkshire and started it some years ago. Incredible, and that's such a success. So we want to learn from them, and we want to do it more, and we want to create somewhere where we can engage every single member of this community of all ages into a growing project. So we are starting that in March, and I'm doing this in partnership with the Balsam Centre, which is our local community centre charity, and also Where West Begins, who I've been working with the films for the last 3 years. Which is run by an incredibly smart woman called Penny Nagel. So we're doing it in collaboration. And then I'm using my KIC, which I've never used, the Seed KIC, the Community Interest Company, which I set up years ago, want to use, and have been waiting for the right project to put this through. And then we will have the film, the Women's Film Festival, but we're also going to do a Young People's Film Award, and we're going to spend the summer months doing workshops for young people in the area on how to make a film, even if it's for a little video for TikTok or something, so that they start getting confident about filmmaking skills, and that's part of it as well. And then the third part, which is the gathering of amazing women. I'm hoping to have speakers from all over the world who are involved in the new aspects of the new future, whether mostly around localization, regeneration, growing, and that includes growing business, but very much from this new way of doing business. And we're going to be bringing in women farmers. So I didn't mean to do that, sorry. And yeah, it's hugely ambitious. I must be crazy, but anyway, so you'll be hearing from me about that one. I hope you'll all be involved. So it may, as I say, be a certain amount, or mostly online. There will be community aspects of it, seeding the future. So this is a quote that continually inspires me. It's by Buckminster Fuller, who's sadly no longer with us, who was an amazing American visionary engineer architect. He did many, many things. If you haven't ever seen any of his work, he created the geodesic dome. Very extraordinary man. But this quote really gets me inspired every time. And I'm looking at the world as it is today, and the world that it was, and the world I do not want to go back to, and the future of how it can be, and how that future is going to be led by women, and how when we look even today at the news and what's going on in America, saying this is not right, this cannot carry on, we have to create something new, but we will never create the new if we fight the existing reality. That's not the way to do it. So Buckminster Fuller said, you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, you have to build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. For me, that is about us all coming together as women and working to creating this new future. And I feel it so passionately, and whatever years I've got left to have this energy, I'm committed to it. Creating this new future for my grandchildren, for other grandchildren. And as the Indigenous grandmothers, the 13 grandmothers who have been meeting for years say, it's the 7 generations to come. So we have to make something so much better in every single way, the way we live, the way we work, the way we eat, the way we grow, the way we spend. So that's this. So I can talk to you more about it anytime at the Seed Hub Club. That is what we do. We have the vision, we're growing together, we have the shop, buy from each other, we can promote our businesses there, we connect, come and visit when we're able to again, and we can read and we can watch all the incredible speakers that I also have on the Seed Hub Club, constantly coming to offer free workshops that will really grow everybody's lives, all your lives, my life, the people that are doing the presentations lives. That's what it's about. It's constantly growing. The seeds are planted, the seeds have been sown. Let's grow together and create this beautiful garden where we can all benefit and where others can come and benefit too. So on terms of timing, it's 10:30, and I said that we were going to have 10 minutes or however long Bev allows me to have any questions. I really hope there are some. So I don't know if you're going to demute or it's going into...
Yeah, I will. If you could stop your share.
I'm doing it now, yeah.
Yeah, then I can see people around. So first of all, let's say thank you to Lynn for that amazing story that now I'm exhausted by, and I don't know when Lynn gets her energy from to do all this stuff. And I want to ask the first question, and I'm going to go open it up, because one of the things I found working with women is where we get very afraid and we don't want to rock boats, and we don't want to... So through your long and varied career, was it a plan, or did a lot of it you just sort of fell into because of the passion you had for the subject?
Oh, thank you, Bev. It's a great question. There was never a plan. There is still no plan. I did not intend to come to Wincanton, open a cafe and a shop and anything else at all. I've retired at least 3 times. No, it came together, and I do listen to my intuition, and sometimes I follow, you know, I'm Aries, I kind of rush into it and I follow it too fast, and sometimes it's a good idea to just stay still, which is why I do meditation, so I don't rush into things. But yeah, I mean, it's no plan. Why did I was very successful. I love living in Los Angeles. I love living by the sea, lived in why did I come back? I lived in Mallorca, I had a home there for 25 years. There's no logic or reason why I do what I do. And right now I have no doubt whatsoever this is where I'm supposed to be. I have no doubt. And you know, my children and grandchildren do not live around here, so that's sad for me. But equally, I know this is where I am absolutely supposed to be, in this actual building. That's where I'm supposed to be. So I listen to my intuition a lot. Sometimes I'm a bit too early, very much too early in some projects I do, and I catch up with myself. But I'm feeling right now that despite there being no plan in my logical mind, somewhere there was a plan, because where I am now, not just geographically, but with everything I've done, all my work, all the experience I've had, that's exactly where I'm supposed to be now. And I feel, and it's not just me, I think for a lot of us, it's like, particularly of a certain age, and we go to that wise woman phase, it's almost as if we were born to be in this time, to be in our training, to become the wise women, and so that we can become really the holders of that space for the new generations coming through. So I didn't have a plan, but maybe somebody, something, some, some energetic level, there was a plan.
Excellent. I love that actually, because I plan and plan and plan. It's only when I don't plan that it all comes together. Jill has a question for you. Then I have a question from Tristan. So Jill, if you unmute.
Thanks, Bev. Lynn, another fabulous presentation. Thank you so much. You are without doubt one of my greatest heroes. You've heard me say that before. And I'm sorry about the question, but it's the one that I'm always interested in. Out of all those amazing achievements, are there any that you would say, yeah, that's the one I'm really the most proud of?
It's a great question. Because I live in the present and in the future, what was I? There's something the other day I thought, yes, I'm really, really proud of that. I don't know. There's not one. I think What Women Want was a huge one for me because I did it on no budget and took over the whole of the South Bank and had an extraordinary event that helped a lot of people and helped me. It was beautiful. But no, I think for me, it's always what's next. It really is, So now it's like, okay, what's next will be this big event in the spring, which I really hope can help people everywhere and be of service. So no, there's not one. There's not. I'm not somebody that tends to sit on my laurels because there's so much more to be done, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Tristan. And now Tristan is a multitasker. So if he's able to ask the question himself, great. If he's on the phone or another call, or actually sometimes a whole other workshop, I'll ask it for him. Tristan, you there? Right, I'm going to ask it for him. Tristan says, what was the best advice you were given that you never took?
I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. I'm not somebody that, I really don't know. I can't, that's a real man's question, isn't it? I mean, man's question. I wouldn't even remember if it was so unimportant that I never took it. It would have got in one ear and out the next. So why would I have held on to it?
Fair enough. Okay, so now we have a question from Jack. I don't have the name here, so Jack.Aduse. Who is that person who would like to?
The lady with the dogs.
Unmute, Jack, and ask a question. Oh, no? Okay, I'll ask for you then. She loved your authentic story, loved it, and asked, how did you juggle everything you did with balancing work and home life?
It was a real challenge because, as I mentioned, we didn't have the technology then. So I didn't even have a mobile phone to see if my kids are okay during the day. And it was a real struggle. And I don't think I did it brilliantly. And there was a certain amount of guilt, when I was at work, should I be with the kids? When I was with kids, should I be working? It's nothing that doesn't occur, I think, for most working mothers, but it is easier now. And it wasn't easy then. And I'm sorry that I wasn't around more for my kids at certain times. Definitely, that's, if I have a regret, it's that. But they're adults now, they're in their 40s, they've got children, they're great parents, they've got good careers. I must have done something right, but it's a struggle juggling, but a lot easier now because we work from home now. I mean, how much easier can it be to be there when they come home from school? I couldn't do any of that. I worked in Covent Garden and my family lived in South London, and so I had to arrange a lot of evening events. So it was really tough, actually. It was being pulled. And that's when I turned to Buddhism, actually. When I was about in my 30s, I became a Buddhist and I started chanting because I felt I was out of balance, and I'd met this practice through other friends. And I realized that I needed something that would just keep me centered because I was being pulled in so many directions. And I still do that Buddhist practice now. I mean, I stopped for a number of years and then I started again. Very, very powerful chanting practice. I do it every morning. I did it before I came on here, and it just brings me into my center. So, and I meditate as well. So that was very necessary.
It's about grounding yourself, isn't it, sometimes, and slowing down. We've got time for one more question, and that's from Anne McCluskey. Go on, Anne, unmute yourself and ask.
Okay, thank you, Bev. How do we ensure we avoid alienating men, Lynn, in shaping the future?
Such a good question. We've got to do this in partnership with men. There's absolutely, I mean, I've got a quote here, which I don't think I've got time to read, but it's all about the future. You probably heard me, Anne, read it before about cooperation. And the first cooperation we must do is cooperation between male and female. But I believe that this kind of soft power, which we call the feminine power, is equally accessible and desirable for men as it is women. And if men can let go of their wounds and their pain and their need to behave in a certain way, then I think we can really do it together. What we cannot do is adapt to the old paradigm masculine way, because that's where we think success is, where we have to, you know, where power and greed becomes the big corruptive force, as we see so clearly in what's going on in American elections, which is just horrific. And so it is up to us as women to hold our hands out to men and say, we can do this together, but let's come from a new place of love and soft power and not aggression and the need, that old hierarchical male linear way of doing things, when we come from the heart instead. And we have to remember that as well, because we're strong women, we're powerful women, you know, we also need to stay in that space of heart as well. It's so important for all of us as we go forward.
I'm going to jump in because I'm anal about timings. And thank you. That was a beautiful question, actually, to end your story on, Lynn. Do stay around during the day, I hope. I'll pop in and out if you're really busy, but the room will be open. And can I just say, again, on behalf of everybody, a huge thank you for sharing with us. Yes, the claps.
Thank you.
And just to let you know that on the event page, the links to the Seed Hub membership thing, the club is there, the book link is there. I will find out more about the donut economy and put a link on there as well. And thank you. And on that note, I'm now going to jump to introduce another lady who's going to give us her story. And I'm really, really glad she's here. And I'm really, really glad her mother is doing really well. I have to say that. And her name is Sunny Bird. And when I first met Sunny, I went, what an amazing name to make up, Sunny Bird. And she said, no, that's my name. I was like, how often do you actually get a real name that is that catchy? So on that note, I'm going to introduce Sunny, who has done something amazing for us women that hate dressing, who hate shopping for dresses. So thank you, Sunny, and over to you.
Thank you, Bev. I'm really untechnical, so I'm going to try and get my presentation out for you guys, but I promise not to speak for every point of this presentation, and actually hopefully it'll flow. So bear me 2 seconds. Share screen. Can you guys see that presentation?
Yes, we can see it. I think everyone can see it.
Pressing F5 to make it bigger. It's not going as big.
I think we probably need to go into slideshow at the top.
Thank you.
Go on to slideshow and then from beginning.
Thank you, Beth. There we go. I'm so untechnical. I try, but I really am not that great. Okay, so I'm Sunny Bird. Thank you for the introduction, Bev. My husband's last name's Bird, so that's how I got that name. It was Moran before I married my husband, but he was adamant that I took his last name, and I was fine with that. I'm going to talk to you today about the Perfect Dress Company. And actually, the last time I met with you, Jill, when we at your event, we were at the very beginning of our journey, and we hadn't actually launched the dresses yet, and our website wasn't live. And it was a year on. It's a year on from that. And actually, it wasn't until I was doing this presentation I realized actually how much we've done in a year, considering we've all had like the dreadful COVID and lockdown. So I'm Sunny, and I'm the founder of the Perfect Dress Company. And during lockdown, we've pivoted, and we're going to talk about pivoting later on, but we've pivoted to also launch brands, the Secret Slimming dresses, our Bump to Baby range, and our Darcy Rose meaningful jewelry. But all these ventures were born out of my belief in how powerful fashion and jewelry can make you feel, and it can really change the way we feel about ourselves. So my ultimate mission for the Perfect Dress Company is, no matter what stage of life you're in, I want to become that go-to dress in your wardrobe that never lets you down, the one that you'll always feel great in. I really want what we're doing to help empower women to feel great about themselves. And that's really the core in everything we do with the brand. But how did we get here? Because actually, for some of you that don't know, I run a PR agency called Sunny Bird PR. And I always said to my team, think like a client. What would the client want to hear from you? But one of the team one day said to me, but how do we think like a client when we've never been in a client's shoes? And so we formed an innovation hub within our brand, and we sat down as a team and we talked about launching our own brand. So really we could show clients a step we've gone through, from purchasing to product development to research to branding to pricing to marketing to sales, so we could really show that we put ourselves in their shoes. And I also wanted my team to really understand the value of their work. So we do PR for our clients, social media and digital, and we can see the results, but they don't really sometimes get to see the sales that our clients get on the back of it, or they don't really get to see like how we can elevate the brand on the back of it. And the other thing we do at Sunny Bird PR is we have our Reaching Millions courses, and we do a Reaching Millions board where we teach people how to do their own PR, smaller brands who aren't really at the stage to get a PR agency. And we wanted to use our own business as a case study to help guide and mentor them. So that was one of the reasons when we first set up the Perfect Dress Company, why we were doing it. I also have a personal reason. My personal reason is I have been every size. I've been a size 8 up to a size 18. And no matter what my size was, and it has been, I'm somewhere in the middle at the moment, I actually have always struggled to find really flattering dresses. And I found it very strange that even if you could be a smaller size, actually no one was really focusing on the flattering element. And the more research I did on this, the more I realized actually there's a gap in the market for someone to focus at the very forefront, flattering dresses behind designs. So I'm not sure if you guys have ever been there, but I was getting to the stage where I was ordering 30 dresses at a time from different retailers, and I'd be really lucky if one suited my shape. And I'd end up buying a dress and I'd put it in my wardrobe and think, I'll wear that when I'm 10 pounds slimmer. I'll look good in it when I'm 10 pounds slimmer. Does anyone else have these type of dresses in their wardrobe? We call them the one day, someday dresses, the ones that still have the tags on, and they've been in your wardrobe for ages, but I just don't tell my husband that they're mine. Well, he must know they're mine. The more I speak to my friends and other women, the more I realise that other women felt the same way, and they felt like, fashion wasn't being made for them, and they felt more could be done. Actually fashion should be made for us women and not the other way around. We should be changing our shape to fit into fashion brands, and that's actually how it was back in the day. I know certain fashion brands that only go up to a certain size, like size 12s, and that's ridiculous. We're all different shapes and sizes, and there should be a brand that reflects that. So I set out on my mission to create the most flattering dresses ever, and I made a promise to myself that real women's figures would be at the forefront of these designs. So to start off with, we did an awful lot of research. So I actually started working on this brand. We're in our 3rd year. We launched last year, but we did 2 years of research and development, and I really feel now, looking at the results that we're getting, that it completely paved the way for us. So we started off by doing a survey with 2,000 women, and 97% said they would buy a dress that flattered their figures. 98% said they didn't want to wear Spanx just to make them feel good in a dress. 69% said they felt least confident with their tummy area, and 42% said they felt least confident with their upper arms. So we used all this research when we were developing the products, so we could really focus in what women were saying that they wanted. And then I thought it was really important. So when I was researching and speaking to other fashion brands about how they created their sizes, they developed them on a mannequin. And then for every size that goes up around the waist, it goes up 2 inches. But I think that's extraordinary, because as women, we don't all size the same. We don't all go up in size the same. Our bodies are so different. So when we started developing the dresses, we actually developed them on real women's bodies, real figures. And we developed them in a white material, so we could see, how flattering the dresses were. But also, if you develop a dress on a mannequin, how can that mannequin tell you how they feel in the dress? How can they tell you, you know, that it makes them feel confident or it's comfortable? And how can you see if like it's supporting like the areas that you're least confident about, such as cellulite or your tummy area? We were so passionate about working with real women that actually the process of making the dresses actually took quite a bit of time, because we were making different prototypes for different sizes. So it wasn't a one prototype was for every single size. So for instance, the slightly larger our sizes were, we developed different areas to put more coverage seams or to put more slimming panels up higher, because every size is different. And as I said, it can't be a one size fits all when it comes to fashion. We were really passionate about testing and competitor analysis. You know, I can't say that we make the most flattering dresses. Actually, such and such down the road does as well. So we went to the lengths of trying on over 200 competitor dresses to make sure that what we're actually putting out there is really, really flattering. And actually, we started to build up a community, because we're speaking to my followers on my social media, but we started our own Perfect Dress Company community on social media, and we were asking them to rate what they thought of the dresses, if they felt ours was more flattering. And this is a great way of getting some direct feedback from our potential customers or customers to be in the future. We also held focus groups in our offices. And this was really useful, but actually really scary. I was so used to holding focus groups for my clients, but actually when you're holding a focus group about a product that you've developed and you've spent 2 years working on, it was a bit of a shock, to be honest. Some of the feedback, some of the dresses I thought would be their favorites weren't. And actually it really helped shape the brand. We talked about price points, what they were willing to pay. We talked about what magazines they read, so we could figure out marketing going forward, what social media channels. We talked about what brands they buy, what colors they liked. But it really did help shape the brand, as much as it was hard to hear. Actually, Bev, you're in the background. So these focus groups are super vital in helping us shape the brand, because actually we developed 12 styles to launch with. And on the back of the focus groups, we actually realized that a few of them needed a bit more work. So we ended up launching with 3 styles, and we've used those as our core dresses so far. Oh. Creating a community has been really important to us, because my background's PR and I'm a big believer in trying to get people involved in your brand so you can really understand what they want from your brand. So we asked them decisions from packaging to styles to colors to labeling, and they really helped us shape the brand. But because of it, we had this big following, and when we launched, so our website went live in December, but actually we didn't have any stock in until March, but we sold out of our first load of stock within that first 3 months, because of the community had been a part of our journey the whole way through. And we had sales around the world, which is amazing for a startup brand. So these are the 3 dresses that we launched with. So this is our drop a dress size dress, and we launched it in 3 colors, and they're the 3 colors that were really prevalent in our focus groups. And these are bodycon dresses, but they look great from sizes 8 to 6 to 8 as our sizes currently, to 20 to 22. And as soon as we can, we are going to introduce more sizes than that. And how these dresses work are, you can't see it from looking at the dresses straight on, but we've put double layers in them. We've lined them with the same material. We have side twists that helps with ruching. And the products have really been working. This actually dress is our best seller, our drop a dress size dress. Oh, and then this is our nip and tuck dress. And you saw me actually in the focus group wearing a version of this with a high neck. And this has really subtle hidden pleats at the front of the dress, which gives you an extra layer of coverage. And it also has this ruched waistband that really pulls in your waist. The dresses are super comfortable. You don't need to wear Spanx with them. And this is what we call our tummy trimmer dress. It's almost like a sarong front of the dress, which ties at the front of the dress and gives you an extra layer of coverage and also pulls you in. So these are the 3 dresses that we launched with. And we've had so many amazing feedbacks and testimonials from clients saying that they really, really love how they feel in them. One thing that I really was, when we first launched the brand, I really wanted to show different women, because one of the feedback that we got from our focus groups is that they really felt unrepresented in fashion. So I wanted on our website to do something slightly different and have women of every single size on there, so you could realistically see how that dress would look on you. And on our website, we actually really struggled to find models of every size. We went to model agencies, and so we ended up using real women, which is much more reflective of what we do as a brand. And these women had jobs such as, Bethany Churcher, she is a body positive influencer, but she's also a communicator for a transport company. Chloe is an event manager, and Maria is a body positivity influencer. But the great thing about working with these women is they launched us to their followers, and they had a reach themselves of over 500,000 people. So again, it was a great way of getting the message out there of what we were doing. As I said earlier, like 98% of women said that they didn't feel represented in the fashion industry. And so we purposely made sure that we were different. And we have the select a size feature on our website. And you can literally go onto our website, choose your dress size, and it will bring up, we're the only website that has this feature, and it will bring up the dresses in your size. It will bring up a model wearing the dresses in your size. So if you are a size 10 to 12, you'd click on it, and then the whole website changes just to show models of your size. Other brands that have started to do something similar are brands like ASOS, but they use AR technology, which is literally a picture of a mannequin of a certain size with a dress stretched over it. But that's not really how a real woman is going to look in a dress. It's madness. And I still don't understand why we're the only brand doing this. And don't get me wrong, it's cost us an awful lot of money to have 8 different models do our shoots for one dress, but actually the return has been invaluable. So these are our 8 models that we first worked with. And it did cost us probably around about 10 times what a normal shoot would cost you, because we had to have, the location had to be bigger, we had to have more makeup artists, hairdressers, we had 3 photographers on the day. But on the back of doing things differently, and this is quite important, I think, it actually was really invaluable because it helped us launch the brand, because all the press started writing about this brand new brand doing things differently. This woman with no fashion experience doing things differently. And as much as that cost us an awful lot of money to do, this would have cost us over 100,000 in advertising if we were to spend this advertising about our brand. So it was a great way to launch our brand. So don't be afraid of doing things differently if you feel really passionate about them. On the back of really struggling to find models, we actually ended up launching our own model competition. And this was amazing. There's Bev modelling our dress in the middle with your gorgeous hair, Bev. But it was also a great way of educating people on what we do and what we're doing as a brand. And the potential models in the competition talked about what we're doing on their social media. They shared their pictures, and it was a really great way of actually building our community. But it hasn't been all plain sailing, and no business is. And again, I think later on Beverly's going to talk about failures and what does failure mean. We had things such as soon as our dresses were actually ready, we had a factory fire and 3,000 dresses burnt down. And we almost had to start again. We had to get because all our fabric's made for us. It's not bought off the shelf. We developed it ourselves. So we had to go through the whole process again of making the fabric, making the dresses before we could launch. We came under fire by body confidence influencers who said that they were disappointed that we were encouraging people to look slimmer. But actually paved the way for us to do some more communication with them. We had material that turned up with mistakes. Our website designer went bust a month before we were meant to launch. We had to work with a brand new website designer. Finding the models in every size. We had a photography and videography disaster, which is actually down to me. I tried to cram an awful lot into one day, like I always do. And then we have lockdown, trying to launch a fashion brand with going out dresses when no one's going out. The amount of setbacks we had and challenges was amazing, but I think everyone who runs a business goes through setbacks and challenges at some point, and it's how you move forward from them that really matters. I'm quite a positive person, and as much as we had challenges along the way, I always believe that in every challenge you'll find an opportunity. So the factory fire actually gave us more time before the launch to work with influencers rather than models, which actually gave us a bigger reach. And if that hadn't happened, we'd have probably just worked with the one size, which is really not what we wanted to do. Coming under fire by body confidence influencers taught us how to be brave and remember our why, and not everyone is going to like us. And we actually did some more research, and we actually changed the names of some of the dresses that we were launching. The material turning up with mistakes meant that we didn't go with the 12 colours we'd first developed, and we went with 3 core colours, which was much more in line with what our focus group said. The website went bust. We actually found an amazing replacement, and our website is definitely better because it ended up being cheaper too. Finding models of every size meant that we could do the model competition, raise awareness, and we used real women that fitted with the ethos of our brand. I'm still learning when it comes to how much I can cram into a day. So sometimes not everything is an opportunity. And lockdown actually gave us time to pivot as a brand and launch other things that we plan to do later on. We found a new factory. We spent time developing our jewelry range. We actually won a TV advert, and the list goes on. So sales dropped in lockdown, obviously. So the first 3 months, it was almost like a tumbleweed moment, no sales of anything. And so we had to really think about what we could do to boost awareness during that time. So this is what we've been up to in the last 6 months. So we went from 3 months of no sales to, I'll show you what happened next. We launched a TV advert. We decided to use the lockdown time to send our dresses out to celebrities because they're also in lockdown, so they weren't doing as much as they would normally be doing, and this gave us a massive opportunity. We sent out our dresses to some of the Real Housewives, to Vicky Patterson, to Anna Williamson, and all really well-known people, and them sharing the dresses via their social media channels gave us a reach of 6 million people. We also sent out the dresses to social media influencers just to show, we're not just a celebrity-focused brand. We really want to show how our dresses look from women of all ages, sizes, and stages of their lives. And again, this gave us an additional reach. And because of this, using this time in lockdown to send out our dresses, we ended up getting lots of press coverage on the back of the celebrities wearing them. Our sales increased by 550% in 1 month. So 3 months after lockdown, our sales went up by 550%. Our social media follows doubled, and this was just a result of national press covering what the celebrities were wearing. We even got a front page of Closer, which is unheard of for a brand new fashion brand. We ended up getting 70 pieces of coverage during lockdown, which had a reach of 8.7 million, and that was worth 400,000. So just by doing those things and using that time in lockdown wisely, it meant that our reach and getting our message out to people had expanded, and we got in titles such as Daily Mail, Grazia, The Mirror, OK, You Magazine, Notebook, Drapers, and even the lovely Mark Hayes that you might recognise from Lorraine featured our dresses with what he would have been suggesting people to wear to Ascot if we'd been able to go to Ascot that year. But months of hard work paid off, because actually within 3 months after lockdown, we turned over 500,000 and we're now on view to turn over 1 million by the end of the year. And that's not bad for a brand that launched at the beginning of lockdown. So what's next for us? We have launched the Incredible Women Awards, and we launched at the beginning of the lockdown because we really wanted to celebrate all these women out there doing amazing things. So far, we've had 500 entries, and we're going to be doing a photo shoot and doing the actual awards, hopefully January, February, if we're allowed to meet up or do anything by then. It's pretty hard to do photo shoots when you're not allowed to touch people with makeup and things like that. So as soon as lockdown is lifted, we'll be announcing the awards. It gave us time also to work on a jewelry range. So we had a few pieces of jewelry on our website, but I really wanted to expand what we're offering, because we saw in lockdown that people were going to our website and buying our jewelry, which is like, firstly and foremost, we're a dress company. So actually we decided in lockdown to develop our range, and we used gemstones in our jewelry. And the reason we started using gemstones was I struggled to have my child, Sophia, for over 10 years. I was trying for a baby. And my sister gave me a beautiful piece of rose quartz when I was trying for her. And I remember thinking, oh, this would be great to have in a piece of jewelry, because I was carrying it around in my handbag. And actually it was one of the reasons we decided our point of difference would be gemstone jewelry. And I named it after my daughter Sophia's middle name. So her middle name's Darcy Rose. This is our current jewelry collection of 5 styles, and each piece of jewelry has a meaning card which tells you what that piece of jewelry means, and if it's strength, clarity, positivity. And again, this is about pivoting as a brand. Like, we saw sales drop. So actually, if we were to have another lockdown with the run up to Christmas, will our sales drop again? What's going to be purchased with the run up to Christmas? We wanted to be able to offer our audience affordable luxuries. So the dresses, so the jewelry is a different price point to the dresses, and the jewelry would still make them feel good, which is really what we're about. And then because we were able to work on our new jewelry range over lockdown, we had 25 new styles which actually arrived this week in the office that will go live next week on the website. And they have 9 different semi-precious stones. So it gave us a good opportunity to expand our range. And it goes live this week. And these are just some of the pieces that we've designed for the new range. And the prices range from £35 to £45. And we really wanted to make it affordable jewelry. And our competitors who have gemstone ranges, they're almost double the price of ours. So we really wanted to make sure that during this time where people are struggling to, with wages, salary, and just living expenses, actually, if we could make something a bit more affordable, they can treat themselves and still feel great about themselves. It also gave us time to launch something that I wanted to do, which is our Bump to Baby range. So I'm a massive believer that fashion should work harder for us. And when I was pregnant on holiday, I remember wearing dresses that weren't, 1, comfortable, but 2, I'm never going to wear again unless I felt pregnant again. So we developed a new range of dresses which are based on our original designs, like the look of them. But actually, these dresses you can wear whilst pregnant, but you can also wear after pregnant, and they're still going to support you and still going to make you feel amazing and great. And we've literally tested this on, we actually sell our dresses on a website called Silk Thread. These haven't launched on our website yet, and they're doing, these dresses are doing really, really well. And these will launch on our website by the end of December. So what's next for us as a brand? So we've got our Bump to Baby range that we're going to be developing. So fashion that works harder for you, a dress that you can wear throughout your pregnancy and after too. We're going to be launching what we call our figure flattering range. So there's women out there who aren't interested in a dress that makes them look slimmer, and that's perfectly fine. And we want to be able to provide for those type of women. So we're going to have a range which just focuses on purely figure flattering. We have our new jewelry collection. We're going to have a range of dresses with prints coming out in February. We've got new styles that we've been working on. We're going to have a mother and daughter range. One of the things that we're big on as a brand is helping empower women, and quite a lot of the things that we do charity-wise are supporting women's charities, supporting women going back to work. We provide dresses for, and we really want to work with women who want to work from home. So one of the things we'll be launching next year is stylists selling from their home. So women can launch their own business with our dresses and work around their family and their hours to suit them. We have been approached by a TV shopping channel, so we'll be selling our dresses on a TV shopping channel next year. We've got our Incredible Women Awards coming up, and we'll have lots of creative PR campaigns, that's a guarantee. And we're working on our sustainability goals. This is something really important to us. At the moment, all our packaging is recyclable, but we want to become a 100% sustainable fashion brand. So these are steps that we're working on next year. We wouldn't be here without all our clients' feedback and support, and that has been so important to us. And when you launch a brand, it really is, it's a reminder that you're doing what you set out to do. And so I'm so grateful of every client, every woman who sent us an email or rated us, you know, told us how we're helping make them feel in the dresses. Someone asked me last week what motivates and inspires me as a businesswoman, and I really am inspired by the people we work with. So the people that want our dresses, so it's our audience that inspires me. Like, I love listening to what they want in fashion. The fact that they feel unrepresented in fashion is going to make me work so much harder to make a difference in that. I want to create things that they love, and they really motivate me to exceed their expectations. I also am really motivated by my stepdaughters, and I really want to help inspire them and my daughter to believe in what they do and to help change things in an industry if they want to, and to work in something they feel passionate about. And they really motivate me every single day. But that's everything, really. I just want to say thank you for listening to our story of growth and what we've done in the first year. And if anyone would like to see what we do or purchase a dress, there's a code here for you. Or if anyone wants to know how we can help with them with their PR for their brand and achieve growth and achieve a community, we've also got other things that we can help you with. That's everything, Bev.
Thank you, Sunny. Thank you. And just to say, certainly the link to the book is on Sunny's page, and any other. Do you want to just unshare, Sunny? And I was privileged, and I have to say slightly amused, shocked, and everything else when I was chosen to go to London as part of the modelling competition. And to be fair, I'm not surprised they didn't pick me. I could show you a picture of me. I'm not going to. And I don't know what it is. You're still sharing there, Sunny. So,
I know. I'm just trying to turn it off. Sorry.
Yeah, at the top, I think. Share.
Your screen is sharing.
Top of your thingamie. Stop sharing.
Okay, sorry. Bear with me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Stop sharing. I've done it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to the day when the modelling world accepts slightly small, dumpy, pink-haired women, and I had bright pink bobber boots on at the time.
You looked amazing.
Yeah, but it certainly wasn't your everyday normal woman, I have to say. But it was great fun, and the dresses are very flattering. So at the moment, I have a couple of questions, and we've got lots of time to grill the lovely Sunny, because Alison will be coming on at 11:35, so we've got some time. So Jill, you have a question. Would you like to unmute and ask your question?
Yes, Sunny, I'm completely exhausted by all these different businesses you're running. I'm doing 1.5 and it's killing me. So how do you manage, I'm sort of guessing some of the answers to this, but how do you manage so many different businesses? Obviously your PR company, your team, but there's a lot more going on now. So how do you manage your time, and how do you stay focused and do amazing stuff like you are?
I think the biggest thing for me is to have a strong team around me, and actually all the businesses work together. So as much as I have a PR agency and we have our Reaching Millions side to that, and then we have the Perfect Dress Company, they're all intertwined somehow. So the PR agency helps with the Reaching Millions courses that we do, the books, and now the Directors Board that we've launched. And also the dress brand is a part of that, because we use the stories and as a case study in the PR and Reaching Millions. And so it's just having the right teams, having certain teams who work on different things. And I'm a massive believer of setting tasks. Aims, I'm a massive KPI person in every single business I run. So even for every client that we take on, we set KPIs of what we're going to achieve for them before the client even asks us for KPIs. I set KPIs with the fashion brand that I'm doing, and I set KPIs for the Reaching Millions brand. So it's having a very clear focus.
Sunny, just tell us what a KPI is in case
sorry.
doesn't know.
It's like a key performance indicator. So I set it's aims for every single brand that we want to do, but they're very specific. So we almost like SMART aims, they're very specific aims, and every person on our team understands what we're looking to achieve. And some things happen sooner than others. It was really interesting putting together the presentation, Bev, because I'd looked at a presentation that we'd written at the very beginning of where we wanted our brand to be, and I was surprised at how many things we'd already ticked off. And it's not sometimes until you look back at your aims you realize that actually you're there. But I think if you have very clear aims, they're much easier to achieve.
Yeah.
Sunny, do you, I'm a great fan of KPIs, having an odd corporate background that was very focused on that. Do you set stretching targets for your team? Do you know what I mean? Because it's easy for us all to go, oh, well, I'll have a target of this and we know we're probably going to achieve it. But do you set stretching ones?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't just set the targets, my team sets them with me. And I think that's really, really important. Even like with the PR agency, on a Monday, we sit down as a team and we work through every single client, what's meant to be their to-do list. But we also have what we call an aim board. So every week, the team need to achieve something for every single client. So it's not just a case of that clients paid us to do a certain job for them. So we have an aim board, and that's also just as important as achieving their to-do list that week. But I don't set that aim, the team sets them. And then often we'll sit down and say, right, but actually, could we achieve more than that? What would it be like to get X, Y, and Z instead? And I think that's really important. I think stretching aims, and I think is a really important thing to do.
Mm.
Alison, you had a question for Sunny. If you'd like to unmute yourself there.
Here I am. Yes, it was to do with the future of the brand. Obviously, you've talked about the KPIs. I mean, where do you see the brand over the next, 5 years maybe?
So I don't want it to just be a dress brand. What I would like to be able to launch is different apparel. So the perfect shoes, the perfect coats, the perfect underwear, the perfect swimsuit. I see us extending our range, but what I don't want to do is I want to build trust. I want our brand to build trust in the community that we have, to show them that we're going to do something and we're going to do it exceptionally well, so that when we do launch these other things, they'll come back and they'll trust us that they'll be just as good as the other products that we're launching.
Perfect. And I'm always saying perfection is unattainable. I'm obviously wrong. One of the things I wanted to come back on is part of Jill's question around all the different brands and how you work them. And one of the things I do with a lot of women who are doing, they have odd side careers and their main career and their main brand, is that actually when you look at people's stories, when you look at the flow, what I call the timeline, all those brands actually do link together. And it often always goes back to your passion in life, the thing you want to do, that the reason you do what you do. Or I say, what do you want on your gravestone? End of your life, what do you want to be remembered for? So I think those of us, or those of you that have all these different arms, and trust me, I've got a few of them, there is a way to pull them back together. So Sunny, I wanted you, if you think about your life, if you like, and all the different things you've done, do you see that story, that link that runs through all your brands?
I think I was sat down talking to you one day, actually, Bev, about this, and I don't know where it's come from, but maybe I'm from a family of 5. I've got 5 brothers and sisters, and like to try and be heard, you had to, you had to be good at something. And so across I had a previous business to this that I sold, which was a retreat company, and I launched wellness retreats in Spain, Portugal, Austria, London. But everything I've launched, every brand that I've worked on, it's always been to exceed expectations for someone. So I always want that customer. It doesn't matter what company it is. It could be the PR company, it could have been my retreat company, it could be my fashion brand, but I want to exceed expectations for every customer and client we have. And there's a theme in all the businesses that I have, all the businesses I run, and that's why I think I'm so results focused, because I actually would take it personally if someone didn't like the dress, or someone didn't think we did a great job on their PR campaign, or someone said they didn't like our retreat company. We for example, one of our KPIs is our return rate for the fashion brand. So most online fashion brands have a 50 to 60% return rate. Our aim was to keep our return rate under 20%. We're currently at 14%, which is unheard of in our industry. And that's really important to me, because I want to know that women are buying our dresses and really loving what we're making.
Yeah, and I do remember that conversation we had. Does anybody else have a question? Because if not, I'm just going to plow right in with this one, because it's something for me, having listened to Lynn and listened to Sunny, and I happen to know listening to the other speakers we're going to have, and we sit here, they've done so much, they've done this, they've done that. There must have been times when not only being a woman with a family seems overwhelming, but when just running and being responsible for keeping a business going can become overwhelming. And how do you manage that overwhelm? Because I think a lot of women in business get to a point, especially with what's going on at the moment, with the how do I keep going forward? How can I make that work? Oh my God, everything's going wrong. Or I'm not good enough. I'm not clever enough. I'm not, which I have to tell you all, ladies, is blatantly untrue, and I never want to hear it coming from any of you, but it happens. So, Sunny, from your point of view, how did you make things happen?
Can I be really honest with you?
Yes,
really, and I haven't shared this with anyone. I really struggled at the beginning of lockdown. It's probably one of the first things. Well, I've had a couple of things that have knocked me in my life, but actually, lockdown, I was completely knocked, and I was really surprised at how I took lockdown on. As in, I struggled for over a month. I struggled getting my head above the water, and I think it's because I have a team that rely on me, and they pay their mortgages due to the businesses that we have. And it took me a while to get my head around not having control, because when we first got told lockdown, it was 2 weeks, and then 5 months later we're still all at home, and I really struggled with that. And I don't think I'm a control freak. Others might say I am, but I struggled with not having control. I struggled with not knowing what was going to happen with the brands. We lost in the PR agency, within the space of 2 months, I lost 80% of our business. And when I spent 7 years developing Sunny Bird PR, and for that to be taken, and I felt like it was taken away from me. It's like, to be taken away, all that hard work was I really struggled with. And I had to, and as any woman, my advice now was to give myself some time to really accept what was going on, and to accept I didn't have control, and to give myself time to put some plans in place. But it didn't come naturally to me, and it didn't happen overnight, and I definitely struggled for over a month with it all. And I struggled being at home and hearing my stepdaughters parent my daughter, my 3-year-old, because I felt like we're at work, we're almost one step away. Like, I could hear someone else parenting her, and that I struggled with. And so lockdown was a bit of an eye-opener for me, and actually, how do I want to run my life and run my business going forward? But I don't think, and I think everyone struggles with lockdown. I've now got friends who are struggling the second part of lockdown, but I think for me, it's accepting that something's going on and then putting a plan in place. But it definitely wasn't a natural thing for me. Sorry, did I answer your question there, Ben?
No, I think it does, because it's interesting. I asked Lynn if she had a plan, and Lynn there was no plan, and Lynn, just with her passion and her energy, made things happen. And then we have Sunny Bird, who has just as much success and things going on, who does plan and has her KPIs and goals to reach and things. And I think for me, that's saying to all women listening that there is no way that anybody has to do things, that there is not a winning formula that you can just go, oh, if I just do that. And for me, again, and I'm going to fill in time because I didn't put myself down as a speaker today.
Sorry.
So I get to use this little bit of time to just say that when I've worked with women and they've gone, oh, I don't have a story, oh, nothing's happened to me. And then after chatting, I find out that one's gone around the world on a yacht, never having been on a yacht before because she was following the boyfriend and he was not going away for 4 months without her. And it's like, really? And she said to me, well, doesn't everybody do that? I'd be very interested if anybody else on this call has ever been around the world on a yacht. Right. I've got, a lady in America who is amazing, and she decided to take up triathletics at 50. And I'm exhausted just hearing how far she swims and runs. But what it is that as women, we think there's a formula. We think that's the way it needs to be done. And if it's not working that way, I'm doing it wrong. Well, again, not true. And if you look at your lives and look at your stories, because your stories are the thing that makes the power behind what you do. Your story means that you are able to pull that intuition, that instinct, that passion, that idea, that dream forward. And if you really look at your whole story, you have already created the skills and the resilience to do that. But we tend to think in silos. So I went to school and I left, that's done. Or I went to, that's done. First job, that's done. Actually, it's not true. It all flows, a bit like a river. So you're gaining skills, you're gaining new ideas, you're gaining new experience. And actually, we are far more awesome and confident than we give ourselves credit for. And trust me, men do go through the same issues. They do. They just don't admit it. They just don't go, oh, it's too overwhelming, or no, I'm not good enough. They don't admit it. And this is a generalization. So my message to everybody really is, look at your story and underpin that into your business, because that will give you the confidence to go, I'm just going to do it. And we're going to talk about failure later because we don't like the word failure. They're just challenges that come up. And it's only the Brits really that think in terms of failure. In America, if you haven't failed 2 or 3 times, then actually they won't take you seriously. So one of the questions Liz is putting to everybody is, how many of you work and really trust your intuition?
Yeah.
And if you don't, why don't you? Because I know if you've got family, and that's whether it's, elderly parents, children, whoever it may be, we women trust our instinct when it comes to our families. But when it comes to business, suddenly you don't trust your instinct. You do start worrying about what if you get it wrong. So the question I think you should take with you is, ask yourself, what is the worst that could happen if you got it wrong? If you're a brain surgeon, please ignore that, because brain surgeons can't get it wrong. But generally, what's the worst that can happen? All that's going to happen is you're going to learn something, and you're going to learn something that you won't do again. So, Sunny, do you think that your intuition has helped you build all these various brands and things you've done over the years?
Do you know what? It took me a while to understand my own intuition, and it took me a while to trust it. And then you'd have occasions where you're like, why didn't I just listen to what my head was saying? I knew that was going to happen. Why didn't I listen to, and sometimes we can be distracted by other people's opinions. And every time I've listened to my intuition, it has gone in the right direction. But it took me, a good 10 years of my business career to really trust my own intuition. And now I don't doubt it. I don't doubt my intuition. You obviously have to listen to people, but gut is a massive part of of anyone, I think, running their business.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think we need to trust it. So I would like, on your behalf, to thank Sunny for her time. She's had a bit of a stressful week, and it has been a pleasure, and I'm so glad that she was able to join us today. So I'm going to give you a big clap.
Thank you.
And we are going to move on slightly early to our next speaker. So if Alison wants, she can actually take up some more time. Please hang around, Sunny, if you can.
Yeah,
And Sunny will be back later for the panel discussion, where I will put deep diving questions to the panel to answer. And then you'll find out what the in-joke is about pivoting. Okay, so let's welcome Alison Edgar, MBE, very recent MBE, to the stage. Thank you, Alison.
Oh, thank you so much. I know that my camera has been off a little bit, but it's because I've been charging my laptop. I'm in a different office, so that's why it keeps going on and off. I've been listening and I've been watching, and Bev, thank you so much for putting the event together. It's really inspiring. You know, I heard Lynn and Sunny speak at Jill's event, and it doesn't get tiring, it doesn't get old, it just gets even more inspiring. So thank you so much for Lynn and Sunny, and the honesty there about lockdown is incredible, because so many people, you know, they hide that emotion, and I think it's that makes us strong as women, because we can be honest in our feelings and our thoughts. So thank you so much. And so third up now, are you swapping me over to be host so I can share the slides, Bev? Yeah, because I've got some slides, so let me see if I can do that. Hopefully, fingers crossed. So, can you give me a little thumbs up or say in the chat if you can see the slides? Perfect, right, okay, so my session is going to be slightly different to the other sessions, because as part of my story, I want to really get you guys involved. So we will be using the chat. So again, not just for questions, but throughout the presentation. The other thing is, I would love it if you could have your mobile phones or another browser handy, because we're going to be using a tool called Minty, which will get us to look at confidence, because today I'm going to be speaking about confidence. So I want you guys to get involved. So either access another browser, or if you're on your phone, because we're going to be really interacting together. So hopefully that is good. And I am very, I'd like you to use the chat. I know that you're all watching. I know you're all awake, but I'd just like to see that you're all still there. So when Bev asked me to get involved with today's session, it was a no-brainer. And again, one of the things that I talk about sales, really fundamentally what I do is I teach sales, and one of the key part of sales is confidence. And again, you've really got to give Bev another round of applause, because a lot of people, when they were putting an event together, you know, you have got, you know, what is it, 2 MBEs, an OBE, 1 swimming certificate and a perfect dress. And a lot of people wouldn't, you know, we're donating our time to help Bev's event, but a lot of people wouldn't have had the confidence to ask speakers to come and help out at this. So, you know, confidence for me is one of the things that people ask me a lot. Oh, you're so confident. How did you become confident? And I think confidence is something that grows. You know, there is that whole nature, nurture to confidence. But today, the talk is going to be based on my TEDx, which was called The Art of Getting What You Want, because I can only teach what I've done. You know, I don't teach anything I do from theory. I teach from what I've done in my life. So I'm hoping by the end of my talk today, not only will you know a little bit about the story, but boom, ladies and gents, actually Tristan's in the audience, and I know that a couple of my male friends are joining us today. So it's not all about women, because it's just about the art of getting what you want. So to tell you a little bit about the story, again, I'll be sort of throwing different bits in as we go along. I am dyslexic, so it's quite a well-known fact on all my social media that I was late in life diagnosed as dyslexic. And honestly, I just thought I was a little bit thick. And I think when you go through that, when you really struggle to read and you really struggle to write, especially at school, you've got two choices. And I'm a firm believer in choice. You've got the choice that you can, think you're thick and then be thick and do nothing because you blame thick for not being able to do things. Or you find the things that you are hot as hell at and you expand that in your life. And for me, it's people. I adore people. I've always adored people. And again, I come from a high-rise council flat in Clydebank, which is just a... And we never had much money, but I had great parents who really let me be me and gave me confidence to be myself. And the day I decided I was leaving school, so at 16, as soon as I could, I wanted to get out the door because I didn't like the academic. I loved the friendship groups, but not the academic. And I got a job as a hotel receptionist. And honestly, in my head, this is what I thought a hotel receptionist did. Checking in, here's your key. Checking in, here's your key. I thought I'd spend a whole day of just giving out keys. But what I did learn in that environment is actually I learned a lot about business that I didn't even know. And what happened, it was a small family hotel. So you had to, right, you ready, ladies and gents? It was before computers. So every penny that came through the hotel came through the manual tab. So it all went through a journal. And what I learned to do is I learned how to work through money, learn about money and how important that was to business. So I ended up traveling in the hospitality industry. I worked for Radisson in Sydney. I worked for Southern Suns in Cape Town. I worked for Seymour Hotels in Jersey. So I traveled internationally for 6 years. And by the time I was 21, I was managing a team of 20 odd people front of house in Cape Town. So, and it's interesting because a lot of people will say to me, well, that was a brave move, going and traveling on your own at that time. What was the catalyst for doing that? And I think one of my mantras is fortune favors the bold, so if you don't go, you'll always be stuck where you are. And I think, I'm going to talk about change during this session, but I think it's just important that it's okay not to be perfect. It's okay. What would have been the worst if I'd gone to Cape Town? Didn't like it? Well, I could always have come back. But if I didn't go to Cape Town, I would always have lived in regret for not having done that. So I came back to Scotland. This was 93, so I was 27. Still never owned any furniture. Now, I know that sounds really random, but if you're looking for a plan in your life, actually buying furniture was one of my big things that I'd never done, including a bed. I slept in a futon for many years. And at that time, I went to a party in Glasgow and I met this boy. And literally, that boy is actually Mr. Edgar, who is still my current husband. And what happened was he had a normal job. So he worked Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. And I'm still working shift work. I'm still working all the hours, trying to run hotels. And he gave me an ultimatum. I had to try and get a real job, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, or I was going to get chucked. And again, you make the choices, you go for it. Again, I'm a strong, independent woman, but I thought, he's a keeper. I quite like this one. So I had to try and get this job, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. But again, I think sometimes we get stuck in a rut of the things that we know, the comfortable. And moving out of hospitality, again, was another fortune favours the bold. What am I going to do? And there was an advert for the first call centre BT opened in Scotland, outbound sales, direct mail, direct response. So that means they get a flyer, I follow up, and I try and, at the time I was trying to sell these newfangled things called mobile phones. You might have heard of them. You may not. I don't know if they'll ever catch on, but who knows. So again, I was trying to convert people from their pager to a mobile phone. So I ended up, we did the training with BT and they were brilliant. We used to go down to Milton Keynes, 200 of us, don't forget, it's a call centre, so 200 people on the train from Glasgow Central on a Monday morning to Milton Keynes. We spent the week in Kenshill and then 200 back up the road on a Friday night. So on the Monday morning train, we were quite well behaved and sober. But I'm sorry if MD was ever on the train on a Friday in about 93 going back from Milton Keynes to Glasgow, because that wouldn't have been a fun journey if you were trying to have a silent conversation. So that's how I learned sales. As a result, and again, one of the other things that happened in this journey, and it's odd, but one of my goals, we talked about Sunny's got a KPI, she's got like massive plans, and Lynn's like, plans, yeah, sort of I really wanted to work for Yellow Pages, right? That's what I really wanted to work for. And again, this was now 98. And one of the things that they had, again, it was quite materialistic. In 98, the basic salary was 32 grand and the on-target earnings was about 80. And this is back in 98. So I applied for the job and I got knocked back. I got rejected. And again, confidence, I think it's actually just really, if you have been rejected, if you've been knocked back, sometimes it just dents your confidence. But for me, I wanted to find out why I'd been rejected. And the reason I'd been rejected was I didn't have enough field sales experience. They would have given me a job in telesales, but not field sales. And I really wanted the company car. I wanted the Maestro, darling, or whatever it was, the Vectra. I wanted the mobile phone. I wanted all the perks that came with it. And I had a choice to either go and actually get the skills they needed or stay where I was. So again, now's the time of change. I made the choice to work with Dow Egberts. They took me on in field sales. And then 18 months later, I went back and I knocked on the door at Yale and they gave me the job. And I ended up, I was there for 15 years as one of the top performers. So I think it's the next part of the story that will help you to make now more relatable, if that makes sense. Because when I started at Yale, Yellow Pages, it was the leader in the marketplace. Again, it was before digital, it was before social. You would just literally look in the Yellow Pages for whatever you wanted. But 15 years on, the company hadn't changed at the right time. That's the top tip, is to change on the way up, not on the way down. And as a result of that, I couldn't work. You can't sell something you don't believe in. And I had no idea what I was going to do. The world had changed, and what was I going to get stuck behind, or what was I going to do, create a path? And I had no idea. And again, a wee bit like Sunny was saying during that start of lockdown, it sends you into a frenzy, doesn't it? What happens if this happens? What happens if that happens? So, and again, I think this is where the support of women is really important. So it was a wee bit like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? I used my phone a friend lifeline. And I spoke to my friend from school, Lorraine, and I said, I've got no idea what I'm going to do. I'm overwhelmed. I can't do this job anymore. What am I going to do? She goes, oh, that's really easy. You're going to set up a sales training company to teach people to sell the way that you sell. And actually, that's what happened. I set up the company. And again, another thing I think is really poignant to the people who are watching this, starting a business is probably one of the most difficult things I've ever done. And you don't just go from zero to hero. I call it the Tom Daly moments. So during 2011 to 2014, my top tip was to always start a business when you've got another income, because you're not under as much pressure. But sometimes that's not as good, because sometimes it's the pressure that makes you achieve. And I would think, I'm going to start this business. I've got a website. And again, I'd go up to maybe the 5-meter board and I'd look down. Should I give up my job? Should I do this? Should I do that? No, I'm just going to go back downstairs, and I'll jump in from the side of the pool. And then eventually you go up to the 10-meter board and you look down and go, oh no, I can't do that. I'm going to go back downstairs. So the time, people think that I just went from zero to hero. I get people who go, how come you were never on my radar and now you're everywhere? How did that happen? But it didn't happen like that at the start. But when you get to the top of the 10-meter board and the time is right, timing is everything, you've got a choice. You're either going to swim when you get in that water or you're not. So that's why the timing is really important. So again, the journey since then just kind of went mad. It really went a bit mad. You can see in this slide, you know, number 10, I've been on LBC. My clients include the Discovery Channel, Sky. You know, there's bits, you know, and the picture on the right, I was invited to the Queen's Garden party. And now obviously I've got an MBE. I still can't believe that happened, literally. So, you know, if you look, I mean, the purpose of showing you this isn't like, oh my goodness, I've done all these amazing things. It's like, you know what, it's, if I can do it, anyone can. I left school at 16. I've got qualifications and now I've got an MBE. So I'm hoping that that will give you some inspiration. So let me give you some tips. So I'd like you to have a think. This is where I said it does get interactive. So if you can open a browser or on your phone, if you go into menti.com. So you see here, there's a little thing that says, go to menti.com. And I'll give you a few minutes. I don't know how many people are actually in the room. 24, right? 24, so 23 of you, right? And then on menti.com, if you put in the code 5992273, right? I'm going to click here and it gives you the options of how confident you feel at the moment. We're going to do it at the start and we'll do it at the end. Again, it's to break up the me talking and getting you interactive. So I'm going to click on this. Fingers crossed you can see this. Can you see this thing? Rate your confidence. Can you see the slide? Brilliant. Okay, so if you just keep the codes at the top, actually that's not the right code. That's a different code, I think, 55. Hopefully you can see that. So if we have a little look, how confident do you feel in your personal life? So we get, on average, we've got 4.3. How confident do you feel in your professional life? 3.9. How confident do you feel to meet your goals that you set? 3.6. So again, hey, we've got a rocking group of fairly confident women in this room, haven't we, Bev? Yes, we have, are fairly confident. Now let's see if we can actually get some tips to make everybody else slightly more confident. How does that sound? Back to this. Right. Okay. So we are going to monitor that at the end and see if we can raise the roof in confidence at the end of our session. How does that sound? If you want to raise the roof for confidence in that chat, give me a yes. If you want to raise your confidence levels, give me a yes. I can see Sunny going, yes. Yes. Oh, that, I know that looks like it's me, but that's actually Rebecca under my name. That's why we've got lots of S's. Rosemary says yes. Bev says yes. Maria says yes. Jane says yes. Boom. Right. Let's look at how we can get you guys moving that up. So interesting, feeding into what Sunny said and what Lynn said. I do believe that you do need to have some goals. Again, although Lynn didn't have a structured goal, she'd have had a plan in her head. And you know she would have had a plan. I don't know if she's still in the room, but you know she would have. She wouldn't have achieved all those things. So I'm going to be slightly controversial now based on the room. I'm not a big believer in manifestation and abundance. Sorry for those of you who are. I do believe that you can get what you want, but I think you make your own manifestation and abundance. And I think it comes from, again, having a vision. And a lot of people have got a plan. I like short plans, but with a vision board. I like to look at my board and when I tick things off. So I'll show you, this is the one we set in January. So I was due to go on holiday to Croatia in May. What do we think the chances of that was? That was a no. So I missed that goal. 4 international speaking gigs from up to the end of December. Well, actually, we kind of hit that. But one of the biggest disappointments, I would say, of lockdown, you know, Sunny talked about 80% of the business dropped within that first bit. I feel your pain, Sunny. I can relate to that. And what I had just secured my biggest speaking gig, not biggest, but to me, one of the big goal ones. And I had been invited to the European Commission in Brussels to speak to 500 other staff, 500 or 600, and on change. Again, so not sales, on change, the direction I want to take the business in. And obviously that cancelled, but they still paid the bill. Hallelujah, hallelujah. There's a positive in everything. So I can still add them onto my client base, so that's good news. I'm going to talk about the fitness journey because some of you know me from Facebook, and I spoke about it at Jill's event. But I wanted to do a marathon, half a marathon for Stroke UK, and we never hit the we didn't hit the amount raised, but I got from couch to half a marathon within 12 months. I wanted to be on Loose Women in the audience. I actually want to be on Loose Women, so the real picture there should be on the panel, but obviously there is no panels for that either. And then starting my degree, and again, it's interesting, when I did the slides with Rebecca this morning off the vision board, because I changed my mind, and she went, no, keep it on, because I think it's important to tell people, like, some of these things didn't happen because it's out of my control, but that one was in my control, but it was because my why I wanted to do it wasn't strong enough. And again, I think, you know, that's, again, I'm going to be controversial again. Oh, it's like I'm really like knocking it out the park on controversy today. Because one of the things for anybody that's watched Simon Sinek's TEDx or read his book, or, you know, he talks a lot about the why, but I'm not a fan of his book. I love the message, that I think it is the why that really keeps you focused. But it was too Harley Davidson, Southwest Airlines. I just felt it missed a gap for me. But, you know, we look at life and how we get what we want. If the why is not strong enough, you really will give up on the goal. And that's why I decided not to do the degree, because I was doing it for, I suppose it comes back to feeling a bit thick when I was 16. I feel that there's still a chip on that shoulder that makes me think, oh, I should have a degree because it'll make me be perceived as being better or be better. And actually the why to do it isn't strong enough. I don't need that degree. That's my imposter syndrome that is telling me that I do. I don't. I've got an MBE. Boom! One of the other things, again, I'm going to talk a little bit about the current book, which is Secrets of Successful Sales, which I know some of you have read, and the new book, The Art of Getting What You Want. And what I had to do when I wrote Secrets of Successful Sales, I genuinely, and I mean in my heart of hearts, believe everything that we do is a sale. Okay, everything that we do, like getting somebody to make you a cup of tea is a sale. And how do we get that into every aspect of our life? Because people hate sales, and they hate sales because they tie it to rejection, and they hate rejection. So when I wrote Secrets of Successful Sales, the weird thing happened that, again, it did really well. I'll talk about it in a minute, but it did so well. But I was getting messages from people who really shouldn't have read that book, because in theory, they're not in sales and they're not in business. And I wrote it for people in sales and business. How very dare these people read that book when they're not in sales or business? But what they were doing, they were sending me messages to say, Alison, I love the book. I'm getting on much better with my partner. I saved money when I bought my house. I got more money when I sold my car, just by using the things in the book. And again, I think this is where the why kicks in, because I never wanted to write the first book, let alone the second book. But people need me. People need those skills to improve their life. So that's why I've now written 2 books. But in the new book, we talk about confidence and getting what you want, the art of getting what you want. Well, sometimes it's a me thing, isn't it? It's you. You stop you. But then there's other things like selling your car or buying a house, and that's a we thing. That's you and me. You know, getting married, having babies, that's not a me thing, that's a we thing. So in the book, I sort of segment how to get what you want, but it's 2 different ways, because sometimes you have to sell to yourself, other times you sell to other people. And the we thing's not like a we thing, like the Scottish we thing, it's a we thing, you and me. So one of the things that stops us from getting what we want is this. Now, if I do this live, I usually get somebody in the audience to pronounce it because I really struggle. But it's metathesiophobia. It's the fear of change. And a lot of people do feel change, but they don't know it's a real thing. Does that make sense? You know, there's fear of mice, buttons. Oh, buttons, that's my fear. You know, all these different things. But the fear of change is one of the things that really hold us back isn't it? I mean, that's one of the things that holds us back, is the fear. And again, you know, Bev talked about it earlier. She was talking about storytelling and the cavemen, and you know, a lot of this stuff does come from our brain. You know, it is the psychology, and when we're put in a situation, and again, coming back to Sunny and, you know, the start of lockdown, like we try and protect ourselves. So we you know, are we going to freeze? Are we going to fight? Or actually, we're going to fight, or are we going to flight? And I think the shock of what happened at the start of the year put a lot of us into freeze. But it was interesting, again, you know, Sunny's got a team, I've got a team, and I had to fight. I had to pivot. So what I did was, I was a bit like a salmon when the world was stopping and everybody was giving stuff for free. I'm like, no, I can't. I've got to fight because I've got a team to pay. And I didn't furlough the team because Kaya was helping me write the book and I wanted it finished because I need to get that book out to help people. That was the why we kept going. Rebecca is young, and I believe that putting young people on furlough stops their structure, and it also affects their mental health, and I couldn't be responsible for that. So again, the first initial thing was I'm just gonna freeze. I'm just gonna freeze here, and then that'll be me. And then the next thing was actually that we sorry, my dog's now just come in. Don't we love the old zooming? So the next thing that we've got is that what will happen is we either have to fight, fright, or freeze. And I think that's what comes when we make change, and it affects our confidence, doesn't it? We sit in either flight or freeze because we're afraid that it goes wrong. And that's where, again, I think it comes back to mindset. So tapping into Carol Dweck's and feeding in from exactly what how Bev started off this morning and what Lynn was saying, that we hold ourselves back, especially as women. So if I had a penny or a pound, right, a pound, let's up the stakes here, ladies and gents. If I had a pound for everybody that said to me, oh, sales, I'm not good at sales. Oh, sales, I don't like sales. Oh, sales. And there's one thing for sure, if that's what your mindset is, you're never going to be good at sales. So I'm either good at it or I'm not. I tried that selling. I prefer my social media and my marketing. Keep me in the safe zone. Failure, oh, I tried sales, limit of my abilities. I don't like to be challenged. Oh, you know what, I just stick to what I know. And if I get feedback, I mean, that was quite interesting about the feedback, Sunny, because I think we do want everybody to love us and love us for what we do. But I think I love negative feedback because I think it really makes me stronger. The same with, like, you know, I had never been a sales trainer. I set up a sales training company, but I'd never been a sales trainer. And I remember inviting a facilitator trainer on my session because I thought she was going to tell me I was brilliant. Oh my God, it's brilliant. It's the best thing I've ever seen. And she slated it. She completely slated everything that I did, not the content, but the delivery of the workshop. And of course, you move then in fight, flight, or freeze. And I was right in fight, you know. And then I moved in to actually flight, going, I'm shit at this. I shouldn't be doing this. I'm really rubbish, you know. And then you really challenge yourself and you lose your confidence. Whereas actually, when you overcome that rejection and think, right, okay, let's breathe now. Let's not just think that that woman has been a bit of a bitch. Let's really take on board what she said. And I think that's where, you know, I think I've always, again, I'm quite feisty and I do like to think that I'm right. But after I've taken the space to breathe, I go, right, come on then, let's dive into this and find out what we can do better. So again, I can learn anything I want. And I think now is the time that there'll be people in the audience that do want to do things differently. Failure is an opportunity. Yeah, bring it on. I love it. Every time I do something wrong, I go, oh, that's a chapter for my new book. Thinking about the next week and the next week. So for somebody that couldn't even write a book, then I'm like, oh, my next book. You know, I take feedback on board and that's what helps me to determine the shape. And again, it's really interesting with Lynn, you know, she's talked about the things that went well, things that didn't go well. But I think the theme that you've got, Bev, with all the speakers is they all sit in growth mindset. They might jump into fix for a wee while, but they come back. And I think that's what's made, you know, one perfect dress, one swimming certificate, 2 MBEs and an OBE is actually a growth mindset. So I really, you know, challenge you. This is not my content, this is Carol Dweck, but I do think it's core to confidence. But can you change? And I think I saw that Sunny was getting a wee bit emotional when she did her section, and this is the bit where I start to get a wee bit emotional, because I talk about my dad. So this is my dad. And what happened was my dad, when he was 8 years old, got knocked down, right? So he was born in 35. So this was 1943. Now, we thought there's a lot going on in the world now. 1943 also had its things that were going on. And he was told at 8 years old that he would never walk again. And again, my dad had a growth mindset, because what he said was he was not having any of that. He decided that he was going to walk. So there's pictures of him, wee black and white pictures, in a wheelchair and then on wee calipers. And he learned to walk so well that he actually managed to blag doing his national service. So Clydebank, for those of you who may know, is famous for a couple of things. Obviously, wet, wet, wet. Duncan Bannatyne, and also the QE2. So again, it's a very industrial area. And my dad managed to get a job in the shipyards as a draftsman. So although he was physically not particularly abled, mentally he was sharp as a tack. And honestly, he couldn't spell either. So he was probably dyslexia. You know, it just, the things that he could do, he was really attention to detail. He was really good at, you know, the technical stuff. And then he met my mum. So my mum is a small town, or was, again, they both passed away, but was a small town lady from Clydebank. So again, quite a fixed mindset. It was all, you know, you don't need Clydebank, you do it this way. And my dad at one point was offered a job as a lecturer in the night school. The night school, like it's like the night school. But this little boy with the growth mindset, because he was being influenced by my mum, turned the job down. He was afraid, he had no confidence. And again, I think that's a really valid point to everyone, especially in business. Sometimes we're actually influenced by other people's mindsets, and it's other people that hold us back. So he never took the job, which meant we always stayed in the high-rise council flat, the high flat, never had a garden, we never had a dog. And that's, you know, sometimes making those choices affect other people around you. It's not just you, you know, we are the center of our universe, but it's not just us. So when my dad was 50, this is in the 80s, this is in like prime Thatcher time, the shipyards were all closing down because they were sending all the work overseas. So Glasgow was becoming a real down in the doldrums place to live. And it would have been really easy for my dad to be like the other men who, I blame the white collar workers, the managers, it's their fault. Somebody else's fault, fixed mindset, you know that, oh, I'm not going to work, it's no point. The fixed mindset is rife. The unions are really running the country at this point in this area. And my dad said, no. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to growth mindset. And when my dad was about 55, he went back and he retrained to do AutoCAD. He embraced the new technology. And what happened then was magical, because he became the most sought after draftsman in Scotland and the north of England, because he knew all the old style skills on the boards. And that really led into the concept of AutoCAD. And the young boys could only do AutoCAD. But my dad combined the knowledge of both, and he made more money in the last few years of his life than he ever did. I had moved out by then and I got a dog, and he even watched the dog. So do you know what I mean? I think now is the time where we think, oh, I can't embrace technology. Well, look at us now. We're all sitting on Zoom. This would never have happened before. So now I think to help your confidence is a brilliant time. And I look at lockdown as just a hotbed for learning new skills. So again, I think there's an example that you can change your mindset. I think I need one of Sunny's dresses actually looking at this. So there's two things I want to share about my story that I'm hoping can just start to resonate with you and how to build your confidence. So, and it does come back to the why. You will never make change in your life if your why is not strong enough. So, you know, the book is a prime example What used to happen was there was government funding to pay for my services, my training services. And when the government pulled the funding, the people that I have to sell to pay the team. A bit like Sunny's saying, you've got to make money to sustain your business. But the people who need me most are the startups, the micro businesses, and the women in business who struggle with confidence. But unfortunately, you know what? They tend to be the ones who don't have a lot of money. So how do I help them? How do I get my knowledge to them when they've virtually got no money? You have to write a book. You have to. And the journey of writing the book, I mean, there was tears. You think I'm emotional now? Oh my God, like literally there was sad tears. I'm usually good with the happy tears, but these were like, it was painful. But the book on launch day on Amazon sold out. The book became a W.H. Smith top 10 business book. In 2019, The Independent voted it one of the top business books written by a woman. This week, I found out it's been used as a textbook for an apprenticeship framework in Ireland, the first ever apprenticeship for sales. So if I hadn't have done that, I couldn't have changed those lives. And it wasn't easy. And I was, again, imposter syndrome. Oh my God, there was two big fears. What happens if I write this and nobody reads it? But the worst fear, what happens if I write this, people read it and they think it is SHIT? But that didn't matter because I knew it would help other people. And that's where the confidence comes from. I think the confidence comes from actually, it doesn't matter if people like it, if they don't. You're never going to be like, you can't be everything to everyone. You can please some of the people some of the time. So that's the book. The other story is health. And I think that's the third pillar really of life, isn't it? Really having, like, looking at why you do it. And I think for me, my mum and dad both died of stroke-related illnesses. So I'm a kind of stroke waiting to happen. And you can see in the left-hand picture, it was interesting with Sunny's weight journey as well, that we do that. And it's now like, I've now lost, this is 2 years since the journey began. My husband's also lost 8 stone and he's like super fit. He's like an animal now. He's like so fit. But again, I didn't want to go out running in the rain. I didn't want to not have the cream cake, but focusing on why I'm doing it will help your confidence to get through. So those are things, that's all the me things, isn't it? And again, it does come down that we do feel a lot of imposter syndrome. I'm just checking the time. I'm usually a very good girl and I set a thing called a perf timer, and the perf timer tells me where I'm at, but we're all right for time. So is this making sense? I don't want to sit here and just talk at you. I want a wee bit. Oh, thank you. Rosemary says I'm looking amazing. Thank you, darling. I'll take that. Rosemary also says, what a dad. My dad retired and gave up. I think, again, if you look at that time, that's what happened. Bev's absolutely loving it. Because if there's any questions so far, I'm happy to take any questions. We'll throw them in obviously at the end, but if there's anything that's in there, fantastic, totally inspiring. I'm waiting for the feedback. Sunny going, you're rubbish, you're really dull, I'm not inspired at all. Oh, excellent, I'll take that with a growth mindset. Okay, so if we have a wee look, again, it comes back to that, how do you change this? So if you're sitting here, Mentimeter. Okay, I've got, Rebecca sent me a wee DM. I don't really know how I'm going to make that happen. I think we'll just try and do something around it. Okay, so one of the things is, when we did the poll at the start, not 100% of you said that you were confident in every way, right? We agree there is, there's a wee bit of a gap here on confidence. So I'm not confident in myself. What if I make mistakes? And again, it feeds back into exactly what Lynn, what Bev, and what Sunny have been saying, that we sit this is, again, it's the CBT model. It's still not mine. I just take it and I translate it into things you can understand. But if you do think that, what will happen is your thoughts then go into your feelings. And then what will happen is you'll feel anxious about trying anything new. So it's here, it all comes in this nerve center, the one that's built to protect us, The one that protected the cavemen is still trying to protect us. Oh, I'm not confident. What happens if I make a mistake? Oh, maybe I'm going to be anxious, or maybe I shouldn't bother trying it. Then what will happen is, in your behaviours, you shy away from change. You know, this is what happens in sales. People go, oh, I'm rubbish, I can't sell, oh, I'm not good. Then what will happen is they'll become really fearful. And then when they go and they pick up the phone or they have a conversation, they'll be like, oh, flubbery doubly, flubbery doubly, flubbery doubly. And then what they go is, I'm rubbish at that, I'm not going to do it again. So can you see that whole negative circle? And this is where we have to try and break the circle. But how we break the confidence circle is here. It's here. It's got to come from here. So if we have a think, if we change it to, I am confident, I can do this, I have got this. I want you again, and you're all on mute. I want you to say out loud, now it's your turn. Go, right, ready? I am confident, I can do this, I've got this. Boom! I see the mouths moving, I love it. Okay. You got it. I see, I even hear Bev saying it. Woo! Then what will happen is, already, can you see, because you said that out loud, you're like, I'm excited now. I'm going to give this a crack. Whatever it is, whatever your thing is, whatever your goal is, whatever your why is, it's yours. It's not mine. I can't put it on the slides. All I can do is teach you guys to be more confident. So that's it. You're going to give it a crack. And then, you know what? I'm going to be proactive. So if it's sales is your thing, or if it's setting up a business, or whatever your thing is, you're going to give it a crack. That's exactly at the end of this session, whatever it is, you're going to make your vision board, why you want that thing. You're going to feel confident about getting it. You're not going to worry if you make a mistake, because that's where your growth mindset will come in. And then, of course, it goes round in a circle. So I get asked a lot on this circle around, and again, feeding right back into what Sunny said at the start of lockdown, because it came back from the circle. It's like, oh, I'm flat, I'm scared, I'm worried. And then what will happen is you just will go into freeze. I think today I might just sit in my pajamas. I ain't putting on my personal, I'm not putting on my perfect dress today. I'm putting on my perfect slippers and my perfect dressing gown that I've not washed for 2 weeks. Not saying that was you, Sunny, but it's easy, isn't it, to fall into that, just that doldrum. So how do you stop that? Because today is the start, isn't it? And there'll be people today who go, I'm not confident, I can't sell, I'm down, I'm flat, I'm struggling. So to me, the top tip, right, you ready for this? I can see it in this room. I'm looking around like there's other people. I'm in a different office today. That's why I'm in the upstairs office. So we have got, and I'm sure many of you have got one, an Alexa. The reason I can say it in this room is there isn't one here. If I do it in another room, she goes, yes, I'm Alexa, what do you want? So if you've got an Alexa in your room, I'll probably set them all off now in your houses. So we set Alexa to go off at 6 o'clock in the morning. And what we do is we choose a song. So, we usually have a song. In the summer, we usually have the same song, which is the Beatles, Here Comes the Sun. So every morning the alarm goes off and go, good morning, it's 6 o'clock. And then it starts to give me a wee blast of Paul and Ringo and George and the other one, I forgot his name. Oh, John, I remember. Boom. So again, you wake up thinking, oh yeah, this is it. Or at the moment in the winter, Here Comes the Sun isn't appropriate. So we've got the Proclaimers. I'm on my way from misery to happiness today. So whatever your song is, another one is The Greatest Day. But starting off, you get up in the morning and you think, today this could be the greatest day of my life. So you get, for me, every morning I get this feeling in the pit of my stomach. I'm excited about the day. I'm looking for things. Okay, I can't go to the pub, I can't go to the shops, but I can concentrate on the things that I can control. So after this afternoon, I'm going running and I'm doing boot camp, virtual boot camp tonight. So I can control that. I'm concentrating. I'm not concentrating on the American election because I can't do anything about that. I'm not concentrating on the COVID. All I can do is look after myself and my business and my team and my family, and I can control that. It's when we start to look at the things we can't control, it affects our confidence. And then again, because I behave like this, guess what? You guys are all inspired. And because you're inspired, you give me positive messages. I go, all right, I'm confident. And the circle goes round in a positive state. So if you're not sitting at confident in your head, that's the only place to start. So Jacqueline says, love it, just ordered the book, feeling so confident. Boom, see that, Sunny, right in the back of the net, sold. Only joking. I do have some offers later. Again, up to you. If you want to take them up, brilliant. If you don't, no drama, but they're there, because if you don't ask, you don't get. Kay, the lovely Kay says, Alison, I've said it before, you're an inspiration. Ooh, the MBE was very well deserved. So glad that you let me online in this session. We couldn't get a few people in, Bev. We might look at that at the lunch break. They're not getting in on the phones. So many are struggling with the pandemic. Respond to this really helps. So again, this is my top tips for confidence. And it's really interesting. And again, it feeds back to the fact I've got an offer at the end, because I believe when it's delivered correctly, sales and customer service is exactly the same thing. So by you know, to translate that into confidence, if you do believe that you've got something to offer the world or something to offer business or whatever, by not putting yourself out there and giving people that option and fulfilling what you've got. You know, my dad finally found how to fulfill the things in his life which helped him to achieve great things, and the knock-on effect of him doing that gave us the customer service. You know, I've now got a great story to tell. It's all about the cavemen, Bev, isn't it? A great story in there. So that's the me thing. So that's all the internal things. But sometimes getting what we want isn't us. It's other people as well, isn't it? So I reckon I'm eating into a wee bit of that extra time. So I'm going to talk for about another 15 minutes and then we'll do Q&A at the end. So we'll talk about the we thing. Now, some of you may have heard me do this before. I think I did it at Jill's. Maybe, maybe not. Don't know. But one of the pillars in the book is around behaviours, because like finds like. It's easy to get on with people who are like you, isn't it? But sometimes in business, we have to actually, or to get what we want, we have to build a stronger relationship with other people who are not like us. So the model that I use is based on DISC. So it's again coming back to psychology. I love psychology. And it's William Moulton Marsden's model that we use. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring it up a little bit. So some people are task focused and other people are relationship focused. Some people are extrovert and others are introvert. So what I'm going to do, again, I want you to think about getting what you want, because sometimes it's about just understanding the person. So again, it might be, you know, relationships is a cracking one, because we know during lockdown, like the relationships have just, it's been tough for people being locked in with people they're not getting on with. So even if there's one person in the audience that this helps, I think it's still worth delivering. So I'm going to get you to use the chat now, guys. Who's ever met somebody and they've not got on with them? If you've ever met somebody and not got on with them, give me a yes in that chat. Oh yeah, everybody's like, yes. Yeah, oh, Bear's like, oh yes, of course, of course. Okay, so most people are saying, yeah, there's people, yeah, oh yeah, yes, it goes. So let me explain why it happens, right? So what I'm going to do to try and explain, I am hypothetically going to take you back to school, right? And I'm hypothetically going to give you an English test, which will last for 30 minutes, right? So I don't know about you, but when I breathe in and I say that, I can smell the wooden desks with the wee well holes in there. Again, for all your young people, you know, that's like, there was a well and an L, that's what I mean, quill. Not that old, but you know what I mean. So that's smell. So the teacher's coming round your desk and putting down the test paper, right? You're all sitting there, test conditions, you're not allowed to chat, ready to go. And what will happen after 20 minutes of the test, the red, the task-focused extrovert will put up their hand. Hey, miss, check me out. I'm a winner. You're all losers. I'm finished. I'm bored now. What do you want me to do? But when the test paper comes back, oh, I didn't realize there was another side to that paper. So for the red, the task-focused extrovert, it's just all about getting the task done. It doesn't matter about the detail. So again, for those of you who are in business, think about your customers. That's the ones who go, yep, I'll talk to you for a minute. Yep, yep. What do you want? You've only got 5 minutes. And then they put people under pressure. Sunny, on your website, these are the ones that haven't read the T's and C's and can't work out, I think that, and then they're like, what's your fault? So again, you know, a lot of that's your fault. Oh, somebody else's fault, isn't it? So that's the reds, the task-focused extroverts. Then back to our test, after 10 minutes, you will have the relationship-focused extrovert. So after 10 minutes, it's really just started, hasn't it? They'll be like, oh, Bev, I love your hair. I love that. That matches my pink. I wonder, where'd you get your hair done? I wonder how does that work? Alison McCall, can you go on with that test? I forgot there was a test. We were just having a chat about Bev's hair. Is that? And again, think about the people, your friendship group, you know, your customers. These are the ones that if you say, you know, you're going to Tenerife, then they've been to 11 Tenerife. Bigger or better. If you're having a conversation, they'll be easily distracted. They might be on their phones. So again, you know, these are the extroverts. You kind of know where they are because you hear them, you see them, they're bright. But then we move across into the introverts. So already my tone, my pace, my gesturing, just a little bit slower because the greens genuinely care about other people and not for anybody else's, not for publicity or for any other reason than they genuinely care. So what will happen is after 10 minutes, the green, the relationship focused introvert, Miss, my friend Jill is at the dentist getting a crown. I don't think she's feeling very well. I think she'd maybe take her to the nurse. Come on, Jill, let's go. So for the green, the relationship-focused introvert, Jill's pain or Jill's headache was more important than the test. So again, these are the real carey, sharey people. And when it comes to a sales perspective or even a relationship perspective or dating perspective, anything, they don't want to hurt your feelings. They don't want to tell you no. They don't want to give you your opinion. So when you put them under pressure to ask them for something, then they just go, yeah, everything's fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Everything's great. But it's not great. They just don't want to tell you. And the same with customers. What will happen is if you push them too hard, you'll just push them away and they'll ghost you. And the reason they'll ghost you is they don't like conflict and they don't want to hurt your feelings. Then we move across to our blues. So back to our test that lasts 30 minutes. And what will happen is right up to the last second, they're checking their work. Did I dot my I? Did I cross my T? So they really strive for perfection. So I ask again, you know, like you all put, yes, I've met people that I don't get on with, and we're not one colour. We're a blend of all colours, right? So I'm just simplifying it for the purpose of this exercise to help you to understand how people think, because it comes down to the cross. So if you're up here and you're a task-focused extrovert and you're like, right, okay, where do you want to go for dinner? Where do you want to go for dinner? Well, that's easy. We're all at home now, aren't we? But like, where do you want to go? What do you want to do? Oh, I don't know. I don't mind. I don't mind. And it drives them bananas. Like, you're like, well, can you just tell me what your opinion is? Can you just tell me what you want to eat? Well, I'll just have whatever you're having. So again, that relationship, then the red will push and then they'll go for Chinese takeaway, and then they really wanted Indian, but they didn't want to say. So again, you can see from that how those things affect the relationship. And then the yellows, here they are, leading the Disney parade, everything's great, yeah, everything's got to be. And it's the dull, boring blues that don't smile and don't engage, that they don't build the relationship with. Then if you're down here in Greenland and you just want everything to be really nice and everything harmonious and get on with everyone, it's those pushy reds that, oh, they're in your face, they're just horrible, they're asking you to buy things. Or can you see from that? Now this is like our relationships in personal and in business. And then you've got the blues who really want to think about things. They want all the details. They're not deciding whether they're going to move house before they've actually done a spreadsheet, you know, whereas the yellow's going, let's move house, let's just make that magic happen. So again, they think, oh, they're really annoying. They're like flies, they never shut up. So can you see from this, to get what you want, right? So this is based on what the top performers do for sales, and you always stay authentic to yourself. So who you are deep down never changes. But did you see my behaviors changed? The speed, the tone, the pace, and the gesturing. It's just about really understanding the other person and what they want. So usually at this point we've got a wee slide that says who was brought up. Actually, we'll do that now in the chat. Who was brought up to treat other people the way that they want to be treated? Whose parent or guardian said treat other people the way that you want to be treated? Give me the answers. Me. That I know that looks like I'm answering my own questions. I promise it's Rebecca who's coming up under my name, not me. Oh, she wasn't brought up. That's good. Okay. Rosemary was. So no, no. The secret is do not treat other people and how they want to be treated. And I think it's the flip, because most people say, oh yeah, I'll treat them like, especially when it comes to customer service. People are like, oh yeah, that's what I would want for customer service, but that's not always the same. So again, that when you understand the behaviors, it helps your confidence. So I've got a couple more slides, and then I think we're going to wrap up and take some questions. So the last thing is this is one of the most important things, and it's actually to think like a child. So when children are 2 or 3 years old, they learn to talk, don't they? And what they do is they use open questions. Who, what, why, where, when, how. Who, what, why, where, when, how. And that is one of the key things to getting what you want, because if you ask an open question, the other person talks. Does that make sense? Where do you want that? Like, it's the same when it comes to sales. Do you want to buy my product? Do you want to come to my event? Do you want to do that? If they say no, you've kind of put yourself in a corner. So again, the art of getting what you want is asking good questions. And I think this is another, I was going to say, does anybody know the name of the boat? Of course you do, because it's written on there, the Titanic. If you were on the Titanic and it was about to sink, you're there with no family and no friends. Deep down, the first person you would want to save is yourself, because you'd want to get back to your family and friends. And I think that's the thing, that to get what you want, it's always not about saying, I want this. It's about getting the other person to realise what you want, and then they give you it. Quite complicated, isn't it? But it's the same as sales. So again, even in networking, we've all been to networking, people go, Anna, do this, Anna, do that, Anna, do the next thing. But people don't really care what you do. They care what you can do for them. And that's the same in a personal relationship. Now, I don't know if this code is working. Well, we try it again. Rebecca's going to tell me if this is going to work or not, but we'll try it again. So the code this time is 599273. Let's see how confident we're feeling now. Should come up, fingers crossed. No, that's not the right code. Actually, Rebecca, can you just pop that code in the chat, please? I'm not going to waste any time on it. I've got the wrong code in there. So we did check this, as you do. But I'm taking it. Oh, is it working? Is it working? Okay, yeah, okay. Same thing then, if we do that with that code. Oh, we've definitely gone up. We've gone up. We are definitely rocking it. We're nearly at 4 now. And and the one interesting thing there is that actually confident to meet my goals. So as a result of this, I think that we are all more confident. So I did say that I've got a package available. I'm not going to keep that slide up, but if anybody is interested in coaching packages, they start from £395 a month or £350 a month. But I'm going to stop sharing the screen. I am going to get Bev to take the questions, and then we will be back on time.
Well, again, amazing. Funnily enough, when I say to people about public speaking, a bit like sales, they look at me, run off to be sick, deciding they can't do it, when actually everybody can. And I like the fact that actually you're right, it isn't sales, because I talk about what do the audience want? What can you do for them? So that's been amazing. Now I'm going to scroll through. Do we have any questions as I scroll through? See, this is the problem with people like Alison do this.
Using the chat. Yeah.
I have to go hunt for the questions. Rosemary asked a question. Where's Rosemary?
Hi, Rosemary.
Unmute yourself and ask your question, Rosemary.
Hi, Alison. Would you recommend everyone writes a book?
Again, quite controversial. It depends on why you are writing a book. I think, so I'll give you the statistics, and I think it's for everybody to make an individual choice. So on average, a book sells in its whole lifetime 300 copies. And you make virtually no money for it. So I think, again, it depends on why you want to write a book. If you want to write it because it's your legacy, and you think, yeah, I really want to leave this as my legacy for my kids, my grandkids, my family, my friends, whatever it is, then yes. If you think you're going to get rich from it, if you think you're going to get speaking gigs from it, if you think, again, if that's the reason you're doing it, then I don't think that's the right why to do it, if that makes sense, because you're not guaranteed to get speaking gigs from it. You're not probably going to get much money from it. So in that case, I don't think it is. It's probably, again, controversial. People, yes, I think everyone write a book. But I've got friends that have written books, spent a year writing it, and they've sold virtually no copies of it. But then, they can say they're an author. Does that make sense?
It does. And somebody once said to me, the first person you write it for is yourself.
Yeah. I mean, I certainly didn't write mine for me. It was hard work. It was like literally the number of times I was, they had, because I'm a high yellow, and so the blue writing the book, they sort of had to tie me to a chair some days, the team. They're like, you're not going anywhere. You're not getting coffee until you've finished a chapter. I was like, oh no.
Wow.
I am so pleased you've said we don't all have to write a book, because the whole idea of writing a book makes me go cold. And my lovely friend Liz, who is a publicist, keeps going, no, I'm going to get you to write a book. No, don't.
Again, I think it depends on why and what I would hate to have written a book and so I'm getting into trouble here. Stop putting it off, Bev. I'd have hated to. My worst fear was, I thought my first fear was writing it and nobody reading it, but then the next fear was people read it and they think it's rubbish. So
yeah,
I still can't backtrack on that answer. I don't know if it's necessarily good. But again, you've come so far, Bev, you've got a big following. I think that's the important thing as well, that if you've got a big following, you've got a strong message, strong why, then I do think that you should write a book. Am I getting a gold star for that one, Liz?
You're all ganging up on me now. That's just not fair. I want to come back to the why, because and I'm just fascinated how actually speaking and sales are very much the same. And I've always said I hate sales. I'm no good at selling. I'm very good at selling without selling, because it's the why. So when you think about the success you have when you're doing sales or when you're coaching people to sell, do you think the success comes from opening people's mindset to the why? Because I don't think we always think deep enough about why we do things.
So I think it definitely, if the mission statement that's in there is, when it's delivered correctly, sales and customer service is exactly the same thing. And that comes around confidence, because again, a lot of people really want to give great customer service. Like, Sunny was saying earlier, like, well, we want to give great customer service. We want to make sure, we do this with different sizes, the different size of models, we feel it's a great service. And that's where if you think you're selling, you're doing it wrong, because it shouldn't be. And that's where, if you look at the CBT circle, that I'm really great at customer service, but if you genuinely believe that sales and customer service is exactly the same, that's the thing that will give you confidence. But one of the things that's really important in sales is it's a process. It is, and this is the bit that saddens me, because when you're in corporate sales, the process like the back of your hand. So if I'm out, like I go out on field accompaniment with my clients' teams, right? So I'll be sitting, or I did in the old world, I'll be sitting in an office and I'll be listening to the salesperson and the customer, just observing. And if they follow process, I will know the next word that's coming out of their mouth, because I'll know what stage they're at in the process and when it's time to close, when it's time to overcome objections, when it's time. So that's where I really, if anybody could take learning the process in sales from the book or from this talk, again, I've not covered much on this talk, but that's one of the things that is a game changer, complete game changer.
I would like to also look at popping the balloon myth of what confidence is, because I think a lot of people think you're either born confident or you're not, and if you're loud and bright, you're really confident, and you can't be. For me, I would say to everybody that confidence is just that real knowledge that you know your stuff, that you understand what people want from you or need from you, and it isn't about. I mean, people look at me and go, "Oh, Bert, you must be you're so confident, you're loud, and you're." Well, actually, there are days when I'm not. There are days when I am, but there are days when I'm not. So give us your view on that, because I think that is so misunderstood when we talk about confidence.
So I've got a lot on that again, people think extroverts are more confident than introverts. And they're not. Sometimes they just because they don't engage the brain, they just, that sounds quite general.
Oh, you know me well then, Alison.
They just sort of speak. See what I mean? I'm an extrovert, just comes out. They don't engage the brain. But an introvert will take a wee bit longer. And sometimes they overthink. And that's where an extrovert can be more confident, because it's not about what they've done, they've just kind of gone for it.
Yeah.
The other thing that I do, especially when I'm training salespeople, there's a thin line between confident and cocky.
Yeah.
And sometimes when people are confident, they come across as being cocky. And that's where sometimes if an introvert tries to be confident, they miss the line, and they go from, they're not appearing as confident, they're appearing as cocky, because it's not natural to them. Sometimes for the extroverts, it's more natural, because again, a lot of them can, bullshit baffles brains kind of thing. So they can seem confident. And again, I'm not male bashing, but again, a lot of men are quite good at just coming out and saying whatever they think, and people go, "Oh, you're so right." Whereas sometimes women really struggle with that. But I know that Jill's going to cover, I can see Jill's poorly face. I know that Jill's going to cover this in her session, but I talk about, every single day people go, "Oh, you're so inspiring, you've done this, you've done that, you've done the next thing, oh, you're so confident, da, 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 da." Every day, all I do is I do my best and I bring my A game. And sometimes my A game is climbing Mount Snowdon, running a half marathon. And some days my A game is just literally putting on my pajamas, getting out my pajamas and going downstairs. But I don't beat myself up, because all I've done is bring my A game. And I think, again, confidence comes from being able to say, that's my A game. And this is all I could do today. Whereas a lot of people, again, like Sunny, she was very open with her vulnerability about lockdown, that a lot of people can't do that. And I think, if you are quite confident, you're okay to talk about your vulnerabilities, you don't hide them. So again, I think that kind of balances the behaviour but the other bits as well.
Yeah, and it's funny, I'm going to just give you a quick story, because many of you know I'm a very quiet person. I don't speak much. I don't say much. I was even worse many years ago. The mouth opened and out it came. And I was doing an NLP course, and this one day I got a really bad throat, so I couldn't talk. So I was really quiet, and I was listening a lot more because the ears were engaged instead of the mouth. And I was listening, and one question I came out, and I just wanted to clarify something. And for the first time ever, I realised that everybody was listening really clearly, because I wasn't very loud. And that taught me a huge lesson about listening and being able to, you don't have to speak all the time, that you can just come in with that one question sometimes. And so, yes, I'm still gobby, but I do listen a lot more.
Yeah, but I think it's hard, because a lot of the time we don't, especially in sales, we don't actively listen. We just listen to wait to get our point across or ask the next question, and we're not. And that's where a lot of people say to me, so what do you think from the behaviours? It's the gift of the gab. Surely it's the reds and the yellows that are the best salespeople. No, because they don't listen. There's so many amazing, outstanding introverted salespeople that really smash it all the time, because they genuinely get right into the customer needs. And again, you can only sell what to match the need, and they really do a great job. Whereas a lot of extroverts are giving it all that, and that's not how you sell.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. Confidence is about knowing, and I know I've worked with people who hate the stage and then come up going, "Can I do it again, please?" It's like the Big Dipper. When you're terrified of doing it, you come up going, "Can I do it again, please?" Because they've learned to know what they're doing and be confident because they know the process. There's always a process. Does anybody else have anything to comment? I'm not going to listen to Liz because she keeps putting this. Stop putting it off, Bev. Get to write the Bev. Write them. I'm trying to ignore that. Anybody else has a question for the lovely Alison? Before, okay, well, I'm going to thank, oh, hang on, yep. I want to thank Alison again on behalf of everybody else for joining us this morning. We have had an awesome morning with amazing women telling us their stories and linking them to business, and also being able to link them to us as other women looking and going, how can I make what I do work, or how can I just keep going and not be overwhelmed? So we're now going to have a lunch break, slightly longer lunch break, and we will be returning to this room, right, same link as on the event page, at 1:30, because we have the lovely Maria Franzoni this afternoon, and we have the lovely Jill Donnell, MBE, this afternoon. So do come back. Also, don't forget that at 3:30, when we do the panel, it will be then live on Facebook or YouTube. Again, the links are there for you to just click and join. Thank you for joining us. Have a great lunch, and we'll see you all later. Well, we got 3 minutes before we start again. So people are coming in, people are already here. Those of you that went off to have lunch and just stayed in the room. And I was very good. I actually went and had some lunch, which is not something I often do, because like a lot of us, I just tend to work until it's time to stop. We've got a couple of minutes before the lovely Maria Franzoni joins us, and I am really, really looking forward to Maria's story and the things she is going to inspire us with. After that, we will have the awesome Jill Donnell telling us her story, and at 3:30, really cannot wait, when I pose some very sticky, difficult questions to the panel to dig deep on issues that are around today. So, Maria, my darling, are you there? Do you need to share anything? Hello, Maria.
I am here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I've got my ears in, so hopefully we don't get any echo.
Yes, I've got everybody muted but you. Let me just pin you. So that you stay at the top at a pin, perfect, and take Alison's off. Oh, so many things.
Sorry, Alison.
Yeah, sorry, Alison.
You might be an MBE, but it's my turn at the top now.
If anybody's wondering where the swimming certificate is.
Sorry, Alison?
I said, get that swimming certificate out.
I'm being heckled already. I haven't even started.
I know,
heckling.
I know, it's crazy. But yes, there is a story to the whole swimming certificate thing, although I did learn later Maria can't swim. Interesting stuff. So I am now going to hand over to Maria. Maria, if you do want to share anything, you're able to do that. I will keep an eye on the door. Don't forget, if you have a question for Maria, pop it in the chat and we will pick it up. And you can ask it later, or I can ask it for you, whichever way round you want it to do. So dead on 1:30, I am now handing over to the awesome Maria Franzoni.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Guys, if you're here, please put your cameras on so I know you're here. It's really disconcerting talking to myself and to Bev. Actually, Bev, I don't mind just talking to you, but please put your cameras on. It would be nice and friendly of you. Anybody? Yay, thank you, Jane. Anybody else? Alison, I know you're there because you heckled. No, that's it. Okay, there's just the two of us, the three of us. All right, that's fine. Super. So if we're all ready, oh, brilliant. Alison, yay, hair's looking fabulous. Look at you. What are you drinking? Is that Iron Brew? Right, well, if we're ready, let me just get my slides. I love that. That's my party trick. Isn't that fabulous? You like that, Bev? It's good, isn't it? It's good. Okay, super. So Bev wants me to share my story, but before I do that, I actually want to share why I accepted this invitation to speak at this event. When Bev contacted me, she had a very interesting way of getting my attention. And she said to me that the event is going to be called When Your Tits Get in the Way. And I thought, okay, that could be interesting. I think we've got a gentleman in the audience, actually. So this might be a bit too much information for you, sir. But the ladies here will all appreciate it. And I thought, you know what? Actually, I do want to talk about my tits getting in the way. And I am going to talk about how my tits have got in the way. But can I just give you one piece of advice, ladies? Do not ever in Google image search put the word tits. The stuff that comes back, I mean, I cannot unsee some of the stuff that I have seen. So I had to put Venus de Milo in because I wanted a fun photo. Don't do it. Do not do that on Google. Do not go and do that, please. So what I'm going to cover with you today are two things: how my tits have got in my way in my career, and also 3 lessons I've learned from the speaking industry. Is that okay with everybody if we do that? Okay, super. The boss said yes, so that's fine with me. So my tits got in the way after I gave up gymnastics. When I was a gymnast, I was totally flat-chested. I had no hips. I had nothing. I didn't have a single curve. And I don't know if any of you can relate to this. As soon as I stopped gymnastics, suddenly things developed, and they developed certainly out front. I always wear baggy tops, you'll notice, because they're still there. I love them dearly now. I had a love-hate relationship. And so what happened was, when I was 18, I took a part-time job in a bar, and I found that I wasn't being talked to anymore as a human being or as a person. My eyes were no longer here, and people were talking to my chest. And I found that really rather disconcerting. So I started wearing these big baggy jumpers and big tops. And in fact, I stole all the jumpers from my father's wardrobe because I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle this attention. I found it very difficult. And it sort of followed me around in different roles. My first role, where it was not anymore about my tits, but it was the fact that I was female, and it was the first time that I came to face with some discrimination because I was a woman. And you know, you ladies will understand this when I share that this happened. I'm sure it happened to you too. My first big proper job was in retail management. And I very quickly, in a short number of years, got to the highest position I could get to as a woman in that particular organization. And I'm not going to name names, but if you go on my LinkedIn, you can work it out. And we had a conference every year. And one year at one of the conferences, we were in a really large theatre. And there were, I think there were a couple of thousand of us, managers, directors, regional managers, the whole management team of the entire country. And towards the end of the conference, there was an opportunity for us to have a Q&A session with the board. And there were 9 chairs on the stage, and bit by bit, these chairs got filled up. And I sat there and I was looking and I thought, these are all guys. There isn't a single woman there. And it was our chance to ask the question. So my sort of little hand went up, a little bit scared. And I said, how do I get a seat up there? And that was my question. How do I get a seat up there? I've got as far as I can get. I didn't get an answer. I did get removed from that room. I was told that I had asked an inappropriate question. That wasn't the kind of stuff they wanted to be discussing. And that was the first time it hit me that actually there's discrimination in the workplace. And it made me more determined than ever to be successful. I didn't stay there very much longer after that. I applied for a job that I was not at all qualified for. I thought, I'm going to show them, I'm going to do something, and I'm going to say this is way better. I applied to be a management consultant, and I didn't have a master's. I didn't have many years of experience in business. I wasn't really the right candidate, but I got in because I spoke fluent Italian. And this particular management consultancy had landed a huge job in Sicily, and they didn't have a single person who could speak Italian. And they were desperate. And in fact, they didn't even have anybody who could interview me in Italian. I was interviewed by a chap from Belgium in French. It was ridiculous. But anyway, I found myself in Sicily, learning everything I needed for the next day, the night before, literally learning the night before what I was going to do. And if I was then asked a question that I didn't know the answer to, I'd say, let me come back to you on that. Or let's tackle what we're doing now. I learned to tap dance. I learned to hide that I didn't have the answers. I still do some tap dancing now and then, you'll notice. And I also faced a bit of discrimination there. I remember that we were working on a really large project, and I won't name the company's name because, or I won't even say what industry they're in because you'll work it out. And there were several of us who were in management roles at this point with this management consultancy. And I remember that every time we had a meeting with the CEO and we'd be sitting in the room, everybody was called by their first name, and I was referred to as young lady. And I thought, okay, so, you know, why is Roger Roger? Why Simon Simon, Stephen Stephen, and I'm young lady? And I thought, he can't remember my name. So I'd remind him every single time, my name's Maria. My name's Maria. I didn't like being called young lady by anybody. I'd love to now because I'm old. But at that point, I didn't like it. It was, for me, I felt it was a bit of a put down. I got my own back. The day that I went in to sit in front of the CEO, and it was just me and him, and I said to him, I need to give you a bit of an update on your night shift. He had come in as CEO, and his predecessor had had a night shift for many years that was costing them millions of pounds. And he knew this, and he was paying it. It all seemed quite normal. What he didn't know was that although he had a night shift manager and several night shift supervisors, they all worked the day shift because they didn't like working nights. So his night shift had never, ever been supervised, and nobody had ever said anything. He did wonder why there was such a long list of people with their names down to work the night shift. And I told him why that was. We observed the night shift for a month, me and my team, and I reported back as to what they were doing. They were playing cards. They were watching movies on VHS movies. They were playing darts, and they were claiming extra overtime. And he had no idea. From that moment, he called me Maria. I saved several million pounds, and I got his respect. But I thought, you know, I wouldn't have had to do that if I hadn't been a female. So that did irritate me. So did it leave a chip on my shoulder? No. It left me, again, more determined to do as well as I possibly could. I'm going to skip forward now. And I'm going to skip forward to being in a speaker bureau, because I've had several careers, several reinventions. I didn't start young in the speaker bureau. So it's sort of my latest career, shall I say. Does anybody know what a speaker bureau is? Anybody? Bev, you do. Does anybody else? Is it just you on your own? Lynn knows. Alison knows. Anybody else that doesn't know me?
My clients knew. I'm doing something wrong.
Okay, would you like to share what a bureau is then, Bev?
As far as I'm aware, a speaker bureau is where the really, really good speakers who totally understand their message and what their clients or the clients that are going to use them want go to, because the people who run the speaker bureau are trusted by event organisers to find them the very best.
Oh, that's good. I might use that one again, actually. That's very good. I've not explained it that way, but I like that. So, okay, I say we're a matchmaking service. That's not nearly as glamorous as what you say, actually. It's very good. I see us as a matchmaking service, and it's not matchmaking for love. It's matchmaking experts with client requirements. And in doing that, we save clients time. That's why they come to us, because the internet is there. If somebody wants to book a speaker, they can go directly to the internet and find them. But a lot of the time they don't necessarily know how to get a yes out of them, what it is they need to offer them, how to do it in the right way, because you don't want people to say no. And also it does take time. Sometimes people don't respond. If they don't know you, they don't respond. People who are famous, like we have some famous speakers in this room here, get inundated with requests that are inappropriate. But if they have a request from a speaker bureau, it's likely to be one that's a good fit, that the audience is right, the topic is right, and the fee is right. So we save a lot of time. The other thing we do is we mitigate risk. If you're going to book a speaker and you've never worked with them and you don't know what they're like to work with, you don't know if they are the right match, it is dangerous. You are taking a risk. You might have a disaster on your hands. And at the same time, we, in the old world, it's not quite the same thing now, but in the old world, we gave a guarantee that if a speaker got ill or something happened to them, we would find an appropriate replacement so that there wasn't a gap on the roster, which many event organisers, if they have been stung and had a problem where somebody's dropped out last minute, know how valuable that is, that they don't have to do that. And of course, if you can't find somebody, you give them their money back. They know they're going to get their money back. So you're giving them a guarantee that is very valuable to the end client. And you're right, Bev, there is a certain standard and a certain type of speaker within bureaus. And most bureaus have their own sort of type of areas that they specialize in. Not every bureau is great in every area. You know, some are brilliant with sales speakers, some are brilliant with futurists, others are great with economists, others might be great with entertainment. So each bureau tends to specialize a bit. I have to do a bit of name dropping because I like to. So let's see if we can recognize any of the people that I'm going to share with you today. So let's see who knows who this fella is. Lynn knows. Who's that, Anne? Who is it, Anne?
Bob Geldof.
Bob Geldof. Do you know, if he was paid money for every time he dropped the F word, he would probably be even richer than he is today. I love Bob, and but he's got a potty mouth. He has a potty mouth. He gets away with it. Amazing speaker, incredible speaker. If you've ever heard him speak, very passionate. Who's this smiley faced chap?
Brian Cox.
Yeah, that's Brian Cox. What a lovely man. He's just so warm. He's his personality is exactly what he looks like. He's just such a happy chap. Got a really good sense of humor as well. Now, this is the big one. When I joined the Speaker Bureau, the boss at the time said to me, "Is there anybody on the roster you would like to meet?" And I said, "Yes, there is a certain man I want to meet." And this was the man I wanted to meet. And he said, "Make it happen. Find him the right gig." Does anybody know who that is? He's sadly no longer with us. Is a bit of a clue. I can't see everybody, I'm afraid. I can see most of you. Anybody know who that is? Nobody? Ignore the hair. This was wild times when I hadn't learned how to handle the hair. This is Neil Armstrong, first man on the moon. I had the privilege of working with him a lot. He became a friend. He's a Leo like me. He was a Leo like me. He loved little dogs, so we had a lot in common. He loved food and going to great restaurants. And he was interesting. There's a lot of stories about him which weren't true. People said that he was antisocial and didn't want to sign autographs and this, that, and the other. He would have his photograph taken with every single member of the audience whenever he spoke and shake their hand and say hi. It's true he would never sign an autograph, and people would get really upset about that. And I said to him, "Neil, why won't you sign autographs?" And he said, "I gave away the rights to my autograph, to my signature, to several charities, because I know that the day I die, those are going to be worth something to those charities." And I thought, wow, what a wonderful thing to do. He was a wonderful, wonderful man. So I was privileged. So that was rarefied air for me, some of the wonderful people. Now, we have to have a lady, of course. So let's see. Lovely lady, one of my favorites. Anybody know who that is? I'll give you a clue. She's played by Judi Dench in a certain set of movies. Her character is M. She is the real. That is Dame Stella Rimington, amazing woman. And actually, you can see why they chose Judi, because there is a bit of a likeness there, certainly the haircut, etc. Look, amazing woman. This was the first female Director General of MI5. She was also the first Director General whose identity was revealed in the press. They hounded her as soon as they found out that there was a female Director General. Again, tits getting in the way, right? They never did that to a man, ever. She had to move house. She feared for her life. She had to have protection. They would never have done that to a man. They did it to Stella. Amazing, amazing woman. And MI5 is the branch that keeps the country safe. Great story. She's 81 now. Look, doesn't she look great? This was last year, looking fabulous. You'll also notice that was one woman in 4 speakers. The sad truth is that only 25 to 30% of the speakers who are paid to speak on stage are women. And some of that is our fault, and some of that is the booker's fault. I think this current pandemic and situation where we are all virtual is our opportunity to change that and to put more women out there. So by the by there, but just a point there. There aren't as many women as men speaking. So if any of you are speakers, do something about it, ladies. Okay, are you still with me? Yes, fantastic. Let's talk about the lessons that I learned. The lessons that I learned from working in the speaking industry. And this was not only myself, but also working with other people. The first thing I learned was about focus. I started at CSA, Celebrity Speakers, you may know it, and then I went on to London Speaker Bureau, LSB, and I beat all the targets. Alison will love this. I was the top sales, I was the top booker. Thank you, Alison. In CSA and in London Speaker Bureau, thrashed all them numbers, and I didn't know why. I hadn't analysed it. I couldn't say to you what was the one thing that I did different from anybody else. And what it was, I was told by the director, was that actually the one thing you had, Maria, was focus. You were totally focused. You planned your entire day around achieving certain metrics, achieving certain goals, and that's all you did. You didn't do anything else. You didn't get distracted. You had total focus. And that made me think, I wonder if the top speakers, the guys that are getting booked the most, guys and girls getting booked the most, also have that. And they do, and they do. And let me tell you what they focus on, the clarity they have. They focus on the market that is right for them. They don't try to work with the whole world. They are totally focused on, this is the target market, this is the market that I can change, that I can affect, that I am relevant for. They really understand that. They also know what's going on in that market. And I remember when I'd having briefing calls with some of the top speakers, they would be telling me what's happening in the market that they were going to be speaking to, what's happening in the industries, what's happening at that time. They were constantly keeping up to date so that they were totally relevant. And they knew about their competition. They knew who the other speakers were that were taking the gigs if they weren't getting them. They knew how they were different from them and how they spoke about things differently. And they also knew what fees they were charging. So they had a great understanding of the market. And I thought, what a wonderful lesson, really wonderful lesson. But they also really knew their audiences and what they wanted, what the customers really wanted. They spent more time talking to the customers and finding out what was going on than they did doing anything else. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The other thing they did really well, the other area they focused on, was return on investment or outcomes, whatever you want to talk about. They didn't go around saying, I can do a 45-minute keynote, I can do a masterclass, I can do a workshop, I can do a video, I can do a Q&A, I can do a fireside chat. No, they were saying, this is what I can deliver in that session. These are the results you'll get. This is what's going to be different. These are the takeaways. This is what will change for your audience. This is the message I'm going to get across. This is how this will affect your business. Really powerful stuff. That's the other thing they did. I thought, wow, they're focusing on something different to what everybody else is focusing on. Everybody else is saying, I'm a keynote speaker. They were saying, no, I'm going to solve this problem for you. Loved that. If I stopped there, you've got enough value just from that, but I've got more. Okay, so strap in. The other thing they had, they were totally clear on their credibility. There was no doubt why they were the experts and why they were qualified to talk about it. Now, so for example, if I'm saying, right, I'm going to say to you, I'm an expert in the speaking industry, I wouldn't, if I was doing a session specifically just on the speaking industry without my story. I've done my story because Bev kindly said, please share it. But it's not relevant to you that I was a barmaid. It's not relevant to you that I was in retail management. It might be relevant that I was a management consultant, I don't know, but the stuff that I spoke about wasn't relevant. The credible relevance is 23 years in the speaking industry, running an international speaker bureau, being one of the people that helped grow London Speaker Bureau to 25 locations around the world, 18 offices, multi-million-pound turnover. That's the credibility piece that's relevant to speakers if I'm working with speakers. And they were totally laser focused. What's the credibility piece I need to be sharing, that I need to put up front when somebody's trying to book me, that they need to see? Really powerful, and really clear on that. They weren't trying to be all things to all men. They were saying, this is the thing that's really important. So those were the three things with regards to focus. It was about the market, the return on investment, and the credibility. The second thing I learned is it's a numbers game. Who likes numbers? Alison, of course you do. Anybody else? I can only say Bev. Not many hands. Not really. Please learn to love numbers. Numbers are wonderful. Words are wonderful. Speakers, absolutely. Numbers are really important for your business. So important. And this was what I learned really from the Bureau itself. The fact that they were brilliant at numbers, both bureaus, brilliant at numbers. What they were really good at was reporting and tracking the right numbers. So, for example, kept it really simple. They would have an indicator that would say what would be, how many bookings are you going to get, how many events you're going to get based on the inquiries. They knew the conversion rates, so therefore they knew how many inquiries you had to fill your pipeline. I'm sure Alison has shared this in much more detail with you, but you have to track the right indicator. And for the Bureau, it was inquiries. You have to then obviously have that measure of what the quality of the inquiry, but because of how you put yourself out there and what you're known for, people can see the kind of bureau you are, and you would attract the right level of inquiries, the right type. And also by knowing your conversion rate, and I remember when I started in the industry, I asked the boss there, I said, what should my conversion rate be when I start? And he said, well, when you start, you're not very good. You don't have much product knowledge, don't really know what you're doing. 20%, 1 in 5. If you do 1 in 5, so every time you lose one, you're getting nearer to the one that closes, so you don't get upset. That's a big mindset thing for somebody who's in sales. You don't want to get upset. So every time I lost one, great, I'm getting nearer to the one that's going to close, was the way I worked on it. And as I got better, my conversion rates increased, and then competition went crazy. Clients started going to several different bureaus, and all our conversion rates have all come down for all the industry, because there's now clients will go, instead of to one bureau and trust that one bureau, they'll now go to 3, and they'll have 3 bureaus working on one inquiry. But that's another discussion. So tracking the right numbers, so important. What are the right numbers you should be tracking in your business? And keep it really simple, super simple. The other thing I learned, and oh my God, this is so important right now, cash is king. Cash is king. I thank the Lord that I knew this and I learned this, because I don't know about any of you, I am a director of a limited company, and I pay myself out of profits because that's how we do it. Therefore, and I couldn't furlough myself. I have a small salary, couldn't furlough myself. If I didn't have cash in the business, I would be very miserable right now, but I'm fine. I've got cash in the business. I've got cash invested, and businesses that have cash are fine. So I would really say to you, put some money away. It's really important. What's fantastic about the speaking industry, which is rare, is that you get paid before the speaker speaks. Did you know that, by the way? Did you know that? No? Isn't that cool? But not only do you get paid before the speaker speaks, at the moment it's different because the lead times are really tight, you get the full payment 30 days before the speaker speaks. You get the deposit when they confirm and the balance 30 days. How is that for cash flow? Isn't that the best business ever? You never have to borrow money. You can start it and immediately you've got cash. It's a fantastic business. Don't all go and set up bureaus. I don't need the competition. Thank you very much. But it's a really good way. If you are a speaker, you can get paid in advance. So don't get fobbed off with the idea that you have to wait till after the event. It's not true. People expect speakers to ask for money in advance. And even better, you get a cancellation fee if it doesn't go ahead. Alison's like, yay. It's a license to print money. It's wonderful. If you're not speaking, getting paid to speak, you might want to do it. There's room for more ladies. I don't know if this I'm Tristan G, it's Nomad 9 is a man or a woman, or if it, because he or she is not on video. So if it's a man, I apologize. Yes, think about it. If you haven't got a cancellation policy, or if you haven't got a payment policy where you get paid in advance, change it. Cash is so important. And then the other thing is to think profit. I wish I had learnt this a long time ago. Anybody seen this book? No. If you are in business, go do yourself a favor, go and order it. It's fantastic. I've ordered it and I also sent a copy to my accountant. I would recommend you do that too, if you agree with what this says. So what this book says is, based on your profit last year and your projections for this year, you obviously want to make more profit this year than you did last year. So work out what that profit percentage is. When you get any money into the business, take that out and put it in an account that is out of sight and out of mind. Now, when you're thinking about buying that bright new brilliant website, or you're thinking, oh, I'll buy that new I don't know, I'll invest in a new office, or I'll get that new standing desk that moves up and down, or I'll get that fantastic camera. You look at the money you've got left. You won't be touching the profit that you're putting aside every time any money comes in. It's more complicated than that, because it's not just about the profit. You actually work out all your percentages. What's your tax going to be? So you have a tax account. What's your VAT going to be? What's your VAT account? What's your operating expenses? Your operating expenses. I have an account that is my speaker costs, so my speaker fees. So I take that out. So I never touch the speaker fees at all. I never touch the profit. I never touch the tax. I pay London Speaker Bureau a license fee because I'm a licensed office. I've always put that away. That transformed my business in a year. My accountant said to me, this has just changed your profitability like that overnight. It's brilliant. So I recommend that. Really good book. Yeah, you're going to get it. Someone's already ordered it, have they, on Amazon? Yeah, good for you. Fantastic. The third lesson I learned was to be easy. And those of you who are sniggering and having, Alison, I knew it'd be you. I'm going to take a swig of water while you think about it. It's not in that way. Here's the way I meant it. So easy to find. If people want to work with you, you've got to be easy to find. You've got to be visible. You've got to have some visibility. And you know what? Men are very good about making a noise. They're very good on social media. They're very good on their websites. They're very good on LinkedIn. They're very good. They're good at saying how brilliant they are on pick me, aren't I great? Ladies, we have to make a bit more noise. We have to be visible. And I know that my mum said to me a few years ago, which was really depressing. She said, Maria, when you get to, she doesn't actually call me Maria, she calls me Isa. My name is Maria Luisa. So I'm Isa. My sister's Davina. She's Ina and Isa. But she said to me, Isa, when you get to over 50, you will become invisible as a woman because nobody sees you anymore. And I said, absolutely, that is not happening to me. I'm going to make more noise than ever. I am not going to go down without a lot of noise. So be visible, be seen. Don't be that needle in a haystack. Make sure people can find you. Be easy to work with. This is a quote I picked up from a rapper. And I thought, wow, there's a rapper out there who realizes that the key to success is to be easy to work with. I can't tell you how many speakers we drop because of the fact that they're not easy to work with, or we don't put them forward, or if the client asks for them, we say, actually, can I just tell you how difficult this person is to work with? Let me tell you what happens when you go through the process. And one or two are some of the biggest names in the world, and they're just difficult, and it's hard work, and it's miserable, and it's no fun. So think about the ways you can be easier to work with. Make it as easy as possible for your customers, your colleagues, your business partners to work with you. I have to say that the ladies that I have worked with on this event have all been super easy and easy to work with. Naughty, huh? Then you need to be easy to listen to if you're a speaker. And the best speakers are really easy to listen to. They structure their content. They have a flow. You can see where they're going. They give you sort of signposts and summarize. They make it fun. They add a bit of humor. They make it personal. They tailor it. So you need to be easy to listen to. So in summary, I'm finishing much sooner than I intended to. But anyway, there'll be time, lots of time for questions. But so in summary, the three things I learned is one, focus. And I'm going to recommend another book to you here. Anybody read this one? Yes, isn't it brilliant, Jill? Anybody else? No? If you are like, oh, Alison, if you're like me, I have a problem that I get distracted by the shiny objects. And although I used to be good at focusing, as I've got older, I'm not as good. And I have to keep reminding myself, focus on one thing. So that's really useful. It's a great book. I tend to write all over my books when I enjoy them and fold pages over. So that's another great book. So one, I learned you need to focus, you need to know your numbers, and you need to be easy to work with. But most importantly, your tits are wonderful things. You need to love them and embrace them, and you need to check them regularly. So I'm so sorry, when I practiced this, it was much longer than half an hour. So we have plenty of time for questions, and I can look at what's going on in the chat that I missed, because I do have severe FOMO. What do we have? Fantastic. 1 billion questions, don't worry. Perfect. Go for it. 1 billion questions far away.
Okay, yeah. We do have some questions, and if Rebecca's picked up some questions, even better. One of the questions was, why do you think there are fewer female speakers?
Oh gosh, it's such a big topic. Okay, lots of reasons. One is, and it's interesting because there's an article that I shared with you this morning, actually, Bev, that women traditionally have always had to pick up the childcare problem, and not problem, the childcare workload. And in fact, in that particular article, I think it said that it's 30% of women tend to have take on the majority, and only one in 10 men will take on the load. And so what happens is, once you've had a child, you prioritize your childcare, and why wouldn't you? And many women also, when they've had a baby, will take time out, and that will affect their career. So that's one thing that does affect you. I say you because I haven't had any children. My children are dogs, and that has had an effect. The other thing is that often women don't want to be away from home for a long period of time because they do take on much bigger role at home. We haven't got that issue at the moment while we're virtual. A lot of speakers will put themselves forward for events when they're not qualified. And it does tend to be the guys that are much more up for it and up for renegotiating it and saying, okay, let me do it this way instead. Whereas women, if it's not exactly the right fit, will shy away. And I think, I don't know, I don't know, maybe there's not enough role models. I don't know. I'll put it to you. Why do you think it's the case? I think some of the organisers perhaps aren't thinking that way. They are more so now. But what would you say?
I have to say, sorry, Lynn, carry on.
I said self-confidence.
Yeah.
Simple.
That's what I'd have said, because it's interesting that women don't recognise their own achievements and their own, the things that they've done in life. They sort of do them and it's normal life and you move on, and it's like women forget. And I'm constantly saying, but that's a huge achievement. And an achievement really isn't scaling Mount Everest, or as you say, you know, some days, I think it was Alison who said, some days it's just being able to get out of bed and get dressed. It always will depend on where you fit in life. But I think women, my generation, my mum told me never to boast. She was always telling me not to boast and to be quiet. And obviously I didn't listen to that one, but to be quiet and you know, stand back, and girls did girls things and boys did boys things, and I don't know if that's affected a whole generation.
Yeah, do you know, that's a very valid point. And Lynn, you're absolutely right, the confidence thing sometimes. And maybe just having somebody that, you know, having a mentor who can help you and guide you, because it's not something we always think about. You think a lot of business people will have mentors, but maybe somebody might not if they're a speaker or deciding to do speaking or going into it. If you're not doing it, speaking either for free to share, you know, your expertise, get known and attract business is a great thing. Being paid to speak is even better. And if you haven't got it in your repertoire, you might want to consider it, add it to your portfolio.
What do I keep telling you all those people who work with me? We're working towards getting paid. That's what we want.
Perfect.
There's a carry-on question from Rebecca Dobson. Rebecca, do you want to, Rebecca Dobson? Where is she? That's the only thing about Zoom, isn't it? You have to find people.
I can see her, but she's not got her camera on.
Rebecca, do you want to ask your ongoing question from?
Yeah, sure. Well, all I wanted to know is, why do you think that
clients are actively seeking male speakers over female speakers?
I don't think they're actively seeking male speakers over female speakers. I think it just happens to be one of the big things is you need to be known. People need to know that you speak on that topic. You need to be visible. You need to be out there. So if I say to you, what speakers would you have? I want a big name on purpose. Who are you going to say? You're going to say Simon Sinek because he comes to mind. Or I want a big name on content marketing, and you probably say something like Gary Vee, because those are the names that come to mind first. When it's an issue that's more feminine, you'll probably come up with female name. But if you want a futurist, the first names that come to mind are male names. They might be Ray Kurzweil or people like that. You might not necessarily immediately think of a woman, and I think part of that is the visibility, getting known and getting out there. If you think of a big businessman, an international businessman or businesswoman or business person, let's say business person, I shouldn't have said man, should I? A big business name, a lot of the ones you're going to think of are guys. Everybody says, I want to book Richard Branson. Who's the female equivalent? It used to be Anita Roddick. But there hasn't been another Anita Roddick for a long time. We've got there's Joe Malone, you've got Joe Fairley. They're not making as much noise as he does. There's some other top female leaders, but the women they're not out there as much. I do think it's a visibility thing.
Do you think as well on that? You talked about focus, and women are very, very good at multitasking. We have 100 things going on, and we're running a business and we're managing the family and then trying to have a social life, whatever that might be, and things like that. So I wonder if we're sometimes our own worst enemies in not going, this is my niche, this is what I focus on, this is what I specialize in. And the amount of women that go, can I say I specialize in it? Well, if you do, you do. Do you think there's something around, again, it's back to mindset, that we're too wide a thinker?
Yeah, it's really important in speaking, whether you're male, female, it doesn't matter, that you are known for that one thing. If I have a speaker and they say, I can cover everything, I can do leadership, I can do motivation, I can do strategy, I can do finance, I can do and they give me a whole list, I don't know where to put them. But if they come to me and say, I really want to focus on the new rules of leadership and what it really means to be a leader in the time of COVID, right, okay, got it, I've got it. And so it's really important to say, and that's risky. And it's scary to say, that's the one thing I want to talk about. But once you pick a lane and you pick your one thing, you can go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into that subject in a way that nobody else has. So then you become that expert in that tiny slice. So I always say, go really deep with your expertise rather than wide.
Anne, you have a question. Would you like to unmute and ask your question?
Yeah, I just wondered if there are any hot speaker topics, Maria, given the sort of environment we live and work within now. I mean, you mentioned futurists. I mean, personally, I think that's a really important area. But do you see the topics changing at the moment?
There's lots of stuff that's really important at the moment. So futurists and future is always important. Future of work's important. Future of work's a big one at the moment because there's going to be so many changes. I think a lot of businesses are rethinking how they work and how they go forward. The well-being thing is a big one because we've got issues around well-being, engagement, conflict. We've got a lot of people who, 1 minute they're being made redundant, the next the furlough is being extended. What does that mean? Stress, loneliness for leaders. There's lots of things, but the ones that are always evergreen are the topics around anything to do with people. Those topics are always evergreen. We've got a lot of demand around cybersecurity. While people haven't been able to go out and do physical thefts, they've all gone onto the internet, and cybersecurity has gone crazy. Cyber crime has gone crazy. That's a real big problem for businesses at the moment. So that's a big one too, if any of you specialize in that area. So there's lots of topics, and many of them are the same all the way through. So AI, technology, automation, those again are important, blockchain, that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, okay, lovely, thank you. It's just useful to know how things might be shifting a bit. I mean, I'm very committed to looking at bringing spirituality into the workplace, but it comes under well-being, but a very specific part of well-being. But I think it's something that we need to do more of, disconnecting from the crazy world around us and reconnecting with who we really are. So that's something I'm thinking through.
Yeah, and you probably need to word it slightly differently if you're going for a corporate audience, because they're probably, you know, I can see them glazing over as soon as you say spirituality, but actually what you're talking about is really something that's needed. And sometimes the important thing is to just get the language right to get in the door, and then to, you know,
creating that bridging language. I mean, I spent over 30 years in corporate life, so I've got I've got a very spiritual life alongside that, so I know where the challenges are, and as you say, language is critical.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Something I always talk about, isn't it? Language, the language you use. Alison, you have a question. Alison Edgar.
Yes, hello, thank you, Maria, that was amazing. So I've got a question really about pigeonholing. So obviously I'm known for sales, and sales is the topic that everybody hates. It's like insurance, it's the necessary evil. So what I did was I repackaged a lot of my content into intrapreneurship, because I'm the entrepreneur's godmother, and obviously working with organisations like Sky, Discovery Channel, was supposed to be at the European Commission. So that is a topic in itself. But do you think, because like on all those hot topics, sales doesn't come up, but obviously we know from a business perspective that sales is really prevalent now because of the downturn in the economy. Do you think it's, and again, fitting into that, you said go like take one subject and go deep. Obviously my deep subject is sales, but nobody wants that, which is why I flipped my deep subject into entrepreneurship. So with your futuristic head on, what do you think those topics, which of them would be the prevalent one?
The only reason, Alison, I didn't raise sales, as you know, because you know me and you know my bureau, we are not the go-to bureau for sales experts. Yeah. And that's why it's not particularly, and that's that I have a bias obviously on topics, because we are approached for different topics to what other bureaus do. Sales is absolutely vital. Without a sale, there is no business. And actually, I think it's more important than ever. I would try to do what Simon Sinek did. So instead of talking about purpose, he talks about start with why. I would take the topic of sales and break it down and almost take something else and you know, maybe focus on what the benefit is of it, or change how it's presented, repackage it.
Yeah.
But without a sale, there is nothing. There's nothing.
It's interesting because that's what I have done with entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship is to get people to think like entrepreneurs. So what would I do if it was my first day, to get people to focus and really have a drive? What would I do if it was my business? So without calling it sales, getting employees to think like they're the business owner is where the sales thing. So I kind of change, it's the same content, but it's in a different wrapper, which makes it in demand. So it's just to see, so again, it's quite interesting because I don't know if sales, although they want that, they don't necessarily want sales. The conclusion we came to. So I think that answers the question. Thank you.
I think they need it, but they don't want it. And that's the same with a lot of topic areas. You know, it's like when you talk to a client who's then saying, you know, I've got an issue with teamwork and engagement, this, that, and the other, and you actually then discover the problem is with you, the leader. But they don't actually, you know, they don't want to focus on themselves. They want to push it somewhere else. So I wouldn't give up on that. I think you need to just raise awareness that it's so vital in this time. It's so vital in this time, and we all are working. We should be working all harder than ever in our businesses on sales and marketing at the moment.
Thank you, Alison. And I think that's something I'm always saying to people. It is always about the message you give people and how you get that message understood by other people. And I wanted to just touch on something here about ego, because it's funny, I'll be talking to people in a room and someone will say to me, oh, you're a public speaking coach and a public speaker. I want to do a TED talk. And the first question I always ask is, why? Do you think that sometimes our ego gets in the way and people just go, I'm going to be a public speaker. That's what I want to be. It's like, I want to be an actor. I want to be a musician. But they don't think deep enough about the why. What is the message you want to give and why do you want to give it?
It's like the person who wants to be a rock star but actually doesn't know how to play an instrument or sing or anything, and you see it all the time. I've got a formula for bookability, so you'll have to imagine it because I haven't got anywhere to write it at the moment. But bookability, my formula is bookability equals being relevant, being known, being memorable, and being easy to work with. All of that multiplied by the value that you give, but it's all erased, it's all divided by ego. Your ego will scupper the lot. Ego is a big problem. There are a lot of people who do want to do TED Talks. The TED Talks that are of value and are interesting are the TED where you're invited, the TED main stage stuff. The TEDx talk is not as highly regarded by clients and bureaus. However, what's great about TED Talk is they film it beautifully. And they often prepare you really well, and it's a wonderful showcase. So if somebody wants to do it, that's great, but you're absolutely right. Why do you want to speak? And often people are thinking about the speaking again instead of the outcome that they're delivering.
And it's interesting because I always say to people, it's what story do you have? It's always about the story. As everyone who knows me, I go back to, what is the story? Because I'm a storyteller and I love stories. So is there anybody else that has a burning question for Maria, apart from how do we get better known? So I am going to throw another one in, and I know I'm hogging, but it's my event and I can get away with it, as Jill normally says. So
I'm going to recommend another book. Sorry, I love books, and I spoke to the author yesterday, who's wonderful. I can say he's a friend. This is the best book you will ever read about how to get known. Mark Schaefer is amazing. His next book, The Known 2, comes out in February. I was talking to him about it. He'll be a guest on my podcast, so we'll be having some questions with him. I've never written in any book as much as I have in this one. You just cannot see for pencil marks. That is how you get known. That is your handbook to getting known.
Good, I will do that. Because one of the issues I think at the moment is, since we've all gone online, I have never seen so many requests for people to speak on someone's Facebook Live or to join another summit or to do this or the other. And one of the things I say to my clients is be choosy where you apply to speak. Don't just go in and go, I'll speak everywhere. Now, I don't know if that's right or wrong, but my instinct says to me, be careful, because you could almost ruin your reputation by speaking at things that are very, very badly managed. Am I right or wrong in that one?
Of course you're right. There's no point speaking at an event where the audience isn't right, because it's not going to land. It's not going to make any sense. It's not going to be the right message. You're doing yourself a disservice, and you're doing the organizer a disservice. So I agreed to do this one because we were talking about tits, Bev, as you know, and you got me on LinkedIn, and it's like, okay, you've got my attention. Great way to get people's attention. Humor.
Yeah, great. So we've got lots of tips there. So anyone that I meet who says to me, I can't speak, I'm going to make them watch this particular bit again and tell them they can. If they go about it in the right way, you can. And if you really understand your subject and your message, you actually have a lot more confidence to do it than going on thinking you can talk about everything. So we're down to 20:02. We're only 10 minutes early now, Maria.
Fantastic. We've got a question here, actually. We've got a question in the group here from Jacqueline. I don't know the answer to that one. Do you know the answer to that one, Bev?
As a former CEO director within the social and charitable business, launching. Funnily enough, I spent 20 years in the voluntary sector. I actually had to leave because it was just too stressful. You wouldn't believe how stressful it is looking after communities that are in disarray. And I don't know what book to recommend on that one. I certainly will have a look for you because I've still got a few people within that sector I can ask.
I think it's so. I mean, I suppose it's where are you stuck?
Yes, and also don't think of the charity sector as separate from the business sector, because one of the things I always said is the skills you have and the skills you learn are the same. You're just in a different industry. So any of the books that have been recommended today would work just as well as any others. And I think sometimes we think it's different in the voluntary sector, in the charity sector, or the not-for-profit sector. Actually, it isn't. It's still about getting people's donations. It's still about raising awareness. It's still about telling stories. It's the same thing. It's just at the moment harder to get money out of people that have no money. Alison, would you like to weigh in on that one?
I've just put a comment in the chat going, it's all about sales, baby. It's all about sales.
Yeah. So it might be worth, just asking that question generally. And what I'll do is I'll go through my lovely panel later, because they are all avid book readers, I can tell you now. And I'll make a list of the recommended books people should read. And I will put it on the event list or email it out to you all so that you can all pick and choose. And I know Jill has many, because I think I've still got a couple of hers. We all used to meet, we used to swap them around. I would like now to say a huge thank you to Maria for sharing all that with us. She is awesome. I follow her tips and things on Facebook and LinkedIn, and any of you that want to really take your speaking to the next level, apart from obviously working with me, follow Maria, because some of the stuff, all of the stuff she says is absolutely spot on and makes me realise I'm on the right track. And I do know what I'm talking about.
Well, that's good. That's good to know.
Right then, so we are going to move swiftly on to, she may be the last one, but she certainly isn't the least one. One of our next MBEs, honestly, I do move in great circles. And I do have to say, I think getting an OBE and an MBE is probably more difficult than doing a degree. I somehow think that. So Liz is telling me I still need to write a book. She's still banging on about the book. Jill Donnell is now going to talk to us. She's going to tell her story. And I can't wait, even though I've heard it many times before. So, Jill, over to you.
Brilliant. Thanks, Bev. Thanks, everybody. I'm really grateful for you moving me to the end of the day so that I didn't have to worry about the dental treatment I had to rush out for. Now I'm terrified because I have to come at the end after all those most amazing women. What a fabulous day this has been. Yes, I think we agree that we will be telling our stories and sharing some tips for all your lovely listeners and everybody that's going on. So I'm going to do a bit of sharing and see if I can find a presentation that I can press play on. So here we go. Can I apologise in advance to a number of the Swib Tribe members that are on this call? It's great to see you here, but some of you I know will have heard my story. I am going to try and mix it up and cover some of the points that many of the amazing women that have gone before me have done. But picking up on Maria's point about humour, I think that's my attempt in terms of the title. So my journey is from Juliet Bravo to J.K. Rowling via Kilimanjaro, which I really am quite proud of. So there might be some ladies in the room old enough to remember Juliet Bravo. And so that's clearly the original BBC series. And of course, that's J.K. Rowling on the other side. So the reason for that is there, for those of you who don't know me, I spent 30 years as a serving police officer. And I have to tell you that it took me a while to get there. The reason behind it that I normally share is that I had numerous jobs in sales, interestingly. And I was going out a really lovely chap and I got a little bit bored. I do get bored with things. I get bored very easily. I'm a bit of a butterfly, as Bev knows. A nice new shiny bright object. I didn't want to dump this lad, so I thought, I'd heard if you join the police where I live in Dorset, they post you to the other end of the county, and that's a really good excuse to be able to say, I'm sorry, we can't carry on. And that'd be a good way of dumping him nicely, because I'm a nice girl. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work like that. I did get into the police in Dorset, but I didn't get posted to the other end of the county. I stayed where I was living. We got married, and then 2 years later, I broke his heart by going off with the waster, who is the children's father. So there we go. We all learn our lessons, don't we? Yes, so the picture on the left is me aged 5. I haven't always wanted to be a police officer. I hadn't any idea what I wanted to do. I failed my A-levels Misbury at the girls' grammar school in Bournemouth that I went to. But my dad did find this picture of me. My dad ran a pub in the early 60s in Birmingham, and he was a special constable in the police at the time. And that's me in his uniform. Well, obviously not, because he didn't wear a kilt and a knitted jumper, but it's me in his hat and his truncheon with his whistle and his very large oversized shoes. And that the picture on the right-hand side is me, my J.K. Rowling connection, having retired from the police after 30 years service and wanting to know what to do with myself. I wrote a book which is called Celebrate Success, and more of that a little bit later. So I was hugely privileged to work, as I say, for 30 years in the police in Dorset. Thrilled to reach the rank of Chief Superintendent, which I can tell you, ladies, is pretty impressive for a girl in those days. I joined in 1981, just after the move, the Equality Act meant that female officers began to do the same work as male colleagues. Prior to that, they didn't work nights. They didn't go out on patrol very often. They more or less ran the department to look after young people, elderly people, the vulnerable, and that sort of thing. So they had their own rank structures. So when this was all changed in the late 70s, it caused quite a lot of upset generally across the police force. But by the time I'd joined the police in 1981, was being dealt with quite reasonably then. And actually, as many of us know, the dreadful austerity cuts that we've had over the last few years have cut back the public sector significantly, although Boris is saying that he's introduced a lot more police officers now. When I joined in 1981, it was really unusual because I joined in Bournemouth, a holiday town on the south coast, if you don't know our area. And I was one of 4 women on the squad, which really was unusual. There had been quite a big push to get more women to join the police force. So that was hugely great fun for me. We were talking about confidence earlier, and you know, I speak a lot about confidence. I do workshops on it even. And I've not always been a confident person. I can now quite happily stand on a stage in front of a couple of hundred people and not really think about it, sometimes not even plan it, which is not really a good idea because you can't wing decent stuff like that. But when you are forced into putting on a uniform, not metaphorically putting on a uniform, but actually physically having to put on a uniform and wander around the streets, and in those days, in the early 80s, we used to have to walk alone. I'm going to say walk the streets alone. That doesn't sound terribly clever, Alison. I love that. Yeah, she's laughing. I knew it. There was no double crewing, as we call it. It's police terminology. I'm trying to think of a way to say that and make it obvious. So you used to have to walk by yourself. And I have to tell you, that's a bit scary when you're frightened of the dark. So I think being forced into situations like that helps us build our confidence. I mean, I talk a lot about, you know, stepping outside your comfort zone, stepping into that stretched zone. And, you know, if you've got fear, then have a go at it and practice. And if you put on a uniform and you walk out, and I remember very clearly the very first day I walked out of the police station. So when you joined in those days, you went off to training school for, I think it was 10 weeks. It's a very long time ago now, but I'm fairly sure it was about 10 weeks. And the best part for me, and certainly my generation in where I live in Dorset, all the men still went to a training school. It was called Sharp Mile in the west of Dorset. But the women went to Wales, where it was a mixed training school. So that was really cool because we got to have discos every week, unlike the guys who waited apparently every week for the nurses to tip up from a local hospital. But I don't really want to go into that. But it was great fun. So we did 10 weeks at training school. And then you came back and you joined your station and you joined your squad and you were giving what was called a tutor constable. So that's a more experienced police officer who would take you out for another 6 weeks. So then eventually you would be let out by yourself. And I have to tell you, it was, probably still is, absolutely terrifying. And I remember anybody that knows the Bournemouth area, the old police station, which sadly they've just pulled down, was in Madeira Road. And if you walk from the police station, you walk down to a big area with lots of shops and offices and hotels called the Lansdowne, huge big roundabout, and then walk down into the central Bournemouth, down Old Christchurch Road, full of shops. And what was more interesting is that we worked 8-hour shifts and you had to stick to your beat. You walked for just under 4 hours and then you walked back to the station. Then you had your lunch break if you were lucky. And then you'd walk back out again for another just under 4 hours. And that was your 8 hours. And I tell you what, I learned to walk very, very slowly, because one of the beats were 3 very short roads that's probably less than half a mile. And walking around there for 8 hours a day, my word, you do get good at talking to people. But back to my first day, I'm walking round the corner. I tell you what, I looked amazing in this uniform, which was probably a size 8 at the time. Bearing in mind, we're talking skirts, no trousers. That was not a thing. So twill thick woolen skirts and a tunic and a little handbag with a tiny little truncheon in it. I'm not quite sure what we were supposed to do with a tiny little truncheon. And there I am looking my very best, walking down the street, and suddenly I'm confronted by this guy running towards me. And, you know, I can't explain the terror, but hopefully the face didn't show. What's he going to say? What am I going to have to do? Can I remember everything? What's it all about? And he's, officer, officer. So in my very best training school voice, yes, sir. How can I help you? Could you tell me where Barclays Bank is? Well, I have to tell you that I was most relieved than I have ever been in my whole life, because I happen to know exactly where Barclays Bank was. I felt quite cool about all of that. So that was the start of my journey on in uniform. And at that time, and still, I believe that everybody had to work for 2 years, walking the beat. You couldn't drive a car. You spent your 2 years, you know, on probation, doing all sorts of different things, proving that you were up to it. Different things like on nights. Eventually, when you did get to drive the police car, called Panda cars in those days, going back a bit, I remember being sent to a call into Bournemouth Gardens, and there's a very nice road, lots of very posh shops. You park your car, you go down looking for whatever I'd been sent to look for. And then when I came back, someone had taken the blue light off the top of my car. Now, you might think, what villains you must have in Bournemouth. Oh no, these aren't villains. These are my colleagues. They think this is really funny. Similarly, it's a bit like going to the top of a very tall building. And at those days, when we gave tickets to people on the cars, we had little plastic bags. I just remembered you recording this. Please be careful where you share this, Bev. So it would be quite fun on nights because, you know, I'm going back 35, even more years now. Wasn't quite as busy. Certainly Bournemouth wasn't the nightclub capital of the South as it is now. You'd get a bit bored about 4 o'clock. So you'd fill your little bag of water and then wait for a drunk to walk below and then drop it off the top of the roof to on top of them. What else would you do on a night when you're really bored and it's cold? Anyway, there we go. So apart from that, I eventually went to work in CID, and that was, I guess, one of my most favourite stints. I worked my way through CID, again, very unusual. And it wasn't really until many years later, and I'll come to that part in my police career, that I really thought about this. But when I joined the CID department, I was one of only 2 women in that department in one of those busy stations. And I've put on this slide what happened. I turned out to be a first in a number of different roles. And I didn't think about that. I certainly didn't start my career thinking I was going to reach the rank of chief superintendent. I did it, as I told you, because I thought I might escape my boyfriend and not have to be mean to him. I was very mean to him in the end. And everything I did within the police, I think because my dad had brought me up to believe that if you put your mind to it, you can do most anything. So it never crossed my mind that I couldn't do something. Now, I spent a lot of years later on supporting women who had suffered prejudice and had a really difficult time in the police service. But personally, I didn't find that. And my attitude was always, it's a bit like Maria was talking about, well, you know, it's there, I'm going to have a go. And I think that obviously had an impact. I remember very clearly a particular job whilst I was still in uniform. We had a part of Bournemouth where it was quite common to have flashers. There's a term from the past. There was an area, a garden area that young women used to walk through going to work. And it wasn't uncommon to have men hiding in the bushes and think it would be really funny to jump out and flash their penises at them. So we decided to put on a little mini operation, and the 4 women on our squad all worked on the same shift for a week. And we came to work in plain clothes and walked through the garden in the hope that somebody would jump out at us. And our colleagues, who were also hiding in bushes, you can imagine how this ends up, could catch them. And the 3 other women, 2 blonde, 1 a brunette, but significantly shorter than I am. I'm 5'10". Well, I was when I was younger. I'm a bit less now, I think. All had great success. Not me, no. The amount of times I walked up and down through that garden, hoping that some little pervert would jump out at me, but no. And it took me ages, you know, to work out why. But in hindsight, it's pretty fairly obvious. I'm a tall girl. And those of you, they used to call me Scary Spice later in my career. And if I see you in the street, I'm going to look, might be because I'm short-sighted, but I'm going to look you straight in the eye because that's the way I am. So I'm walking down, staring around. And of course, nobody's going to jump out at me because I just don't fit the type of profile that these people were keen to intimidate, because I didn't really look like I could be intimidated. So that was a bit of a failure, really. But as I say, I moved into CID and had an amazing career there. I was the first female detective inspector in our force. Now, bearing in mind, I'm going back to the late 80s, early 90s. It's very different now, I'm thrilled to say. You know, amazing first, but lots of women in many, many senior positions, including the amazing Cressida Dick, who's the commissioner of the Met, who I know personally and as an inspirational woman, amazing. And we were talking about Stella Rimington earlier, and I heard her speak at one of our women's conferences. The other person that suffered very similarly to Stella was Pauline Clare, who was the first female chief constable. And a bit like Maria was saying about Stella, when the tabloids, followed her around trying to get photographs. Funny that they choose to go public with the head of MI5 when it's a woman in charge, isn't it? Don't do that when any of the blokes are in charge. Anyway, Pauline was the first female chief constable up in Lancashire, and I heard her again talk at a conference. And obviously the press were very keen to photograph her. Now, up until that point, if you'd seen any photographs of chief constables, they'd be in full uniform, looking very serious. But the tabloids in particular wanted pictures of Pauline in her kitchen wearing her marigold gloves or coming in from the shopping. And I remember Stella talking about being and the paparazzi chasing her and taking photos of her carrying her bags out the back of her car doing her shopping. You know, they're not going to do that to men. Why are they doing it to women? Anyway, I better get off that soapbox because we could be there all day. And Bev, you might need to wave a little bit at me because I can see no clock where I am. And you know me, I could talk forever. So I was the first female detective inspector in our force. So think Helen Mirren, prime suspect. My skirts weren't quite as short as that, and I didn't smoke, but I certainly could drink. And I also had the privilege of setting up the very first domestic violence unit, because prior to that, domestic violence was treated by your beat Bobby. And, you know, I'm not going to start a whole conversation about the impact of domestic violence and the particular characteristics of that offence. But the reality is that women in the main, and certainly the figures when I last looked a few years ago, granted, but I doubt they have changed that very much. Women are usually abused, attacked, verbally, emotionally, in whatever way it is, 34 times before they call the police. And then when they do eventually call the police, that doesn't mean that they're naturally going to take the action that the police would expect. And I remember giving a talk on domestic violence and to GPs and practice nurses, and being challenged by a doctor, a male doctor, who said, I just don't understand why these women don't leave straight away. And I said to him, well, I can tell you now, I'm a police officer. My husband at the time, number 2 of 3, was a police officer. We were very well known. If I went home that night and he decided to hit me, I can't guarantee to you that the first thing I'm going to do is pick up the phone and call the police. I'd like to think I'd have the ability to throw him out and change the locks and not have anything more to do with him. But I can't guarantee that. And there were lots of women that I worked for, particularly women who maybe had husbands with very good careers or partners, who had children in private school, who had a particular standing in the society. Are you telling me the expectation is they're going to walk away from all that and go into a local refuge? It is not as straightforward as that. So as you can probably tell, I feel quite passionate about domestic violence and the way that we deal with it. And on a really interesting quirk of fate, one of my daughters, I'll tell you about Drama and Crisis shortly, has just got herself her first job. And she's working at a solicitor's dealing with domestic violence injunctions. And that's all she does every day. And it is absolutely constant, the calls into their office, and they're doing 2 and 3 conversions a day per person in the office. So I'd love to be able to say that in those 30 years we've come a very long way, but sadly I'm not too sure that we have. Anyway, on a more cheerful note, I also introduced child protection units into our force, and that was the very first time that the police and social services worked together to support children. And, as a police officer, I've dealt with some people that, let's be honest, don't really want to get arrested. They'd rather not we turned up and banged on their door or even kicked their door in. I'm really good at that. I used to enjoy doing that. Only the bad guys, I promise you. But I was used to a particular type of behaviour towards me. It came with the territory, it came with the uniform. If people, I could save people from all sorts of things, that was great. But, lots of people didn't like us, and that's fine. That's part of the job. And my view, the social services, that they were there to help the families, they were there to help the children. And I've never, ever forgotten the very first time I went to knock on the door of a house with a woman who became a very good friend of mine, and we worked together. We were jointly trained to deal with child abuse cases. And she and I went to knock on a house in a very nice part of town. And I took did the introductions and introduced myself and said, I'm Detective Sergeant. Actually, I couldn't tell you the name. I've had too many names, whatever it was, probably Donald at the time. And this is my friend, Sarah, whatever her name was. And this very nicely spoken woman said to me, you can come in, but she's not crossing the doorstep. And that was my first experience, something that Bev is very well aware of, because we've talked about this, about the antipathy towards social workers who were only there desperately trying to do the best for these children. And I've never forgotten that. So the child protection units, that was really great to get involved in starting all of that. And then at a particular point in my career, when I had reached the rank of superintendent, I believe, there was just 2 of us in the force, female superintendents at the time, and we went off to a conference. And it was the British Association of Women in Policing. So it was about just women in policing. Now, I'd been in CID for many years. I'd gone on courses. I was the only girl. You're always a girl in the police. I was the only one. I used to go down the pub. Everybody bought me drinks. I could drink as much as the rest of them. It was fabulous. I loved it. And then suddenly I'm surrounded by all these amazing women at senior level talking about the challenges for women in the police. And when you have those light bulb moments sometimes, it just suddenly dawned on me that I was about to say sailed through my career. To some degree I had, not without a lot of hard work. and I wouldn't call myself lucky because I think we all deserve and earn our luck. But it had been fairly smooth. There were a few challenges, but it had been fairly smooth. And there was I talking to these women who had the most dreadful discrimination in their forces, and to them personally. And we found ourselves at this conference and in the annual general meeting of this association. I mentioned to you that Cressida Dick eventually became the president of for a number of years. And they were asking for people to join their executive committee. And I found my friend put my hand up like this. I didn't do it myself, she did it. And I found myself on the committee of this National Association. And that was the best thing that can have happened to me in terms of the work that I later did, and I guess that I do now. Because being part of that committee and being involved in national work exposed me to what was going on elsewhere, opened my eyes up, and made me realise when I went back to force and said to my boss, do you realise there aren't many women at my level? In fact, if I look down the ranks, there aren't many at any other level. He said, oh, I've been waiting for you to spot that. And this is at a time in the late 90s when actually there was still some funding around the police and the public sector. And he gave me a budget and said, well, go on then, go and sort it out. There was a national initiative being run by that association called the Gender Agenda. And we started a women's network, and we started to do everything we could to encourage more women into senior positions in the police. Because, you know, I was surrounded by talented women. In my division in CID, I'd had 7 women working for me. And I didn't think about the fact that they came to work for me because, you know, clearly, the boss is a woman. Should we go and see what it's like in there? Because the culture had changed, the attitudes had changed. And I worked with some amazing men that were very supportive, very respectful, but they knew that they had to behave around me and the other women, and it became the way we worked. But when I left, they all seemed to leave too. So we began instigating positive action initiatives in the force. And one of them was a women's development program called Springboard. So I introduced that into our force, and I was the program manager. And what that meant was that we ran these courses twice a year. And I went along, I wasn't the trainer, but I got a dose of it every 2 years. And that is how my passion for women's development began and continues today, because after 30 years, in those days, you could retire. And I did in 2011. And whilst I missed, if I'm honest, being called Mom, Bev's very good at doing that occasionally. Alison will do it if I ask her, but most people won't call me Mom anymore. It's very sad. I didn't miss much else, but I missed watching women grow, and I missed watching the positive impact we could have on women, particularly through the use of that Springboard program. So I was very, very thrilled to receive in 2009 an MBE from Her Majesty the Queen for services to women in policing. I've even got a picture. That's the present husband, Mr. Smith, and drama and crisis at the age of 9. Such fun. The only thing I was a little bit disappointed, if I'm allowed to say, I don't think Alison's got her MBE yet, and I'm not sure about OBEs, but certainly a normal MBE, civilian MBE, has a lovely pink bow. So you'll have a nice pink bow, Alison, which will go lovely with your clothes. Unfortunately, that's a services one, so there's no bow on it. It's a bit churlish to say can have a different bow, isn't it, really? So I didn't. I thought you'd like some pictures of drama and crisis as they're growing up. Yes, that's they're the loves of my life, and they're now in London. And as I said, Emily is dealing on a daily basis with domestic violence injunctions, and Holly's about to go and work for the Office of National Statistics, so she's going to be a bit busy. And all good things come to an end. And in I can't see the top of the screen, but I'm sure it says 2011. Somebody nod and tell me it was 2011, wasn't it? Yes, I retired.
Actually says 20,011.
Does it really?
Yeah, well into the future is there, Jill.
Well, there you go. When I was redoing these slides, you'd think I'd spot that. It's probably something when you know what it should say, you think it does. Can't see for the wood for the trees. But it is 2011, some 9 years ago now, in June, that I took the money and did a runner. And why not? And then 2 years later, I married Mr. Smith and we went to Bali for our honeymoon. I just like that picture because that dress is an almost replication of my mother's wedding dress many, many years ago. So what am I going to do? I retired. The very first day, we went on a cruise for two weeks all around the Arctic Circle and Norway and had a fabulous time. And then it was a Monday, it was in July, and I didn't have to go to work anymore. And I've been waiting a long time for this, as you know, as you do. And I'm being paid to not go to work. And I remember sitting in a coffee shop in Dorchester in the garden in the sunshine, thinking to myself, what the hell do I do now? Who am I? And I know there are some women on this call, and we've had this conversation before, when you step away, I like to call it my corporate career. But you know, when you step away from a full-on job like that, and you're called mom for most of your time, who are you? So I said to Mrs. Smith, what do I do? I've worked full-time the girls' lives, so I thought I'd be a great full-time mum. Apparently I'm not. He's a better cook than I am. So it didn't take very long. I'm sitting, I even got to the point of standing, waiting outside at the bus stop, waiting for the school bus to come. Apparently that's not a thing you should do because they don't want to talk to mum. So eventually he said, you're going to have to do something because, you know, this isn't going to last. So I wrote a book. He'd written a book. If anybody wants a book on absence management in HR, let me know. It's really good. It's got really good stories running through it. So he said, it's a piece of cake, write a book, publish it yourself. I'll show you how to do it. And bless him, he did. And there it is. So a quick plug for my book on Amazon, Celebrate Success, or How to Be a Successful Working Mum Without the Guilt. I think that's really important. Yes, I think I was successful. Yes, I did work all the girls' lives, apart from 18 weeks maternity leave. And no, I didn't feel guilty. I've missed more sports days, parents' evenings, and other stuff than you can shake a stick at. That's not what they remember. What they remember is being in an IT lesson in the senior school and somebody says in a very loud voice, bloody hell, your mum's all over the internet, isn't she? Because they'd Googled Jill Donnell. And they're really proud of what I've achieved. And I hate it when I talk to women, and I talk to lots of women and have over the years, who struggle so much when they have children, when they think, and they want to carry on with their career at the pull. So many of them find themselves feeling guilty when they're at work because they're not with their children. And then when they're at home with their children, they're feeling guilty because they're not doing their work. And it's a real challenge. So that book's a personal development model and it gives some tips. And, you know, that bit about success is really important. As I think Alison said earlier, and I've said it for years, success for some people is getting out the door in the morning. So, you know, my company is called Successful Women. And that doesn't mean you have to be a chief superintendent. That doesn't mean you have to be an MBE. That means that you, in your own eyes, are achieving your full potential. And very last but one chapter in that book is 8 steps on how to achieve your full potential, because I think we all have a duty to do that. And as women, we are role models to the next generation. I am a role model to my girls. They might not do it the same way that I did. They might work part-time. They might do all sorts of different things. But I know that they know I did my very best. And feeling guilty about working, you know, it doesn't serve anybody. And a very quick story. How am I doing for time, Bev? Because as I say, I haven't got much of a clue because we started early.
I'm keeping an eye on you, Jill. You know, I'm like, you're fine.
Good. So a quick story from the book, true story, Drama and Crisis. Emily, drama, was not happy. I bought, but when the waster left, went off with my best friend, like they do, I bought a bungalow opposite my parents so that they could help me look after the girls. They were in their 70s and that carried on into their 80s. I'm not sure they were hugely thrilled about that, but it worked for us. So my dad would come over to my bungalow at about 8 o'clock, bearing in mind I'm at senior level at this time. So I had the opportunity to be a bit more flexible and certainly could do a lot of work in the evening when I got back because I wasn't kicking indoors. I was going to meetings and doing strategy and stuff like that. To be honest, bored the pants off me, but never mind. So my dad would come over just before 8 and he would sit and watch the Teletubbies with the girls, and then he'd take them to school via nannies to pick up some bits and pieces for school, and then he'd pick them up, they'd have tea, And then he'd bring them up to my house, or I'd collect them from theirs at about 6 o'clock, and then I'd take over. The mums in the room will know what that's like when they've been absolute angels all day. And the minute I walk through the door, they'd have the most amazing tantrum. We talk about that now, actually, as they're 22. And I find that really quite interesting. But that's a struggle when you've been at work all day and you say, what have you been doing? They've unloaded everything to my mum and dad. They don't want to tell me now. And that's really quite difficult, I think, as a mum, if you're working and you just get the back end of stuff. But Emily would often say, when are you going to pick us up from school? When are you going to take us to school? And I did occasionally. But I said to my dad one day, have a word, will you? And that evening, when I came home, Emily said to me, Mummy, what's a scabby flat? What text is that in then, darling? Well, Jojo said that if you give up work, we'll have to live in a scabby flat and we won't be able to go on holiday anymore. You're not going to give up work, Mummy, are you? So, a little tip. There's always ways to tell the stories to make them realise it's really important that you should carry on with your journey and your career. So that's the second cover, the second version. It's the same book, but I took a shine to a different cover. That's why it's not the same in the earlier picture that you saw. So I started my own company in 2014, and I'm going to talk about pivoting in a moment. And it's quite interesting because this was how I demonstrated what I did back in 2014 when I started Successful Women Limited. And there were 6 strands to the business, and they're fairly obvious to you there. Middle and bottom is what took off. I started the Successful Women podcast show in, I think it was 2014. I used to do weekly interviews of women from around the world. The Americans are really keen to be on our podcast shows, and I love that. Talked a lot about the imposter syndrome, which I could talk about all day, so I'm not even going to start that. But it's still on Apple and Stitcher if you're looking for something to listen to, the Successful Women podcast show. Just don't follow the links that the voiceover talks about, because we've changed things, and I will do that. So the learning was the development programs that I ran. When I retired, I decided that Springboard program I told you about was quite life-changing for so many women that actually I wanted to go and do that myself. So I paid to become a freelance trainer. The Springboard program is still running now. It's amazing. It's full day workshops over a 3-month period, and it's run a lot in the public sector, in the police, in universities, in local councils, companies like the Royal Mail, Rolls-Royce, big companies. It was actually written by women for the BBC. The BBC approached the 2 women that wrote it to ask them if they would write a program so that they could help them get more women into senior positions. And in fact, when we ran it in the force, we ran it for 10 years, or I was a part of it for 10 years. And we changed the percentage of women in senior positions over that 10-year period from 8% to 25%. And I'm really proud of that. And that's really what contributed to the MBE that I received. So I carried on with that program. But for me, the women that needed it most were usually those that couldn't afford it. It's a license program, so you have to charge a certain amount of money, which was around about £500. And the women that need it most can't afford it. So I started going networking in Bournemouth, where I lived at the time, because I hadn't met Mr. Smith and moved west, and started going networking to meet business women who would support me in offering sponsored places on that program to women that deserved it. And I met an amazing woman who was managing partner in a law firm, who had her own amazing story. Left school at 16 with no qualifications, ended up with 3 children under 5, I think, in a very short period of time. And went, as a single mum, went back to college and eventually got herself a law degree and was a managing partner in this law firm. And she paid for 2 courses so that we could offer free spaces to women from the local area on those courses. And we concentrated on women who were returning back to the workplace after having children or caring responsibilities or having a general break. And particularly for me, women that work in the independent sector. I've always been involved in charities, been chair charities relate locally for many years. And often the women that work in the charity sector don't get opportunity to have investment made in themselves because the money usually goes to service users, quite rightly. And yeah, so we put on 2 programs. We had some refugees from the Red Cross that were referred to us, and it was fabulous, and I really enjoyed it. And I did quite a bit and continue to do business coaching because I just like that. That's really cool. The book is The Resources. I love writing. I write articles and things like that. And the top right is speaking because, as you can probably tell, I also love the sound of my own voice. So any opportunity, I'll jump on a stage or anywhere else and talk for Britain. And that was lovely too. Nice hairdo. I'm going a bit back that way now. So 2015, I was nominated and won a Venus Award, the Influential Woman Award in Dorset, sponsored by Volkswagen Breeze at the time. They were really supportive. And that was great. The girls came along with me, a lot of women that I knew. And that opened my eyes to different ways of celebrating success. I'd never done anything like that. I'd won some awards in the police through a lot of the partnership work that I did in the criminal justice arena, which was my command before I retired. But that was just amazing. And, you know, that whole bit about women supporting women. Oh, love it. So I don't know what's coming next. Yes. So in 2017, Successful Women in Business was born. And that was born out of the fact that I'd been networking for my business for a number of years. I then started to chair a couple of groups for a woman who had a franchise in women's networking. And then she wanted to close a group. And I said, any chance I could do it myself? And she said, yes. Not sure she thinks that's such a good idea now, but I did. And we went from there. So we launched in Dorchester and Taunton in 2017. At one point, we reached up to 8 groups. But my focus is slightly different, certainly at the time, not so much now, because obviously the world is very much catching up with networking and has done. The personal development side of things is the most important thing to me. So every one of our meetings has a different development session. Now, it becomes a great platform for members those who have the ability to deliver training can do that. And when we were, and obviously until March this year, we were face-to-face networking, and the energy is just amazing. There's a number of the women on the call that are part of the tribe, and it's lovely. It's great, I think, to meet other women in business, do what you can to support them, find out about their businesses, help them grow their businesses, and at the same time, get some professional and personal development alongside. Because again, as women running our businesses, my target ideal client, if you like, are women who tend to be solopreneurs, often working from home, plus professional services, solicitors and accountants and people like that, because we all need those in business. And that gives them that support, because if you're working day in and day out, in the days where we could go out, you know, it can be quite a challenge. It can be quite isolating, and knowing that week you're going to go out and have breakfast and a coffee with a tribe of women that you get on really well with, and they've always got your back, is, you know, it just worked really, really well. Works really, really well. So 2017, we started. We got to its height to about 8 groups, but I'm quite keen that it's about growth and business growth, and some of the groups that other women had started up for me were quite small, and I think we need to be of a certain size. So that's why we are currently 6 groups. I'm doing that because I can't remember what comes next, but now I do. I love that phrase. I quite like that picture because I do love the Caribbean. And I'm keen on stressing that you are never too old to set another goal or to dream a new dream. And I won't start on goal setting because we're here all day again, but I decided I would do something different for my 60th birthday. In 2015, 2 years prior to that, I was at an evening networking event that I got the train to. I want to stress this, mainly because I've been drinking champagne and not eaten, and that's not really a good look, is it, Alison? You know what that's going to get like. No. And I was in a group of 4 women, and we were talking about big birthdays. And spookily, there was a woman who was 30 in 2017, one who was 40, one who was 50, and one who was 60. Wow. And I said, why don't we do something amazing for our birthdays? Everybody went, yes, we'd all had a few. And now part of the Springboard programme, I digress for good reason, is a celebration of achievements. And we open every group with the delegates talking about their achievements. And usually when you say that to a group of women, they go, oh, I haven't done anything. And then you find they've done the most of it. They've jumped out of the amount of women I know that have jumped out of aeroplanes and walked along wings and abseiled down buildings. And there were always a few that climbed Kilimanjaro. Never heard of it at the time. Subsequently found out. So at that networking group I'm telling you about, I said, why don't we climb Kilimanjaro? Everybody's drinking champagne. Everybody thought it was a great idea. Guess what? By the time we got to it, I'd signed up, put a post on Facebook, because in those days I spent a lot of time on Facebook, and that's my accountability. I told the world I was going to Kilimanjaro. And because if you do that, you can't back out, can you? And everybody else backed out. And I found myself signed up to a trip to Kilimanjaro in October 2017. Or I was going to sing all by myself. It's probably not a good idea. Fortunately, I've got a good friend called Ali, and she said, oh, I'll come with you, because she was 50 that year as well. So that's what we did. 60, that's it. That's that amazing mountain. From the hotel we stayed at before we went there, those are the dates. You know what? Apart from drama and crisis, that's probably the next thing I'm most proud of. It nearly killed me. In hindsight, it probably wasn't such a good idea. I have asthma, you see. I've always been in denial about my asthma. It's not that bad. Didn't half hurt that day. Anyway, I did it. That's me. You can't tell that's me on the left. Trust me, it is. You might be able to tell that's me on the right. If anybody's climbed Kili, there are 3 points, 3 summits, if you like. And I got to the first one. And then the doctor said, do you really want to carry on? And I said, no, I don't. And so as far as I'm concerned, I've climbed Kilimanjaro. I made the first summit, 5,685 meters. That's not bad for an Oldham. And that's a picture top right of, thanks, Bev, that I can't see, and all of you are clapping because I can't see you. That's a picture on the top right of these porters. I mean, I can't, it's just amazing. I probably should have put in a little video that I've got of them singing, but these guys would run ahead of us up this mountain. And it took us, 5 days to get up and 3 days to get down. But they'd run ahead of us and set up camp, and we'd get there, and then they'd have food ready, they'd be singing. And then in the morning, they take it all down and they run past us and they do it all again every day. It was just unbelievable. There's my medal. That's the group of us bottom right who did it with a couple of the guides. And top right is us at the end, all singing and saying how much we appreciate all of the guides and basically leaving behind every bit of kit that we didn't want again. I was quite happy to do that because I was never going to do that again. But it wasn't very long before that where they were going up that mountain barefoot or in flip-flops, and they really need the support. So that was just amazing. I'm really proud of myself for doing that. So then what did we do? That's a picture. You might recognize some of the amazing women on that picture who might have been here today. Networking, that was going really well. And then I decided that in 2018, I've always, Lynn talked about it earlier, I've always done something on International Women's Day, March the 8th. So in 2018, we had a big conference, and this is the picture for our 2020 conference. That talk about God being on your side. She certainly was that day, because this was about 2 weeks before lockdown, and we had the most amazing time because of those amazing women who are so generous with their support, like Lynn, like Sunny, like Alison, my host. I've seen Rosemary on the call earlier, and the guy there is Luke Simon, who is the CEO of a charity. We support a different charity every year, and he's the CEO of the charity School in a Bag that we're supporting in 2020 as best we can. Yeah, and that's one of my favourite quotes from the lovely Michelle Obama. So every year we have a conference and we have the Successful Women Awards. And we are in the midst of the Successful Women Awards at the moment. So we launched them with the sponsors in that conference that you've just seen the picture of back in March, just before lockdown, and then we got locked down. And I seem to remember somebody said it was only going to be for a few weeks, so I had to make the decision, should we carry on? Yeah, we'll be fine. The award ceremony is June the 5th. It'll all be fine, won't it? So we went ahead with the process where people are nominated or apply, and then I have a team of judges who judge the awards plus the sponsor. So Bev's the sponsor of the Public Speaking Award, so she gets a vote. But for me, it's really important for these awards to be very transparent. And, you know, it's not about who the sponsor might know. We have to have clarity about, you know, it's always going to be subjective awards, but that's really important to me. So we announced our finalists as we planned in May. And there are over 50 finalists. And then I said that we will have our award ceremony come what may, and I would die in a ditch before we had it online. Stop laughing, Alison. That's the only face I can see. And obviously, ladies, I have found my ditch and I'm quite happy to lie on it because the award ceremony is now on December the 9th and it's online, but it'll be fabulous, which is the reason why I need to talk to the lovely Maria, because we're doing it on Zoom. And I love the way that she had a presentation behind her. I need that because I've got presentations to do. So Maria, would you promise to do me a little tutorial on how you do that at some time later?
So easy. And I can tell you now in 2 minutes if you want.
Oh, go on then.
Yeah.
So I can have a drink then.
You've got 5 minutes.
Am I interrupting your talk? Do you want to finish your talk first?
Shall I? Probably better to, because if I lose my drift, we'll be there forever. So anyway, the lovely Alison and I hope, have got fingers and toes here crossed that we will be together recording with Luke, I hope, somewhere socially distanced on December the 9th, and it will be filmed. It will be live on Zoom because I went to some awards recently, some online awards. I got all dressed up like we were told to, but I couldn't see anybody. And I want to see all those amazing finalists because, you know, you deserve to be seen. You deserve your dress. Unfortunately, I can't scroll through, but I can see Anne. She's a finalist in the Public Speaking Award. I know there are some others on the call. I want to be able to see you celebrating. Not everybody can win, obviously, but you're all winners in our eyes. You're all amazing. And that's what we're going to be doing on December the 9th. Could I just do a quick plug for that award ceremony? It is free to come along as a guest. Please come. But because our award ceremony, normally we have about 250 people. I get to be on stage going ta-da in my new dress. The sponsors come up and hand the trophies, and we have a fabulous raffle. We can't do that this year. I know there are ways of doing that, but to be frank, with all the things I'm managing, it's a bit of a challenge. So we've decided to sell 40 VIP tickets at just £25 each. And the VIPs will get a goodie box. They will get, if they buy their ticket before the 15th of November, they will get a mention in our beautiful magazine, which I'm going to talk to about next. And they'll also get a shout out on the night. So if there's anybody on the call that would like to spend £25, because £10 of that is going to School in the Bag. And actually, there are a number of finalists who have bought VIP tickets. So I am going to have the opportunity to raise at least, if I sell them all, £400, if not more, for School in the Bag. And it's a wonderful, wonderful charity. So please do think. Say again, Eva?
3 minutes, Jill.
Yeah, thank you. Right. Yes. So I'll put the link in the chat later. Yes. So these are our awards. This is last year. As I say, we all get dressed up. We have an award ceremony. There are lovely trophies. And I'm going to move on because it makes me cry because we can't do it like that. We also produce the Successful Women Business Magazine. And another of my bucket lists was to be on the front of a magazine. Well, what's the best way of doing that? Print it yourself and put yourself on the front. So that's the first edition on the right. Sammy in the middle was one of our members with her lovely dog Coco. Her dog's called Coco too. And that's Dawn, one of our sponsors of the High Business Growth Award. Dawn runs the business toolkit. So our magazine is due out. Well, it's out for the award ceremony. Every goodie box will have a copy of the magazine. So if anybody wants to put an advert in the magazine. I've still got a bit of space left, please, also. So what we're going to do now, a bit of a pivot. This is going to be news to some of my members. Sorry about that, but you know me. Let's tell everybody now. This is a great opportunity. And I didn't realise that Lynn has also started a club, and I love the word club. So we are going to start in January the Successful Women Membership Club. It's probably going to be Members Club, actually. I've tweaked that slightly. We're still networking, but the personal development and my passion is around personal development and training. So I've secured place on a really fabulous training platform, and we're going to have a club which is separate to the networking, and that will offer training, monthly courses, resources, masterclasses, 2 live calls, and it's a special offer starting January to March, just £47 a month. And I just thought that was a good opportunity to have a bit of a plug. So thank you, Bev. I've done that. And there we go. How about that? Am I in time? Stop sharing.
Yes, well done. So Jacqueline Adusi, you had a question, I believe. I don't know where she's. There she is, Jacqueline. Do you want to unmute yourself? You can tell I'm looking for people. Jacqueline, unmute yourself and ask Jill your question.
Hello.
Hello,
Sorry,
Jacqueline.
yes,
Nice to meet you.
hello, everybody. It's been really, really, really great today. I've really enjoyed myself. So thank you, all speakers. But my question was, particularly to Jill, you talked about being the only female in your rank and, being up against, lots of guys. I sort of resonated with that, being a black CEO and being one of the few within my sector. And I just wanted to know, what did you do to sort of try and keep in or, try and sort of speak their language and be part of the gang, so to speak?
Yeah, good question, Jacqueline. I think certainly the industry that I was in, I felt there was a real issue. Authenticity is important to me. And I'd seen a number of women who felt that they had to act like one of the guys, act like the boys to be accepted. And they were given the impression that's what you should do. I don't agree with that. I think we honour who we are. Women as leaders have the most amazing strength in terms of authenticity and compassion. I ran a command at the end of my career, and I would be sent difficult people for me to support, because most of the male leaders were absolutely rubbish at giving any sort of constructive feedback, and they weren't terribly good at supporting women, supporting people who need to grow. So these weren't women necessarily that were sent to me, these were men too. So I think from a transformational leadership perspective, we've got the most amazing skills, and that we should be proud about those. And that actually it's just about continually reinforcing, being a pain in the arse when you need to. Yes, I am quite happy to use, I have to be careful about this because people can get the wrong impression. I like people opening the door for me. I like good manners, and I like that sort of stuff. And I can be very charming, believe it or not. And that can help. But that's where I limit it to. I mean, I have been stood in a police bar earlier in my career when somebody accused me of, suggested to me that the only way I'd got to the position I had was I'd probably slept with the boss. I mean, he got his comeuppance because he said it within hearing of half a dozen of the blokes that work for me, and they weren't having any of that from their governor being treated like that. And because of my leadership style, the men around me were hugely supportive of me. I've always had good male bosses, and they're the ones that put me where I was because they believed in me and they told me I was good at what I did. And and my family have always just believed in me. And I think that is absolutely amazing. We have to support people. We have to support other women, and we have to tell people how good they are. We also have to give them constructive feedback when they're not doing things necessarily in the right way. But if we tell each other as sisters how amazing we are, and we keep doing it, in the end, you've got to believe it. And that's what happens. There is no doubt. That's why I succeeded in my career, because a particular boss I had would tell me that I'd done something well. And a good example, further on in my career, I remember having a conversation with a completely different boss and saying, I haven't heard from you for weeks. Have I done something wrong? You know what we're like as women. We think immediately, he's not spoken to me. I must have done something wrong. He said, no, you're the expert. I don't need to talk to you. When I need you, I'll tell you. Oh, right. Yeah, of course. So there was an element of needing that affirmation, which blokes tend not to, because they always think they're great at what they do anyway. So they don't need anybody to tell them they are, because they're always amazing. So it's just finding that, level, if you like. So Jacqueline, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think there's something also in there about surrounding yourself with people that will support you and not put you down, and accept the limitations, but celebrate your successes and all of that, and that positivity around you. So, I certainly, as I've got older, I think it's easier when you get older, have ditched the people who, as Anne McCluskey would say, just drain me.
Yeah. Well, you're so right, Bev. I mean, I call them dementors in my book, like Harry Potter. They suck the life out of you. Why would you spend your time with them?
Yeah.
And as Bev says, when you get to our age and our position, you can choose who you want to spend your time with. It's not always that way. And when you're working your way up the leadership ladder, you have often got to spend your time with people that you don't want to, you wouldn't normally. But I think that's really true. And the other thing I think is important to remember as women, it's far too easy for us to be bitchy about other women. And the amount of women I have spoken to who say, oh no, I don't like it with a load of women. I like working with men. So do I. I'm not anti-men, I'm pro-women. But, we need to support each other and not knock each other down, because there's plenty of other people out there that'll do that for us. So that's why we say in my network all the time that, successful women are successful because they've got an amazing tribe of women who have their back, and we have each other's back.
Yeah,
I've got goosebumps now.
Yeah, that's so true. Now I have a question from Anne. Anne, do you want to? Anne McCluskey.
Okay, Jill. What place does power have in your life now?
Interesting, that power. I think this, if you say the word power, all I think about is what's going on in America and the negative view of power. That's not how I see it.
No.
I used to talk to women in the police about taking promotion. And I remember having a conversation with a young woman who said, I said, you could do really well. You haven't taken the promotion exams. Why didn't you do that? Oh, well, because I'm going to have children and, it's going to be really difficult as a senior officer. I went, you're not even in a relationship. This is a long way down the line. She's already making decisions about her future based on her expectation. So I said, if you do it, if you take your exams now, if you get promoted, particularly early on, you get into a position where you can influence. And I prefer influence. And so I got into a position of influence. And that meant, I'm of a certain age and was when I was retiring. And I was quite happy to sit in an executive meeting as the only woman going, open the window, somebody, I'm having my own personal summer. And other women would go, oh, you can't talk about the menopause like that. Oh, yes, I can. I wear a magnet in my knickers. I told everybody. In fact, you could tell because I walk past a metal filing cabinet and I get stuck to it.
I know how that feels.
Exactly. We have a responsibility to talk about these things for the women that are coming behind us. And I took that quite seriously. So from a power perspective, I think influence is really important. And if you have a platform like many of us have, then I think responsibility comes with that. Yeah. And that we support each other, we don't knock each other, and that we create opportunities and we encourage other women to take those opportunities. Because we can talk about being lucky and where we've got to, but most of us have made our luck. We've put ourselves in the position of creating that opportunity. And therefore something has come along and somebody has said, and Bev knows me really well, and we've all been together at our conference and let's do this event, and that's brilliant. Oh, by the way, that's a really good opportunity for me to promote this. So opportunity knocks in all sorts of different shapes. It would have been really easy for me to have stepped away from that Kilimanjaro trip when I was the only one left. My character is such, if I say I'm going to do something, I have to do it. I can't stop myself. But that has made me not a completely different person, but it's certainly made me think that I can do most anything. And I think as women, we should think that we can do most anything. And I am generalizing. I think men are more naturally are either brought up or conditioned to believe they can do anything, and we aren't. We are conditioned to be nice still. Women should be nice. Women shouldn't be, you know, I talk about assertiveness a lot, and the amount of times people have called me aggressive. Now, trust me, I can be aggressive, but if I am talking calmly and I'm making eye contact and I'm making my point and sharing with you what I'm seeking and listening to you, that's not aggressive, that's assertive. But a lot of men think it's aggressive because they don't like it.
Lovely,
That's it, box two.
We'll pull you all in there because I'm looking at the time, and I love that idea. We should all be nice. Some people don't think I'm nice, but I am nice, really. So that is the that is the end of the Zoom part of the day.